Peace to the fam. Can you guys, this microphone, oh my God. Wait, can you guys hear me? Yeah, peace to the family. Lakeisha, Decent, Khonsu, Gary. Yeah, so we had some guests. We had Ngozi, we had Melvin, we had Khonsu, we had Joshua Kane. I already let Melvin know ahead of time that I wouldn't really be around. I had prior obligations and I was trying to listen in, but I really couldn't be disrespectful. I was at my friend's home, you dig? But I didn't really like how my guest was treated. I felt when I heard the replay, I believe a lot of the questions were not focused on the topic. The topic was, plagiarism. And I felt like questions was supposed to go to the topic, go towards the topic. Peace, Jody. You dig? So I really didn't like that we were talking about everything else and not the plagiarism itself. So I focus on the, but it's all Jeezy. I just I just felt like they weren't giving a fair assessment. They had a subject in mind. They talked about it. Let's deal with the subject. Let's either they're right or they're wrong, and then let's move forward. But I felt like we were nitpicking in ways we wouldn't nitpick other people. And my name is Unbiased, and I try to be unbiased. I try to treat everybody the same, and we don't do that. Obviously, when other people give presentations, they get the utmost respect, and they might say controversial things, and we don't even challenge them. Peace, Sister Nandy. Peace, Rakim. You dig? Yeah, I just felt like we should have really just dealt with all our comments and all of our comments and questions should have been towards the topic for the most part. I'm not saying you can't deviate and talk about other things, but I felt like it was too far off topic. You dig? So I want to make sure that we stay on topic. So if they come back on tonight, I'm going to make sure that we focus on what matters the most. You dig? Either we are agreeing with the plagiarism or we are disagreeing. I respect both. I want people to hear them out. You dig? They don't have to be goddamn authors. They don't have to be linguists. You dig? I don't have to be a scientist to call out a pseudoscientist. If a scientist tells me or tells you guys or says that viruses and bacteria are the same thing, I don't need a biology degree to say he's wrong or she's wrong. That's wrong. Peace, Melvin. Yeah, that's wrong. Nobody can tell you that viruses and bacteria are the same thing. All right? Don't give a damn. I don't need a degree to tell you that's wrong. So there's certain things you need a degree for, and there's other things you don't. You dig? I don't need a degree, a chemistry degree to tell you drinking 70% alcohol is dangerous. You dig? And I also don't need a chemistry degree to make hot dogs. Damn it. So let's be, mature. If someone is making a claim, they just got to prove the claim. They don't got to be a specialist, And we have to be consistent. We got to be consistent, right, Kim? Peace. So I definitely felt it could have went better. As far as I'm talking about the comments from the chat and those who were invited to take part of the bill. So this was a random live. I wasn't sure if I was going live tonight because I had it was a nice day today, so I was in my man's backyard my cousin backyard. We was getting it in, talking, and catching up, because the virus, this virus, I really haven't been around anybody, for all these months, and I definitely ain't speak to him for many more months before the shutdown. Peace, Mongo. So many topics right now. For one, I was just, I don't know how I got to watching this right here, but let me share with y'all what I was watching. I don't even know how this popped up on my feed, but it was like very disturbing. Let me share with you guys. Look at this. I mean, look at this.
Justin, in the last 5 minutes, Atlanta police homicide detectives were here at the scene looking around. They were looking here at this memorial that friends left earlier this afternoon. I'm told that officers at a nearby substation heard the fatal shots last night.
I just got shot up again about 3 more times. I've been shot 10 times.
That was local rapper Ngozi talking about getting shot a bunch of times before he was killed Sunday night. Police say someone shot him outside this restaurant on Hosea Williams Drive in Southeast Atlanta around 8 p.m.
So an aspiring rapper was shot and killed going to pick up some pizza. You dig? I don't even know how I end up watching this, because I don't watch stuff like this. But then when I watch this one, how they give suggestions right here. So you see the suggestions on the side, and I seen another one. Like these look two black dudes shot dead in a car. Now these are black folks killing black folks. These are different states, different cities, and we want to talk about population control, about the elite, the Bilderbergers. Hey, JJ, what's the other one called? The DuPonts. All these guys killing black folks, and we want to point them out proudly. But when it comes to Negroes killing Negroes, how come no conspiracy theorists talk about this? How come no black extreme identities, black identity extremists talk about this? Look at this.
He was excited about making his album, and he had just got into the house. He was so excited. He called me. He said, "Ganny, you're gonna have to come and see my place."
She says that she and her husband had planned to see Nicholas after a doctor's visit today.
And then we get this call before I leave home.
Houston police.
So you got rappers, it's crazy because they're aspiring to be in this career where it's like filled with hostility and violence, and even in their music content, it's a lot of hostility and violence. And our youth are aspiring to this field, right? And they're dying.
The rap world is mourning the loss of a promising talent tonight, reacting on social media to a deadly shooting at a mansion party in Granada Hills. The man was shot to death last night on the 12,000 block of Longacre Avenue, which is an upscale area near Porter Ridge Park. Christy Fajardo is live at the Devonshire Police Station in Northridge, our division.
After disappearing 3 weeks ago, an up-and-coming rapper is found dead in Riverdale overnight.
Now the victim's father questions the investigation into his son's disappearance. CBS 2's Lauren Victory is live at the Riverdale Police Department. Lauren, good morning.
Rosanna,
this is over.
We're learning new details about the moment.
Yeah, it's like a serial killing amongst rappers. You dig?
Once before, a local rapper vanished while on a trip out of town. Police say the rapper Bambino Gold, whose real name is Edward Reeves, disappeared this week. He went with his cousin to Montgomery, Alabama. Channel 2's Audrey Washington spoke with the rapper's girlfriend.
The search for local rapper Bambino Gold and his cousin is intensifying. The 29-year-old, whose real name is Edward Reeves, hasn't been seen or heard from since Sunday.
Hoping this morning, authorities need help finding a killer. The bodies of Atlanta-based rapper Edward Reeves, also known as Bambino Gold, and his cousin Kendrick Stokes were discovered in a wooded area.
So they got found. Wow, hold on.
Developing this morning, authorities need help finding a killer. The bodies of Atlanta-based rapper Edward Reeves, also known as Bambino Gold, and his cousin Kendrick Stokes were discovered in a wooded area in Alabama. Good Day's Natalie Foltz has the latest on the police investigation.
Double homicide.
We have 2 young.
Crazy.
You gonna be big, straight up. You gonna be big. You're on the TV. You gonna be big, straight up. That's all.
Okay, for a day, let y'all niggas see this shit.
I guess that's the same guy that was found in the woods.
Upgrade a mid-tape on the way.
So there's a guy who was found in the woods, dead. Dead.
Pussy ass nigga, they ain't think I was gonna make it, nigga.
You see? I mean, he is talking greasy right here.
That nigga with a stack still. Took a few losses, but boss will take losses. It's about shake back, nigga. I don't hang around no more unneeded niggas. I don't need no negative niggas around me. I don't need no fake company. I don't need bad vibe. But I can't peep the scenery, my nigga. I'm chasing the bag. I'm gonna get there around shit, but I don't do no cheap features, no cheap show. I'm looking for concerts only, my nigga. Diary of a real nigga.
Yeah, dude dead now.
Christy Fajardo is live at the Devonshire Police Station in Northridge, or Division rather, with the latest on the victim and the search for the gunman. Christy.
Yeah, Elsa, for more than 24 hours now, police have been searching for clues, but say tonight they have no leads on a suspect or suspects who injured 2 people and snuffed out a promising talent. He had yet to become a big name, but some of the biggest names in hip-hop are mourning rapper Kid Cali, whose real name was Justin Leashy.
There's more than 24 shots fired into a car on I-94 early this morning, killing a man and a woman. Those 2 people killed were both up-and-coming Detroit rappers.
They were shot and killed around 3 a.m. on East.
Serial killing among rappers.
Deadly shooting early this morning in Queens. It happened at the Tavern Lounge on Jamaica Avenue in Woodhaven. Rapper promoter Hollywood Play, whose real name is Frankie Lewis, was killed. Eyewitness News reporter AJ Ross joins us live now from outside.
Right under the rap.
A rising star in the rap world dies just hours after performing a show, murdered in an ambush in Queens. CBS 2 Steve Langford reports on the drive-by shooting that left a rapper killed.
The 2015 Porsche the young rapper was driving about 4 Sunday morning in Briarwood, Queens, still running hours after the 31-year-old star was shot 6 times. The rapper, whose real name is Lionel Pickens, was pronounced dead at Jamaica Hospital.
31 years old, man,
Pickens grew up in Far Rockaway, Queens, his roots featured in his music videos as he gained fame as part of French Montana's Coke Boys group. Pickens played a show in Brooklyn Saturday night.
We are learning more tonight about the victims of a deadly drive-by shooting in North Philadelphia. 2 people were killed, 4 others were injured. Eyewitness News reporter Joe Holden is at police headquarters. Joe?
Yuki, good evening. Let me give you the tally on those who were hit by gunfire last night. Those 4 who were wounded, at least 1 has left the hospital. The other 3 continue to recover from their wounds, but the 2 who have died, their families now busy.
That 5 altogether? Damn, niggas.
Planning funerals.
It's like, it's a hit out on rappers. Y'all talking about some old population control. It might be population control among rappers.
In Queens, it happened
let me run that back, Turbo.
On the loose this evening following a deadly shooting early this morning in Queens. It happened at the Tavern Lounge on Jamaica Avenue in Woodhaven. Rapper promoter Hollywood Play, whose real
Hey, yo, where is indigenous black man? All those conspiracies.
We begin
I
here
am
at
talking about the serial killing amongst rappers.
30 with a popular Detroit rapper lost to gun violence. Team Eastside Snoop had a career on the rise, but now it's all come to a very sad end. Eastside Snoop had a massive...
Another rapper.
Okay, now to breaking news from Detroit's west side, where the search is on for the person who murdered an up-and-coming rapper. Doughboy Rock was found this afternoon dead in a car. Priya Mann is live with the investigation, and Priya, he has a big following.
millions watched his videos, and no matter how famous he became, he never left Detroit.
At 6 also, local rap music producer Carlton Hart beat a murder rap last year and filed a civil lawsuit claiming false arrest against the city. That lawsuit is still pending, but Carlton Hart is now back in jail facing another separate murder charge. Derek Thomas joins us with that story. Derek.
Todd, Hart spent over 700 days in jail for a 2008 murder he said he didn't commit, but now he's under arrest for another murder that occurred at his music studios.
I thought it was totally ridiculous, being the fact that it wasn't me, and it was pretty obvious that it wasn't me.
That was 44-year-old Carlton Hart telling me last year that he was not guilty of murdering Richard Miller back in 2008. 4 witnesses identified him from the surveillance camera image. The case was featured on a Discovery Channel show called The Ship. Hart had an alibi witness, and after he and the alibi witness passed a polygraph test, he was released. But maybe not this time. He and 20-year-old Dante Robinson are charged with murder, kidnapping, conspiracy to commit kidnapping, and conspiracy to commit criminal confinement. They are in custody. 3 others remain at large.
This rapper killed somebody, so either rapper's getting killed or he's doing a killing. So are rappers killing each other? Is this rapper on rapper crime?
Yeah, that's right. We talked with the grandparents of Ngozi, who they say his real.
Hey, Melvin, you watching? Melvin, you on, right?
Yes, I am. There's one of them.
Yeah. So look, this wasn't even part of the show, by the way, my brother. Like I just happened, like I was logging on, and I don't know something. I clicked something, and I see the rapper did. I just clicked it, and then I seen like the side videos recommendations.
Right.
I see more rappers did. I'm like, God damn. I clicked all these tabs I got up there. I clicked another one. And I'm just seeing rappers dead. But anyway, I'm gonna play a few of these. Not even the whole thing. Just I just want people to see what's going on in our inner city. And people be acting like this doesn't happen. You know why? Because they never talk about it. They talk about it, son. When it comes to our own dirt, we want to, act like it ain't dead. Sweep it up and take it somewhere else. And this is why I say, man, don't talk white supremacy around me. Because white supremacy is in another neighborhood. We gotta first look at our neighborhood. Like who's directly threatening us every day.
Right.
We can't address no white supremacy until we first address the violence coming from our own people in our own cities, next door, around the corner, 3 blocks over, a couple of street lights around. Like this was happening.
Real name is
when these guys are dying, it's not like the bullet got his name on it. That bullet's gonna hit anybody who's around this dude. And look, it's nighttime. So who the hell? What they got? Infrared goggles on?
Nicholas as seen. They are obviously very upset about this. As seen in Kenny Lou, who we have learned through sources, his real name is Kenyon, Tennessee, were actually shot and
killed.
These 2 up-and-coming Detroit area artists right here were killed early this morning in a drive-by shooting on I-94 near Livernois. In their mid-20s.
Hey, you heard that right? I-94. Dead. Look at, wow. I mean, it's a whole bunch of this stuff, man.
Look on the right. They're all from Detroit.
Look at I-94. Same thing. God damn. We close that one out. I seen that one already. Look, some more I-94 right there.
This morning. Now investigators are looking into whether a feud between rappers led to the shooting. CBS 4's Peter Dent is there live. And Peter, you caught up with one of those rappers at the hotel. What is he saying?
Well, Elliot, the rapper known as The Game was not saying anything at all. His entourage would not let us get close to him. We caught up with them right here as they were leaving.
Attorney, how did prosecutors miss a deadline to bring a defendant to trial?
Murder charges had to be dropped, and the 23-year-old man was released from county jail, only to be shot to death moments later.
Wait. Hey, Melvin, you heard that?
Yeah, I heard that.
Did they say the dude was charged with murder? They messed up, let him out. He got killed.
Yep.
Defendant to trial.
Murder charges had to be dropped, and the 23-year-old...
Yeah. So his murder charge was dropped, Melvin. He gets released and he get killed. He get murdered.
Man was released from county jail, only to be shot to death moments later. Here's CBS 2's Jim Williams.
Yo, Melvin, he got released from jail, and moments later, he got murdered.
Yeah, he literally walked out and got murdered.
Wow, bro.
Rapper accused of trying to move almost $2 million worth of marijuana through Metro Atlanta.
The judge says he needs some clarification about whether a previous probation was
All right, so I think it's the last one right here, and that's the start. Okay, so there you go. Like, that's what's going on in the hood, and nobody's talking about it. You know, that's crazy. And we will never talk about it. And you know how they say, Melvin, unaddressed problems go unresolved, right?
Right, right.
So anyway, back to what we were playing earlier and before, you know, the trending topic, which was you know, plagiarism, right?
Correct.
So when I watched the live I did, I watched it over. I played it over. I re-aired it. And I watched it right then and there.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't really happy how it happened. For one, because it was supposed to be the Team Osiris show, you dig? And y'all supposed to get it all the way in, just like everybody else who has a segment. They get it all the way in, like nobody interrupts. You know, they talk their talk.
Right.
And then they take questions here and there about the subject. They don't take questions about something else. Right. Only. Like, you know what I mean? Because before we talk about something else, I need to know, me personally, I need to know, were they right or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's only talk about that only. Not about qualifications, not about all that other stuff. I don't give a damn. I don't need a biology degree to tell you that bacteria and virus is two separate entities. You know what I mean? Two separate things. They're not the same.
Right, right.
I don't need a degree to tell you that. And matter of fact, I don't need a degree to tell you a quack scientist. If a scientist went quack, right, I don't need a degree to tell you he's a quack scientist. The evidence is going to show what it shows. All I got to do is prove he's a quack, and I could do that by showing you his works. That's it. I show you his works, his quackery. In the discussion. For example, if any scientist is telling you vaccines don't work or they're dangerous, you're a quack. Give a damn. I don't give a damn what your qualifications are. You're a quack. If there's any scientist that's telling me that HIV isn't real and he has vitamins for you, you're a quack. You're a quack. You know what I mean? I don't need to be a chemist like him. Now he's way more qualified than me in science. You know, way more qualified than I could ever be. But if he's telling me and us in the world that HIV isn't real and he got vitamins, supplements that can do the job, you're a quack, and I don't need qualifications to say that. You dig? All I need is information to prove he's a quack. And all I need to do is prove to y'all that he's indeed saying this. And he is. Like, these guys proudly brag about that. You dig? So
right.
I am not interested in side topics. You know, I'm not interested in the back and forth. I don't care about that. That's what this I'm not trying to do that. Like, that's what everybody else do. I'm trying to be something different. That's why everybody got wrenches. This is different. So everything I do is different. Like, my panel is filled with different people with different, you know, ideas, different thoughts on life, different views on life. So we got a genuine panel. Like, everybody don't agree. Everybody do not agree.
Right.
You dig? So no, Amber, I don't feel like I'm chilling tonight. I don't feel like going into that. You dig? Like, I'm past all that arguing and shit. You dig? I'm good. I'm trying to happy. I'm already messed up, Melvin, because I'm not getting any unemployment benefits. You dig? So I'm already down on that. I don't need to be further, you know, depressed. You dig? And some arguing shit that don't really do anything for me. Now,
right.
I want to pay some bills around here. You dig? Help uplift my spirits. And we can talk about anything, but I'm trying to avoid drama. You don't want drama when you're already in a pandemic and you ain't working. Like, what's worse than that? So I'm already drama filled. You dig? I'm trying to have positive vibes at this point. You know, dialogues where we peace all things, peace Ricardo. Amber Nobody's trying to control you what to say. You dig? Melvin gave the link, and you said what you said. You dig? So that's over. You dig? Like Melvin sent you the link. He sent social link. He invited you guys on. He was the host. He has the right to do that. He felt like y'all should be on. Y'all came on, and y'all had a show.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that was it. I'm just saying, if I was the host, I would have allowed that to a certain degree, that I would have went back to the subject. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
Right. I understand.
Right? It's not worth the whole debate. I don't got debates on that. I'm just saying, Melvin was a host. He decided to do it the way that was done, and you did what you did. I'm just saying, if I was the host, I would have allowed that also, but I would have limited it. I would have got back to plagiarism. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right. And I wanted to, but at the same time, like, I realized that even though I was the host for the night, it was still like Unbiased's platform. So I didn't want it to be completely sound like we were being biased, or we were not allowing anybody to come in and critique or question us. And even before I put the link out there, I did ask the panel members were they okay with that. We're always okay with people asking questions or critiquing us. So it was from at least from both sides, it was welcomed. But you're right, I did have to moderate that night, and so my focus was more so on just being a moderator.
Yeah, so Melvin, I wouldn't even mind all the extra stuff at the very end. I would have just wanted to say this. Is it plagiarism or is it isn't? You dig? Let's get that out there. And if they say yes, then we can move on to whatever else afterwards. Because that means it's over. Like it did what it did. But if it's no, I want to address, okay, why isn't it plagiarism? And let's hear that now. The rebuttals or whatever. And so we can address, so y'all can address that. You dig? And that's just it. And then we can then at some degree we got to move on from that, because either they're going to convince you that it wasn't, or you're going to convince them that it was. At some point, everybody will stand their ground, and you got to move on from there anyway. You dig? We don't talk in circles. So that's just it. But I am a listener. You know what I mean? I'm listening. I'm following. I'm listening to like different evidence. I call it the plagiarizer test. You dig? It went through there. To me, I'm gonna use careful words. To me, it appeared like it was legit. So what I did was I asked the chat today. I said plagiarism or not. I wanted to hear the chat because I'm confused. This is not my lane, so I'm confused. I don't know. Like anybody can confuse me. I mean, anybody can convince me either way. You dig? So if I hear a Timo Sire presentation that is plagiarism, I'm probably gonna be convinced. If I hear a Sire rebuttal that is not plagiarism, I'm probably gonna be convinced. I lack the ability to discern whether it is or not. So what I did was I said, okay, let me ask the chat. Maybe they can discern better than me from what they're hearing. So I said, hey chat, plagiarism or not? So if they say yes, fine. They say no, it's fine. But I wanted to get a feedback of what they think. But that's all. What it wasn't some stuff, but again, like the overall dialogue, I don't think it was bad. Everything else being said, I just felt like some things should have been after it was concluded. At least the panel have heard something, so like they got to say, hey, is it yay or nay?
Right.
Let's move on to the other stuff that was mentioned. I don't mind, because we always talk about a lot of things here, but at some point, I felt like that when they're on the other people's platform, these controversial questions don't arise. Like they got free immunity to say what they want to say, and that's just it. And they be talking. Other people be talking bold as hell. Like you have no questions for them. Like some people Melvin be revisionists.
Yeah.
Like they flat out, and I ain't giving no names. I'm just saying like just in general. Some people be revisionist. They just rewrite history, and we don't have any questions for them at all. Like people want to redefine how scholarship is qualified, right? No questions.
Right.
No questions. You think like, what the hell? Y'all don't have one question? Like, people be challenging modern scholarship.
Mm-hmm.
People challenge the modern consensus. So when they do that, you have no questions for them. They are totally going against the grain. No questions? Okay.
Yep.
So like, that's my thing. It's like, yo, have that same energy for both sides, man. Like be real on both sides. If you want to be controversial, devil advocate, do it for everybody. Don't pick and choose, or make it known. Like, make it known, I don't rock with y'all like that. Or make it known.
That's always appreciated too, because
right.
we don't expect everybody to do that. We're not looking for a fan base or anything like that. What we're looking for is just for people to understand our perspective, our point of view, and then like we said multiple times in the show, we just want to make sure you can do it yourself. I feel like it'll impact more if you do it yourself, and then if you prove us wrong, like, by all means, you prove us wrong, but at least do that part first.
Right. Like, I told Sheffrin today, chatting with him, I said, I hope that the work isn't plagiarized just for the sake of people's reputation. You dig? I said, I hope it's not. I hope it's not. You dig? I hope everything's fine. But I said, it really, from the little bit that I've seen, like that old plagiarizer tester thing, it doesn't look good. Like, I will want a response from that. Like, if I was to have key questions from what I watched, I would say, okay, brother or sister, address the plagiarizer testing. Like, what's up with that? Right. And then I'll say, address Wikipedia and the scholar who you cited says BS. You dig? So not only are some people saying it's plagiarized, but some people saying the work itself is sloppy and crappy.
Yeah.
So my question, now that's not me saying this, that's the emails that was sent or the correspondence. So that person be like, how do you feel about that?
Are you asking me how I feel about it?
No, that'd be my question towards if it comes on, I want to know that. And I'll take any answer, but I just want to ask those questions.
Right. Yep.
Because I think I heard on Sonetta when I played that video back.
Mm-hmm.
They were saying if that was anybody else, it'd be
Correct.
bad.
Correct. Yeah, if it was, and there's a unlimited amount of names, but you're right. If it was those other people, correct. It would have been no question. It would have been, hey, oh, they did this. Okay, let's run them through the mud. And that's not what we're trying to do. It's just that we're just trying to show the evidence, and whether you accept the evidence or not, that's fine. But
right. So I was reading comments, and some comments said this. Some comments said, yeah, you spent a lot of years trying to debunk so-and-so. So let me respond to that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Sonetta said it himself. If people actually listen and follow up, Sonetta said that he blocked certain people from exposing that information. So that means they always had it. They was waiting for an opportunity to just present it. Right. So that doesn't mean that they sleeping day and night on this particular thing. It's already put away. It's already bookmarked. They're just waiting an opportunity to say what they got to say on a platform like Sonetta. You dig?
Right. Yeah, Sonetta did say that. He also said a lot of things that went under the radar for a lot of people. But I don't think a lot of people really listened to what he had to say because maybe they felt he was being emotional or whatnot. But you're right.
Okay, so Haskell said, peace Ricardo, peace Haskell. Haskell said the wiki thing was super weak. They sent the editor one page independent of any context. So wait, before you say anything, peace Contrarian. But you say anything, hey, Haskell. But the scholars responded to that one page thing. You dig? So if it was weak, then they are weak for responding to it. Peace, Lamar.
Right. I like to respond to that.
Before you do it, say one more thing. Look, Lamar Pope. You're saying get Asar on the platform. Brother, Asar been here before. Twice that I know of. Like, this is open to everybody. Like, you see, I don't, when Garth came on here, I ain't even kick him off. I don't deny anybody to come on here and talk. Contrarian. No, I'm sorry, Lamar Pope. So I don't deny anybody can come over. You see Jeremiah Judah. You see all type of people over here. Hey, yo, invite them over. That's what we want. I mean, that's what we want, meaning like you and I, Lamar, we both want that. Okay, no, you can respond.
Yeah, I was trying to Haskell's comment. While it may appear that way, if you went back and watched the original video that we did, I'm not sure if everybody's just going to play that tonight, but there's several examples from Wikipedia that we have, and those were also presented as well to the Wikipedia administrator. But as you saw through email, Wikipedia doesn't own any type of copyright on this information. Whoever submits that information or is sourcing that information, that's the person who can handle that. So Wiki doesn't handle that. Again, they're just an encyclopedia. They're there for collecting and bringing everything together. So while they acknowledge it, that it is suspect and it definitely is plagiarism, they're saying at the same time that there isn't anything they can do.
Okay, so I'm gonna say three things. A TruthStorian, please post Rob Bourne link in. I was actually, we was talking about it the other day, Rob Bourne's presentation. But apparently, I thought I subscribed to it. I tried to find his channel because I was going to share it with another brother because he actually reminded me yesterday, and I couldn't find which channel I subscribed to it on. So, bro, if you can, it's a true story. If you could post a link to Rob Bourne's channel, that'd be nice. Then, secondly, I want to respond to. Well, let me get Cincinnati. Cincinnati said, I'm biased. You keep banging on Sarnetta, Cincinnati. I'm going to think you need a comprehension test. What did I ever say on my channel that was banging on Sarnetta? And you got to stop that lie. First of all, do you know I actually talked to Sarnetta on the phone? You did? So I don't know why y'all keep saying that. Some just straight lies. And now, secondly, thirdly, it was something else, but I don't see it. But yeah, true story. Post Rob Bourne link in the thing so we can all subscribe. Yeah, so being that we all are here, true story, he already gave his answer. He said he's not in it. But for everybody else, I think Haskell already gave his opinion. Amber gave her opinion. So for everybody else, whoever watched, okay, I know what it was. Lamar said, play that video. Lamar, thank you, TruthStorian. So everybody, TruthStorian posted Rob Bourne's link there. Please click it and subscribe. He's gonna have a lot of independent videos on there. So click Rob Bourne's link. That's him, that TruthStorian just post, and support the brother. Give him a chance, see what he's talking about, see if it's your style. But definitely subscribe and give him a chance. Peace, Shepherd. Now, as far as Lamar, which video? And because I think I'm allowed to play Asar's videos, but I'm not sure. You dig? So I just can't play the brother's videos, Lamar, without any type of permission. I asked Melvin about Timo Cyrus. I asked Khonsu about Timo Cyrus. I asked TruthStorian about his videos. You dig? So I actually asked these people face to face, can I play their videos? They said yes. So when you say play a video, if it's Asar's video, I'm going to need permission from him.
Something I would want to recommend, Unbiased, is that people actually go see our video that we did, part 1 and part 2, on the Team Osiris platform. If you want to share those as well, you can.
Yeah, I had played part 2 by mistake. I didn't realize it was part 2.
Right.
I ain't played part 1, so I think I play part 1 tomorrow. I only played part 2 because I seen a bunch of them, and I said, okay, which one is this? I clicked it, and
oh yeah, you should just hit me up. I would have given them to you another. Yeah.
I didn't even know that they were there, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of people don't.
Yeah. So when I went and looked, I was surprised. I said, okay, they got videos here. They got 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, it caught me by surprise because I went on there. You know, the original video that I was playing was about to go off. I think I was playing the Sinetta recap, right? Oh, so I said, well, let me see what else Timo Sire has on this subject. I'll play it because I heard the chat, you know, saying stuff. So I said, what else do they have? And then when I clicked on the link, I was caught back by all the videos. I said, why do you have a whole bunch of videos?
Yeah, we have a lot of videos going over a lot of topics. But this one, like you said, we've kind of been sitting on it for a moment. So we figured, you know, go ahead and, you know, release it, put it together. With Sinetta, we kind of compressed it a bit because, you know, we wanted to keep the attention span of the audience. But we didn't want to bore them with all the you know, information and details. So we wanted to just go right to it, you know, cut the, you know, the fluff and go right into it. And so we showed examples on Sinetta, but I think if you really want to get to the meat and potatoes, you would actually have to watch part 1 and part 2 to understand it.
Right. So I'm going to share the links right now. Well, you got 3 here.
Well, the second one is like a intermission or a comment.
It's an after show thing, right?
Basically, yeah. It's basically just a response to that.
Okay, so I'm going to play the okay, Sly River said, I don't hear you banging on him. Sly River, I read that thing a little late. Banging on who? P Chef. Hey, Sly River, were you talking about me or Melvin banging on who? Because I actually don't. I mean, the only person who I ever like really had videos on, you guys know, is Polite. But that's not because I'm mad at him or anything. I just feel like his information is close to what I'm interested in. You dig? So that's why I, you know, and plus like Ali Muhammad is there too, but he's not as relevant as Polite. You know, a lot of you guys like drama and getting clickbaiters. So if I have Ali Muhammad in my subject, you're not gonna take that video.
Right. Also, something else I want to say, Bias, if they watched our original video on our platform, you also see where we give him credit for doing the right thing when he does it. So there's moments where he does it properly, and then there's moments where he just doesn't. What the reasoning is, we're clueless. But the fact that it hasn't been done is what we're charging.
Okay, I'm gonna paste the video in right now.
So you playing part 1?
I'm gonna paste it in there so they can click it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Cause something like that I will play during the day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because right now it's like you can tell people want to talk.
Right.
They ain't trying to watch the goddamn thing. They want to talk. So I get it. So I will play that part 1 tomorrow. You know, yeah, I played part 2 already. So I can play part 2 tomorrow. Is there any other video you think is important, you know, that it should be reshared?
There's a couple of videos that I think people need to watch, but they haven't. I know Ngozi was talking about one of the questions was about, you know, Europeans and stuff like that, but he went into the Russians and like the origins of those people. And I think we did an excellent presentation on the unknown the unknown Russians, the Siberians, is what we covered, and showed not only who they are, but their link to Native Americans. That would be a good one to share as well if you haven't seen that.
Okay.
So I can send you that.
Yeah, yes. Send that link. Now, okay, so 2 things. So Amber said, somebody said COVID-19 is a hoax. Hey, Amber, now, yeah, like you said, Amber, I wasn't here for whoever said that, but you know this much, Amber, that I would have asked why they believe that. You dig? Secondly, Haskell, yeah, somebody else said play a SAR response video, but Haskell, like I said, I actually asked TruthStorian, am I allowed to play your videos? He said yes. I actually asked Melvin, Khonsu, can I play their video? They said yes, you did. They said make sure that the names, everything, just the way it is, you dig? So as for certain people gave me permission to play their videos, I don't have Asar's permission. So if you guys, you know what I mean, like if it's on Saneta's platform, I can play it. But if it's on this channel, I don't have his permission. So maybe you can work something out. And I have no problem playing any of the videos you want me to play. Okay, okay, Slide River, I hear you. Yeah, so hey Chef, from what I hear, most people are, you know, some people said no, it's not plagiarism. But the majority of people that I heard respond said it was. I think it was like something like 8-2. I think 2 people said it wasn't plagiarism, and 8 folks said it was plagiarism. You dig? Oh, hey Kofi, you know if it's over there. You know I definitely. Come on, Haskell, really? Come on, I gotta. Hey, come on, bro. Like really, Haskell, Kofi. Like, do y'all really think I could play something from over there? Like, come on. Like, I'm pretty sure I can play something on Pseudo Killers. I'm pretty sure I can play Wudjau's video, you did? And I might have a good chance playing some Asar video. But dudes, you talking about over there? Like, Rick, come on, guys. Like, now you're just being funny. Come on, man. And look, if he said I could, I would play it. Like, look, if one of those guys asked me, can they play a video on my channel? It's yes. All I would say is just shout me out or leave it where they know it, where it's coming from. That's all. Right, Melvin? That's all people care about is the acknowledgement. So I wouldn't care if somebody was to share my videos, especially with our larger platform. I would just ask that they either shout me out or make it known where the video is coming from. That's it. And they can play the video, no problem. But Lamar, but what makes you think I didn't hear some of it? No, Amber. Listen what you're saying, Amber. She said that I asked Asar for permission, you refused. Amber, sister, Amber, I asked TruthStorian and Khonsu about their videos way before plagiarism topic, Amber.
Mm-hmm.
I want to play their videos in general. I felt like TruthStorian and Timo Sar just got great videos, period. So Amber, I asked them about a month ago, if not a month, close or probably a little before, Amber. So I didn't ask to play a video about a debate. So I think it'd be a bad, my whole logic is, I think it'd be a bad taste to ask to play a video for controversy purposes. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like if I would have asked Asar about other videos ahead of time, in advance, I believe it wouldn't be a problem today. But I don't want to ask somebody to play their video for the sake of spreading more controversy. You dig? That's why, Amber. So I wouldn't dare ask them, yo, can I borrow your video to inflame something you probably don't want to talk about? So now, hey Melvin.
Yeah.
So some people think I didn't watch the squad video when they had it on there. I did watch most of it. And so to answer Lamar and Lamar, TT, and Haskell, I did watch it. Because at the very end of this, I never called in, right?
Right.
Right, so I did watch it. I did watch it. And I felt like, now again, this is not my field. I just said earlier, brother, sister, if you didn't hear me earlier, I said this is not my field. So, oh yeah, Kofi, Wudjau was already on. Kofi, now Kofi, you know, I don't gotta invite Wudjau, he's on. He's a panelist already, you dig? Like he's a panelist like Melvin, like Amber, like Sosa, like Zen, you dig? Like Wudjau was a regular. I don't gotta invite him more. He's always invited on Kofi. Like I always send Wudjau with a link. But hey Melvin, listen, when I think something could be controversial, or it might end in a debate, I might not invite Wudjau then. Because again, I don't want to seem like I'm inviting him to drama. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And even at that point, he may even want to come on just to maybe add some clarity or something like that. But yeah, that makes complete sense.
Right. So guys, if you're saying invite people on, they are Wudjau, he's already a regular. You dig? There you go, Wudjau, let them know. You are a regular here. Like they're asking, no, Wudjau, there's no smoke. Wudjau, there's no smoke. Your name is not mentioned from us. Your name is mentioned in the chat, Wudjau. It's not from us. And so they're saying invite you on like you're not a regular. I'm saying Wudjau's a regular here. He's always invited. So you see how that works, Melvin? People mention names and then they start something that's not there.
Yeah.
Like, so I'm only saying Wudjau's name because the chat said invite Wudjau on, as though he doesn't have a permanent invitation. TruthStorian, I don't gotta invite TruthStorian on. He's always welcome. I don't gotta invite Kofi on. I don't gotta invite Mika. I don't have to invite Ricardo, Lakeisha, everybody with a wrench. I don't have to send you a special invitation. You are already welcome. You're invited. You got a wrench because I mess with you. You dig? Okay, I got you, Kofi. So Wudjau, the topic was plagiarism. So that's actually the topic. So I was doing a recap. I was saying, matter of fact, let me do this. let me do this. And yeah, you know what's funny? I seen Wudjau video he did, and I was jealous as hell of his background and stuff. What he had up there. I'm like, how do you do that? Yo, so I had hey Melvin, I tried to Google some stuff that he possibly used in his background like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's not Zoom related. It's I don't know what he did. Like
it might be like a green screen.
It was kind of dope, but it was like if it was like a customized green screen. But yeah, but no, he was like black and white though.
Oh, he was? It could have been a filter.
Yeah, I've never seen something like that. You know what? He did say filter, so that was like through his phone, something like that. Yeah, so I don't think he used Zoom at all. I think that was through his phone, or like you said, something else that he did. That was because I tried to find that through Zoom, and it was like no search, no results found. So,
you may have to like inbox him about that and see if he can.
Yeah. So anyway, so Wudjau's gonna help me out with loopback, but I end up figuring out how to do that without buying loopback. So that's why, Melvin, you heard me replay, the videos.
Right.
So I was able to do that without having my mic open, but you can't hear my background. So that's all I want to do. I want to be able to play a video without you guys actually hearing me, because I can't watch what I want to watch.
Right, and then that also helps with your other channel because you can just play the video straight out.
Right. So yeah, exactly. My morning time. I stopped doing my morning show only because I was like focused on my reading, and I'm sometimes on the phone, and you're gonna hear me.
Right. But now you know how to do that. That'll definitely come in handy.
Right. And I might got to upgrade. Now this is what happened after I started getting like steady employment. I am going to. There's a way where because I actually use Zoom to like I teach. I teach. I have a whole bunch of children I teach. So I use Zoom to teach. So I think my account I can't use more than one Zoom. You see, so I can't play a video for you guys and then leave and go use a Zoom to teach. It's the same one. So it's gonna make me log out of one of them. So maybe I gotta upgrade where I can use two Zooms. I can use one over here, you dig, and then one over here for me, for what I want to do.
I mean, you may not necessarily need to do that. You may just want to maybe use your phone if you wanted to talk, but then that way you don't have to necessarily be.
That's the thing. The thing is, when I do the morning stuff, I don't want to talk. I just want to play a video and that's it.
Okay.
But now when I do my teaching stuff, I have to talk.
Right. Yeah, so you probably just need one. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So the topic, you see, well, you know the topic. The topic is in these, you see the topic. It says UnbiasSports Zoom meeting. That means it's open topic.
Right.
You see that? That means there's no specific topic. If it has a direction, then I will edit that and make it the topic, but we don't have a topic. But I definitely want to I definitely wanted to respond. No, I'm sorry, I didn't respond. I definitely want to point out that some of you guys missed that, came on a little late, Haskell and Chef. I was playing videos of how many rappers are murdered.
Mm-hmm.
There could be a documentary done with all the rappers being murdered, sensibly. If we want to nitpick, we can really say that there's a conspiracy to kill rappers. Right? I mean, why everybody chase? There's a conspiracy with everything else, Melvin.
Right.
Population control, killing this person, the COVID-19 killing people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Planned Parenthood, people say, Bill Gates. But what about all the rappers that's dying? Melvin, they said 2 was shot dead in that car, dude. Like come on, Melvin, is that not cowardice and senseless? You shoot somebody in there, that means they never seen it coming. And also, Melvin, that means you don't care who's in the car also.
True. But there could be so much more that's not known about that situation. Could be personal. Could be.
But look, what I'm trying to say is this, Melvin. Okay, you got a personal beef with, let's say, Tyrone. Well, guess what? Tyrone's my cousin. I'm in the car now, and I got my little daughter in the back.
Mm-hmm.
So you shoot the car no matter what. I'm going there.
Oh yeah. Some people. It depends. You're in the heat of the moment. If you're ran by your emotions, I mean.
Well, evidently that's the case. You see, you see my man, the rapper, died with his cousin. I'm pretty sure his cousin was going on for the ride.
Right.
And they found them both in the woods. I mean, but again, like we talk about everything under the sun, but somehow talking about the things we do to each other is like taboo.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about everything else. And then when they get on these talk shows like Hannity or Phil Donahue, what they gonna do? They're gonna bring up that. So then you get caught off guard. You don't even know how to respond to that.
Yep.
So Lamar Pope said, "Oh yeah. So Kofi, I already beat you to it. I already sent Wudjau the link. Wudjau, check his Facebook, is there. So Lamar Pope, he said, unfortunately, there's a false narrative out there that Asara has not addressed the team and their opinions about the book. Now, Melvin, before you respond, let me say this. Lamar, do you believe Asara addressed every claim or some of the claims? I think that's an important question, Because Melvin, if somebody made a video about me and they made claims, Melvin, I'm not going to address half the claims. Mm-hmm. I'm going to address all of them.
Right.
Again, that's just me. And I got the proof. And Melvin, when I was a huge, have you heard of Ahmed Sheikh Dida?
No, I haven't.
Sheikh Ahmed Dida?
No, I haven't.
All right, well, it was a smooth talking. Matter of fact, let me show him. Because he's probably one of the top debaters all time. Watch this, Ray. If you might have seen him before, just not aware of the name. Maybe I said it funny, but it's Sheikh Ahmed Dida. Okay, so I want to do this for you.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely top. And I'm not talking about top formal. Like the formal setting. I'm not talking about that with a moderator. I'm saying a top debater how we debate.
Okay.
Like a little entertainment mixed in.
Right.
Yeah. He's this Muslim dude. He's definitely gotta be number one. Yeah, I don't know if you can find somebody over this guy. This guy gotta be number one. You talk about he had it all. He had the knowledge, he had the charisma, he entertained the crowd. I'm pretty sure if we get Polite on here, I guarantee you Polite was inspired by this guy. No, I'm saying anybody who knows how to debate and are proud of it, I guarantee it was all inspired by this guy. Guarantee you. This guy had, he's destroyed. Melvin, it wasn't close. None of these debates were close.
Yeah, I never heard of him.
He would go in the Bible and debate that Jesus didn't die on the cross. And Melvin, every Christian will take that topic, right?
Right.
He will win. I never seen a debate.
Yeah, we're gonna have to check him out.
Educate
you watching the screen?
My people.
Yeah.
as well as
So the Bible is, I'm sorry, the debate topic is the Bible
Bible too, word of God.
So, bro, he will go into their Bible and debate the things that Christians, that's their foundation. Like, and he also debates the Trinity. So he debates, he don't go weak stuff, just pull stuff out, like contradictions. He go to their core, to something that they can't live without. There's one right here.
When we open the Bible, any one of these, the common denominator, I'm talking about the common denominators now. When we open this Bible, any Bible, the first verse of the Bible, Genesis 1:1. The first book, first chapter, first verse. It says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. The word God in the Hebrew language is Elohim. And Elohim, any Jewish scholar, pastor has contacts with Jews here, he's in good communication with them. If not tonight, tomorrow night we're having another debate somewhere closer to his diocese, his church. And we can bring this rabbi along and says, now I would like to ask the rabbi this word Elohim. Please translate. And if he's honest, any Jew who knowing Hebrew will say gods. Elohim, El in Hebrew means God. Elah in Hebrew means God. Elohim means gods in the language of the Jew. But every translation, without exception, the hundreds of translations the Christians have done, they have deliberately mistranslated the first word in the first sentence as God. It should be gods. Why this game? Why deceive the people? If it is gods, why do you translate it as God? First sentence, you make a mistake. Then, if this is the word of God, as the pastor told me on the tape, is that he is a fundamentalist. And I love that. He is a man, he said, I believe that between cover to cover, from one end to the other, I accept everything from cover to cover as the word of God. No change on that, no change. So it makes my task easier. He accepts everything as God's word. So he says, now this word here, what is it? It is God. You have no right to change. No person has a right to change. The word there created the heaven and the earth. Now, in the fifth major revision of the King James Version, the word heaven is now changed to heavens. Where it's supposed to be gods is singular. Where it is singular, made it into plural. Now, I want to know whether Christians or any scholar or bishop or pope has a right to add or to delete a word or changing the meanings. I know. The book of Revelation, the last book of the Bible says that whosoever adds or deletes anything from the word of God, plagues be added unto them.
All right, so I'm gonna go a little further. Where he probably now I've never seen it. By the way, Melvin, I've never seen this one right here before.
Oh, you haven't?
He has so many, bro. He debates so often. So
Yeah, I see. I went and looked him up. I'm already kind of a fan of him. I'm definitely gonna have to after the show check him out.
And as he get warmed up, he's more charismatic. He's entertaining. He has a crowd. Now, mind you, some of these debates do have a moderator where laughing is not cheering is not part of the debate.
Right.
So one time they was cheering so much, he was like, he told the moderator, he was like, listen, let them cheer. They heard something great. They want to respond. Let them go. It was like he even slipped that in there where he got them to cheer without the moderator stopping them. Like the dude is good. All right, I'm stop right there. But the dude, man, when I listen, I was a Hebrew Israelite. Now, he clearly has something against the Bible. So he's supposed to be my mortal enemy. The dude won me over, basically. I'm like, damn, he had me question my faith. Like, damn.
Hey, what is your favorite video of him? Could you send me that?
Oh, yeah, the crucifixion.
Yeah, send me that.
Yeah,
Is that under Easter or is the title?
I'm gonna type it up. I don't know, but that's my favorite. Crucifixion. Okay. That's when that won me over because I as a Hebrew is like, if anybody said that the crucifixion happened, I'm like, what? Yeah, let's go. That's easy.
Right.
And Melvin, this dude had me like, damn. Like he had me thinking about post Hebrew Israelite. My man had me thinking about like, man, I'm to join them. So anyway, my point of bringing him up, Mel, was this.
We are closest to the Jew in our ceremonial law. Then why should a Jewess want to go along and wanting to massage a dead, rotting body? So she goes there and she's worried about the tomb, not a grave, tomb. And when she goes there.
Now, this is a good point right here, because this had me as a Hebrew Israelite. I'm like scratching my head, like, damn.
She finds that the stone is removed. She was worried about the stone. Who's going to remove the stone? She's alone. The stone is removed and she looks inside, the winding sheet's inside. So she starts to cry. Now, let us cry for our brothers and sisters at the back for a few seconds, if you don't mind. There is a crunch there at the back. Mr. Chairman, is there any way you can solve some problem? What is it?
There are a few empty seats in front here for the ladies who are standing at the back. Could the gents then offer their seats to these ladies if there ain't more? Yes, and there are some gents on that side. That side was reserved for the ladies. There's also seats on the stage for the gents. Please, we have stopped now to help you. If those people there, please come to the stage.
I'm sorry, I'm showing my back to you, my brothers and sisters.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. Let me fast forward.
Tell me why. For I'm not yet ascended unto my Father. As is she blind? Can't she see the man is standing there beside her? What does it mean I'm not gone up when he's here? I say, in the language of the Jew, in the idiom of the Jew, he's saying, I am not dead yet.
Oh, yeah, hold on. I got to get you that full credit you did.
Yeah. Send me that. Something I'm seeing here, Into the Crisis says that Dr. York used his information.
Really?
That's what he's saying. I haven't heard of that.
Not yet. I'm telling you, I know most people. Wudjau, you ever heard of him? Is Wudjau still there?
Yeah, it looks like he's on. I'm not sure if he's his mic can maybe.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, Wudjau, have you heard of this brother right here?
Who's that?
Sheikh Ahmed Didat?
Ahmed Didat, yeah.
Yeah, I told you, Melvin. I'm trying to tell you, is he really bad?
This is my first time hearing of him. Interesting.
Wudjau, for his time, was he a bad man?
Yeah, Ahmed Didat was no joke. Him debating. He's pretty much the most popular one that debates Islam, Christianity, and things like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You said was, is he no longer with us?
He's not with
us. Okay.
Yeah, man, Melvin. If white folks hate anybody, Farrakhan got his shot with this guy right here. They hated this because Farrakhan is great, but he doesn't challenge their faith like he did. Because don't forget, he goes out there and debates you. Like he don't just talk behind your back and make a video. He calls your best to the stage and challenge them. And they be ducking and dodging. Melvin, they be ducking and dodging. Because there's a lot to lose.
Mm-hmm.
When you go against him, there's a lot to lose. But I brought him up to say this. Because we were talking about the trending topic, which is, plagiarism. And when I played the video, I was asking, people watching the video, you dig? So not with me, because again, this is not my field. I told Melvin earlier, I said, I'm unaware of the process. You dig? So I said, if I hear a video for Timo Cyrus, it wouldn't take much to convince me. And if I hear a video from Asar, it wouldn't take much to convince me. You dig? Because I really am not. That's not my thing. I can't tell you what is and what isn't. So I was just asking the viewers, you know, what do they think from what they heard, and that's pretty much all what happened today. And you know, the viewers, you know, they were saying that Asar had responded to some things. And I said I heard most of it, well, most of his responses on Dagger Squad, but I was like, if you think I can, you know what I mean? Like, they was asking to play video from over there, like, stop it. Like, come on, they're gonna strike me. Like, the dudes had to flag my channel before, so I got no shot playing video from over there. But I would have no problem doing that. And if Asar or you put on your channel, I can play it from your channel, the responses. Also, I was saying, so then they brought you up. They said, well, invite Asar, invite Wudjau on. They said, invite Asar. I said, Asar, no, he's welcome. And then they said, invite, and this is not Kofi, but other people said, invite Wudjau on. And I sensed they were saying it as though you're not a regular. So I said, this is when you came in the group. I said, yeah, he's a regular. What you mean invite him on? You don't need an invitation. You did, like, he comes straight on. Like, you know, he's always invited on. So,
yeah, but I address all the silly plagiarism accusations that Melvin and his team tried to do against me 4 years ago. So, you know, I don't revisit all that stuff. I think it's silly. And Asar, you know, Asar's not pressed to respond because it's silly. I mean, you know, people, they may not think so, obviously, but, you know.
So let me ask you this. Don't you already have a video?
Yeah, I did a video day after their 3 videos on me 4 years ago.
Where's it at now?
It was originally done on Amara Squad channel, and the whole channel was taken down because it was flagged too many times for whatever reason.
I'm only asking because, like, they want me to play something, so I had no problem, like, re-airing it.
Oh yeah, it's on I believe it's on Jehudi Ma'at's channel. He put it up there like 2 years ago.
Okay, yeah. That's the guy with the good videos where you getting on people?
Yeah, it's on there.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Yeah. So that's that. But I'm saying I'm saying that because if anybody asks you to invite me on to address plagiarism, then just post the link.
Yeah.
I mean, I did the video for that purpose. I don't, you know, keep rehashing.
Yeah, I did it, especially if it was a long video.
Yeah, I think it was about an hour of me addressing things, and probably another hour of just conversating. I think it's been so long ago I forgot how it went down, but that's pretty much it. And Asar, I mean, you know, I've seen some of the clips that was done with when you know, the accusations against Asar, and like I said, I mean, I see people in the chat saying I'm describing it as silly because I mean it's not even, well, at least what I saw. I didn't see the whole thing, so let me just say that I haven't seen the whole thing. I saw just snippets, just little clips, and the clips I saw, I mean, I don't think it would be worth even addressing because people could just watch it and make their own mind up. It's not even
right. You know. And to me, that's all it's about. You know what I mean? It's about information. You're digging. People do what they want with information. Because you know why? Because people are going to decide. Some people are biased no matter what. You dig? They're going to ride with Timo Cyrus no matter what, or ride with a star no matter what. You dig? So that's why it doesn't make sense to even, you know, do too much. But the information, I mean, as far as engaging with each other, that don't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Because people are already going to choose a side no matter what. So, but it's good to hear information so they themselves can have an honest, you know, opinion on, because they heard both sides. And now they can determine if there was a good case or if things were correctly addressed.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So, but I mean, after years of trying to do the same things, to me, it just gets silly. That's why I describe it as silly.
You know,
whatever floats people's boat. But
let me say,
you know, at the end of the day, though, is that like for me, and speak for me, you know, Asar can speak for himself. So I don't want to pretend that I'm speaking for him. But I just know being around him that, you know, people have hit him up asking him, is he going to address this, that, and the third, just like they do with me periodically for whatever. And our responses are pretty much the same independently. Like he has his own response.
Right.
And it's right. But I'm saying it's like you can't address every little thing that people may or may not say. So it's like, hey, you know, if I have time, or if it's even worth the time, then you may, you know, get a response. If it, you know, turn into a teaching moment.
Yeah,
Other than that, you know.
Now look, the best thing, like if it was something to discuss between two opposing parties, like the only thing, like let's say, I ain't saying it gotta happen. I'm saying if it was, if you felt like it was necessary, if they feel like it was necessary, it should be done. It just like a brotherly, respectful manner. It shouldn't be no. It should just be information. Okay.
Yeah, but it's not. See, it's in the context of all the circus drama, because like 4 years ago, most of the people on Team Osiris were A-okay with me until one of their members, I don't know if he's still a member, but his brother named Christopher Davis, until he you know, had an issue with me, and then shared that issue, and then everybody jumped on the bandwagon. Up until then, it was nothing. Even to this day, you know, I never disrespected anybody or whatever. That's just not my thing. I don't call people out their names or you know, none of that stuff. But my point though is that I'm approachable. I'm probably one of the most approachable people online, inbox, email, or whatever the case is. And so, in the spirit of the drama, adversarial, MMA, debating, circus type stuff, you know, these videos are being made instead of just getting with the person and having a discussion. So, and I'm just recalling 4 years ago, my inbox, just for example, the brother Khonsu was at one point he was asking me to take my class to learn the language and the whole nine. And then about a month later, 2 months later, all of a sudden that jumps off. So I'm like, you know, what happened to the inbox? You invite me to the conversation or ask whatever, and it just wouldn't look bad. So, you know, I hear all the stuff, and to me, it's just silly because, you know, it's a bit immature, and I'm just not about that. You know what I mean? So I just keep it mature, keep it professional, and deal with character. So anybody got an issue with that, then go watch the video. If it's something different they want to learn, because one thing for sure, nobody will dare say I don't know what I'm talking about or know the language. You know what I'm saying? Nobody will say anything like that.
Do you see my screen?
Ever.
No, we don't see your screen.
What about now? Oh yeah, nope. I hate when I do that. I'm not even sharing. All right, do you see it now?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it right there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Now see, he posted it in 2 years ago, June, but it was originally from 2016 as that first shot right there says in the video itself. So yeah, people just go check that out.
Okay, so
and that's before I use my channel. See, I've had a YouTube channel for a long time. I've never used it until the ADOS discussions. So that's why it's not even on my channel. And I mean, at this point, I don't even see the need to post it on my own channel because that's just some silly stuff. You know, I'm gonna be using my channel for something different. So,
hey, man, when you did the AOS video, bro, I've been public enemy #1 in some people's eyes, man. Like to this day, like they said I had an ADOS agenda. I'm like I ever argued it. I just agreed with you, and I might have called in and said a few things. But do you know people really expressed that this year that like how long ago was that, by the way?
Oh, it's on my channel. That's like a year.
Okay.
Beginning of last year. So beginning
you know, I didn't have one conversation with anybody about that. I had no live streams about that. You dig? I was more of a listener. You dig? So when you went live, I was there, and when you engaged over there, I was there. And I had like little bit of opinions, but I never really like called in and made it a tough topic. But people since that time never talked to me about that, and then pinned it on me as I have a ADOS agenda where I hate Black immigrants. I mean, God dang.
Yeah, see that's part of the noise, and I did a video kill the noise, speaking to that.
Right, I
That
watched
was unnecessary, but that's across the board, not just ADOS stuff. But I just happened to address the ADOS stuff because I was involved in a lot of conversations in the ADOS Facebook group. They have a group that's like an unofficial group, and it's a lot of people in there. It's good information, and I just saw a lot of people misconstruing what the agenda was, what the advocacy was about, and this and that. So I'm up here trying to just clarify some things, and so much so that people thought that I was a spokesperson on behalf of Yvette and Antonio, and I had to clarify that. I'm like, nah, I never met them. I don't know them. It's just that politics, you either get into it, civics and politics, and you know what's what and what's being said, or you don't.
Right.
Just like with the virus thing. I'm not a virologist. I'm not a immunologist or anything like that. But if you're going to discuss something about vaccines and stuff like that, you got to do the knowledge, and you share, you clarify. Same thing. So that's what I did with the ADOS.
So real quick. So I brought up the reason why I brought up Sheikh Antadia. I want people to know who he is and check him out. He had great debates. But also I wanted to say that when I was a Hebrew Israelite, like he almost got me out of that faith, almost. But then I said, you know what? Let me look into his arguments. So I did what you did. You did what most people did. What I did was this. If you look right here, this is my Hebrew Israelite channel.
Okay.
You see? So this is me. Hey, let me pause it. You see Crispy's debate. Now, Melvin, I rebutted everything he said, every last point. And there was some hard points in that crucifix debate. I challenge anybody to take his side right now. You did, not right now, but you give me a chance to look at my argument and take his side, and we can have like a fun one. I'm not Hebrew anymore, I don't care. But we can have a fun crucifixion debate. And you gotta use his arguments. Don't do your own arguments, use his. But Melvin, I refuted every last point, bro. Every last. Because remember, his points was based off the Bible. So I was more of a Bible history. I didn't, if you came with the historicity, who wrote it, I didn't give a damn about that. Like I was more into just in the word.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Ahmadiyya. I used to debate Muslims and Christians as a Nawabian. And so much so that, a lot of the Nawabians have a series of debate books published. And a lot of my participations in those debates, they're published. They're in those books.
Okay. And
so even some people that may be in your chat that don't know me, but know that I'm a Nawabian, or used to be I'm an ex-Nawabian, going over 11 years now, that they don't realize that put it this way, the Nawabians have a book called The Religion of Islam Unmasked, right? And it's a debate book, but that's the title of it. And in that book, most of the debating that's going on in that book, that's me. But people don't know it's me because my screen name at the time was Just Facts. And Just Facts 9.
He had a 5% in the name.
Yeah, just the facts. And so you'll see the dialogue with Just Facts, and people don't know who that is. But those are my arguments. Those are my a lot of it, majority of it is me debating Muslims. Because see, back then we were on CompuServe and AOL, and so we used to go in the chat room.
CompuServe, wow.
Yeah, that's how far back it goes. Wow. We used to go to the AOL chat rooms.
How about that one? Yeah.
and it got to the point where it became a weekly thing where these people who believes in other religions, they would look forward to us coming in. They would like prepare.
Wait. So y'all had created an AOL group?
Oh no, we didn't create one. It was several different AOL groups for Christianity, Islam.
You create your own shit too.
Yeah. We didn't do that. We would be invited to come to there because see they heard about what being online and debating going by, so they would bring their best and they say, all right, next week we're gonna meet you here, we're gonna do this, and then we would come in the room and debate their best.
Well, look. Let me say this, Melvin, Sosa, and Wudjau. If my friends, if they didn't get locked up, I think of course I can laugh at me, clown me with their chat. But I told you guys, hey, Wudjau, you probably didn't hear this. I don't think Melvin Sosa heard this. But my senior year, I used to bring my camcorder, the camcorder. I recorded damn near my whole entire senior year. So I was doing this way before this whole recording and uploading on YouTube. Online. It wasn't on YouTube at that point, but just sharing it. But I don't know how I was doing it, but whatever I was doing, I was recording way before. I had basketball games. You seen some of my clips. I'm recording, joking in the background. People do that right now. I was doing that way back then, and like I say, FCC, Fact Checkers Committee, whatever. But way back then, Wudjau, Melvin, and Sosa, we used to go and chat. A whole bunch of us. People I don't know for Adam, like you guys. We used to go and chat, and we used to call it the firm. We just go and chat and like bully people, send to receive, that type of shit. So I get you saying that whole weekly thing, but we did that daily, by the way. That whole virtual life.
Yeah. So we used to do that. But I'm saying, I guess I say that I'm very familiar with Ahmadidat's debates. We used to listen to. I used to know his arguments forward and backwards about the crucifixion. What used. The book of the Gospel of Barnabas, the contradictions in the gospel as regards to the burial, resurrection, all that stuff. I used to just run through all that.
Yeah, do you know Imam Bashir did a debate with the dude, I think Gabar from GOCC, and Polite was supposed to be helping Imam Bashir. And one of Bashir's points was stolen from Ahmadidat when he talked about the naked gardener. That was if you watch that debate, a lot of people didn't see it, not really popular. If you watch that debate, that was stolen from Ahmadidat arguments. And by the way, it was weak.
Right.
But don't forget, but at the time, there was no Google, right? You can't just Google something and it comes up. Like you had to know your Bible. And he was coming in, and then again, he's saying things to you that you never heard before. So he's like, it's kind of like ambush scholarship. So you're panicking. So how are you gonna be composed and be able to find, out the information and refute them when he already surprised you? And it sounds good. You dig the crowd cheering there, hey man, that's hard to come back from that. You all shaking and stuff. Drinking mad water.
It may not be directly from Ahmadidat because you gotta understand the Nuwaubians use a lot of the same arguments.
Okay, I got you.
I mean, it's a lot of the same arguments, so it may not be a direct, maybe indirect.
But the bottom line, it was borrowed from somebody. Like it wasn't his original idea coming in there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
and like that's kind of weak. I wouldn't debate a Muslim with some Muslim contradiction. You dig? I will debate a Muslim on just what I just disagree with. So a lot of my Nation Islam arguments are unique. So when I pulled up on Eric Muhammad, I was the only one that made him say he didn't know. Like prior to that, he knew everything. I called up, asked him questions. He's supposed to know the teaching back and forth. I asked him something simple, and he didn't know. So I'm like, damn, he shocked me. I'm like, you ain't know that? Damn. So this is right here.
Christ died for our sin.
So I love it so much. I feel like a little Israel behind it.
The scripture, verse 4, was buried and rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. Verse 14. He said, if Christ is not risen from the dead, our preaching is vain, your faith is vain. That's what he's telling the other Christians. That means we have not. If this thing didn't happen.
So Wudjau, my boy, he's Sunni, my boy Hassan. So of course he's a big fan of. Matter of fact, I learned him through him, by the way. Like I met D-Dot from him because they challenged me on a contradiction, and it was his brother that challenged me. So they caught me off guard, of course, Wudjau, on the phone. But I was smart enough not to deal with that right then and there. See, I wanted somebody to ambush me. So I was like, I'll deal with you next day. But I got enough out of him where I knew what he was asking me. So what he should have did was he should have stopped talking. And then I wouldn't have known what he was asking me. Because this is the first time hearing this. He caught me off guard. So as he was talking trash, I actually understood the argument. So what I did was I had researched it. It was a contradiction. And man, Melvin, I took so much time reading this over, and it was from the one on Bible contradictions, by the way. And it was talking about Solomon stalls, 40 or 4,000, something like that, 440. So man, Melvin, I got my brother so good. So, but anyway, before we hung up, he made me so mad. Before we hung up, I said, put your faith on the line that it's a contradiction. He said, all right. So when I called the very next day, I did so much reading. I was like, oh, this is not a contradiction. I'm gonna get him. So when I called up, and mind you, Wudjau, the whole conversation recorded. So I had uploaded my channel like 2 months ago. But Melvin and Wudjau, I had him say it's not a contradiction after I got done with him. And then I said, well, shit, you put your faith on the line. And he was like, nah. That's how confident I was about that Bible. But anyway, so today wasn't a subject. As you can see, the title is actually, it's really open discussion. So the title, as you can see, is Unbiased Sports Zoom meeting. So I started off talking about like the black on black crime amongst rappers. I don't know what made me click a link, but a rapper died and I clicked it. Oh, I know why, Melvin. I know why I clicked it, because it says rapper who says God made him bulletproof dies. That's why I clicked it.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I said, what? So when I clicked that, I seen a whole bunch of other rappers dead. I'm like, what the hell? So I clicked link after link, and Wudjau, it seemed like a serial killing amongst rappers. I'm like, damn. So the show was started off from that. So then I got tired of clicking these links, and I said, okay, the plagiarism, because people was commenting while the video was being played earlier today, and I didn't get a chance. I wasn't talking. I let the video play. So I came back today to address some of the things that people were directed towards me, and then I said, then he said, well, invite Asar, play Asar's video. And I said, where's this video? For one, I feel like, I already played one of your videos before. I played TruthStorian. I played Sonetta. So certain people let me play the videos. I said, Asar never gave me permission to play the video, so I can't just play the video. And then when they said where it was, I said, I definitely can't play that. Man, that's somewhere else. I definitely can't play that video of him responding. But then you came on and gave a link of a response already. You dig? So now we got everything. So everybody can make their own. Everybody who's interested. Everybody's not interested, but for those who are interested, we got everything now. We got everything. We got the original argument. We got the claim. We got the rebuttal. And now we got the 2-hour rebuttal. And then that's it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna show y'all some.
Hey, what app was you using last night, Wudjau?
Oh, that was dope, bro. What the hell was that?
Oh, that's right. Sosa, you said you just woke up when I was on.
Yeah, about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Somewhere.
I'm gonna show you in a second. Can y'all can see my screen, right?
Let me see. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is the particular book I mentioned. It's called The Religion of Islam Unmasked.
Okay. Yeah.
And but now they also have a 360 questions to ask an Orthodox Sunni Muslim, 360 questions to ask a Christian, and things like that. So you'll see a lot of similar arguments in those books, just to let people know that you see with Ahmadidat.
Okay, right. Okay.
Ahmadidat. Yeah, but you talking about this right here?
Yeah. How you do that?
Nah, it's actually I'm using Wirecast.
Who?
Wirecast.
I mean, like, does that work with Zoom?
Yeah, I'm in Zoom. I'm in your Zoom.
Oh yeah, nah, okay, yeah, you gotta do that, bro.
Yeah, so see, I don't have to share my screen. Like, you know how people click on share. Notice that I don't have to share my screen. I don't have to click share screen. So if I want to share something, I just simply do stuff like this. I could go to whatever app, whatever thing.
Wait, you do that right now?
Open. Yeah, I just did it. See?
Wait, hold on. So you didn't click share?
Nah, I don't share my screen.
How you do that?
That's what I'm saying. I use Wirecast. I set up screen shots. So it's just my video camera becomes whatever I want y'all to see. So it's a virtual video camera, so I can have it point to my actual camera.
Oh, so you on the live right now? That's you live. I thought you was playing a replay. That's you talking live right now?
No, that ain't him live.
Yeah, that's me right now live.
What? Wait.
That's me right here live.
You're doing wave. You're doing wave.
Do a wave. All right. So look, I'm gonna step back.
Oh, that's dope, yo.
Do a wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, funny.
Yeah. So you see my my avatar. All right. So look, I'm gonna move my name. I said my avatar. I'm move my name down. So watch. I'm gonna pull it down right now. You'll be able to see it. All right, here you go. See that?
Yeah.
That's live right there.
All right, so look, are you able to like go to Google from there?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go to Google? Like where you want to go?
I'm saying just Google. That's it.
Oh, I don't even have Google open. Hold on, let me open up
Can
something.
you go to anything like that that's actually online?
Yeah. Let me give me a second. Let me pull up Google. I had closed it down. Chrome. So I'm gonna pull up. What do you want to pull up?
Anything. I just want to see something.
All right. Let's see. All right, let's look at these stats. World-O-meter. Yeah, man, they I was looking at the coronavirus stats. I try to keep up with the numbers now that these states are opening up. Try to see if there's a spike.
Right.
All right, so hold up, let me pull this up.
Hey, Melvin.
Yeah.
I'm asking for teaching wise. You dig? I'm trying to screw live. UnbiasSports. I'm trying to make some money, like what I'm doing already. You dig? That's what I care about right now.
Now what?
And, children will love stuff like that.
Well, I use these tools to teach.
Oh yeah, I like that, bro. That's dope.
So it's excellent for teaching. But let me
Do you gotta download something or is it streaming?
Well, I'm not streaming, but I could stream. It's a broadcasting. If you look up Wirecast, made by Telecast.
Yep.
Wait, I don't understand.
No, Telestream. The company name is Telestream. Okay, but if you look up Wirecast, look on their main site, Telestream, and you'll see all the features of Wirecast. So that's what I use, Wirecast. And I use it. It's expensive. It costs, but I don't use it just for this. I use it for pro production and broadcast for other companies. I work as a tech person.
All right.
Help others broadcast.
Is it called Wirecast Go?
No, I sent it to you. I'm biased. Yeah, it is expensive, but it's one of the best ones on the market.
Hey, listen, man. You can't. I mean, I know I ain't working, but it won't be expensive to me because it's write off. It's gonna be for my business. So
right.
It's gonna be a necessary expense. Right. It's gonna hire me, expand, and grow. You did. So I need things that's gonna help me grow.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm new to the online thing. I'm like Unc and pretty much Garfield exposed me to Zoom. I had no idea what the hell this was. So I'm way behind. And matter of fact, once I started getting online with those guys, Hangouts had just ended.
Mm-hmm.
So Hangouts was on for a long time. So I just started using Hangouts with those guys, and then it ended. So I'm very new to all this type stuff. I'm way behind. So,
all right, I guess you wait on me to share.
Yeah. So of course, I couldn't afford it right now, but this is something I'm going to have, already in place trying to do after the pandemic.
All right, so let me just.
Or some generous subscribers, you dig? Maybe some generous subscribers might say, I'm biased. You are worth it. Let's.
All right, so.
Some dope.
So you see how I'm showing right now.
Yeah, but it's kind of small for the people viewing, so they may have to actually share your screen, see if they can see you. But I can see it.
If I share my screen, it'll be the same size unless I just create. Let me go to Wikipedia and pull up something like.
Yeah, well, I gotta see like that first. I gotta see like how it originally looks.
All right, see, so that's Wikipedia right there.
Okay.
And that's how my screen is. I'm just, you know, pull it up. Now, if people can't read the text, you know how you have to hit the you have to increase the zoom in.
Right.
Now you know that you have to do that as well, but you have to do that anyway. So that's anyway, that's it. So I can switch back and forth. I can switch to anything. If I pre-plan, see, when I come live on other people's shows, I open up a blank thing, but you can actually set up shots. So if you have a presentation, you have pictures, you have video footage you want to play, whatever you want to play, you could set this up ahead of time and then just transition from each shot.
Right. One thing I would say, just having a nerd moment here, images will be compressed because of the stream, and then the fact that YouTube also does compression. So like if you look on the live stream right now, when you were just sharing the Wikipedia, you can see it, but it's not necessarily crisp and clear. So that would be, I guess you could say, a negative if you're gonna share words on your icon. But if you're just sharing pictures like you did yesterday, that's fine.
Yeah,
but I didn't have it set up. I could right now it's real low resolution. I could set it to 10.
Okay, you could tweak that. Okay.
1080p.
Yeah, that is dope.
And it would be crystal clear. But I didn't have it set up. I'm just showing you that it could happen.
Okay.
So yeah, that's pretty much it. But it's Wirecast, so you know.
Yeah, they use it with Twitch and other things.
So look, y'all ever seen like the Facebook posts where they be like, I'm selling this. Text me for prices. That's what Wudjau was doing. Wudjau, how much is the goddamn thing?
It's they got 3 versions. They have a starter, they have a pro, and then a studio or pro. And I think the lowest is $3.99. The middle one is $5.99.
Wait. When you say $3.99, is that $3 or $300?
No, $300.
Wait, for the year?
For a period. And I think you get a year of support. So you get a year of any updates that they do or whatever. You get a year of support. But when your year is out, you can use it. So it's a really one-time fee.
Right. Well, they no longer have the $3.99. They've completely removed that. So it's just regular Wirecast Studio for $5.99.
Wow.
And then the Pro for $7.99.
That is definitely some bread, and that's something I won't have until, like I said, the pandemic over. But Wudjau, I was able to figure out. You remember you suggested loop back?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was able to figure out how to play a video with just what I did was I went on YouTube and they just said when you share, there's like a little bottom button that says share computer sound. Something we can look past easily. So if you share that and then mute your Zoom mic, then they can hear the video from your computer and they won't hear you in the background.
Right. Zoom has that now. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was pretty dope. So I was like, good. I would have to save some money.
Right.
Because I did YouTube loopback and that shit confusing as hell. So I said, gotta be another way for this.
Loopback is I use loopback with Wirecast and I could patch in whatever. So I don't have to worry about muting anything or whatever the case is. So I can actually play like you don't monetize. Do you monetize your videos?
No. And it won't let me. It won't let me just yet.
Oh, okay. So let me I'm gonna show you how something sounds. Let me see if I can find what can I play. Just so you hear how crispy the music is, and I don't see. All right, give me a minute. Y'all can tell. I just want to find something. I'm using my laptop right here.
Oh, Sosa, did you want to? I know you came in. Do you have anything, Sosa?
What you said?
I said, I know you came in. I said, we was already talking. Did you have anything? Do you want anything?
No, I'm listening. I jump in one.
And also, so I might not do it tonight, I don't know, but I did come across Dr. Wesley Muhammad, okay? And I didn't want to come across him. Like I don't post too many Masons on videos at all, you dig? But I mean, he's downplaying the coronavirus. He's held it's man-made, and I watched the 11-minute video. I pulled up all his sources, and I believe the brother again. Okay, maybe he made a mistake. Maybe he did not do it on purpose. Maybe he misrepresented the source, that he's reading from. So Melvin, they might say this. It might say scientists engineered the virus. You dig?
Mm-hmm.
But there's more there. What he would do is he'll stop right there, and then he'll do a whole show on that. But it could say scientists engineered the virus. A 4-year-old said, but what do they know? You dig? He might have said that, but he took it and ran with it. Right. And for a guy who preaches proper methodology, scholarship, and throw his doctors around, like I found that really sloppy.
Yeah, I mean they all lock in step, bro. Like if RZA's on it, then Wesley Muhammad. Like you never hear like 4 or 5 of them on different paths. They like all be locked in step. Like,
yeah, I mean, come on, bro. Like what the hell's the diversity in that group, man? Like they gotta be talking about different stuff.
Yeah. Coast to coast don't really allow for diversity.
I definitely gonna, like I said, it might not be tonight, but I want to start it on that. Probably tomorrow. I definitely want to get on that real fast. And again, I'm not gonna beat the brother up. I'm just gonna play his words and pull up it. Like he shows a picture of the sources, by the way. So what I did was I just typed that shit in Google and pressed enter, and the whole thing came up. So I got the same thing he got, but we're reading 2 different things. But like he again, like he throwing his doctors around. Like, believe me, I have a doctorate. You can trust me. That type of stuff is going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, Wesley Muhammad, like they're scholars when they want to be. Great researchers when they feel a need.
I mean,
and then next thing you know, he's on Breakfast Club talking about smoking weed makes you homosexual and shit.
Oh yeah, so like that's his thing now. Now again, I listened to like mad videos of his because he caught my interest with that. I even got his book. By the way, Melvin, I got both his books because he made one book, and I guess I'm telling you, Melvin, bro, Melvin and Sosa, I really believe the first book he had, it was dealing with just this, the weed thing and homosexuality. Then he put out another book, Melvin, that's like 300 more pages, and it was all this religious stuff tying into Egypt and Elijah Muhammad. So I'm like, damn, man, like did he get forced to add that in?
Talking about Black Arabia?
No, I got that book too. And I'm talking about not Black Arabia, like the book we're talking about, The Assault on a Black Male. That's what it's called, right? And it was all about just homosexuality, weed, and like black men. Then what he did, Melvin, was again, he put out another book with the same title, 300 pages more, and the 300 pages was like just all non-secular stuff. Just about how Elijah Muhammad was right. Like he went a whole different, like it had nothing to do with the book. He put it in there, I'm like, damn, like they forced him to, or convinced him, I don't know. But it's there now, and I don't know how it fits with everything. Like his original thing, like thesis. I'm like, what the hell? So I got both books, and the same title, but different agendas. It's weird. Yeah. I come back and show y'all. Like it's weird. I got both books, and like I'm like, why is this in there?
Yeah, they always kill me with that whole thing, And, Charlemagne, I was a staunch atheist, and run the whole deal about, what I'm saying? Right. You prove it, nigga. I don't believe nothing you do like that.
Now do y'all remember the Brooklyn Hip Hop Festival when Jay Electronica and Jay-Z got up on stage?
Yeah.
I was in Zulu Nation at that time still, and I was doing security that day, and I had got in contact with Wesley weeks before the event because I knew he was coming with J Electronica, and I have an interview with him, and I never released the interview because the whole thing that came out about Bambaataa.
Okay.
But on the interview, that's what he said. He said that prior to coming to Nation of Islam, he was an atheist, and that so he had told me that himself.
Yeah, he said it on Breakfast Club. I said he said it on Breakfast Club.
But you know what? His name is True Islam. So is he talking about he was a 5%er? And that's how he's atheist?
No, True Islam, what happened was there was the Allah team, right?
Right.
And so when you read the lessons, it talks about who's the 85, who's the 10, who's the 5% of the earth. So by definition, if you're in the Nation of Islam, you're 5%.
I know.
By definition,
you're 5%.
Even if you anybody could be a 5% if you believe that the
wait.
black.
Right. Right. Because you have 85 and 85
so,
are deaf, dumb, and blind.
Yeah. So what happened was when the Allah team was real big and everything, there was an argument between them and the Allah school that basically the Allah team was saying that the lessons teach that we are Muslim gods, and that the nation of God's earth taught the same thing in its origin. So that's what that was all about. So you have some people who subscribe to that they are Muslim and that they are God body.
Okay, I got you.
That subscribe to saying that they are in the nation of God's. I mean, you have a whole bunch of people that say they're the nation of God's earth. You have some people who say that the woman is six. You have someone who say the woman is goddess. And that I can tell you right now from experience going to Harlem, going to a law school and saying that the black woman's goddess, that like you might not walk out of the place. Like that's a very controversial topic that pisses people off.
Yeah.
Interesting. Right. So I used to be a 5%, by the way, CubanCrisis.
The fuck was that?
Finally, come around.
Yo.
Babylon, come. Who played that?
That's Wudjau.
Oh, that's my shit right there.
Hey, burn down. Hey, burn down Babylon.
hey, Sosa, you know your internet. I don't know, Melvin. You heard that every time Sosa talks, it's like something in the background, right?
Right. I don't know if it was him or somebody else.
It was Sosa because Wudjau was on mute, and it's not Cuban. He just got in there, and I heard it before. So
like what? When I'm talking now, you hear?
No, but it's like time. It's like every 7 minutes, it's like this malfunction in the background happens. It's like it happens on cue every time.
I don't know what that's about.
But Cuban, I was a 5%er for like not that long, probably like a year and a half, and only because like my life and a lot of them guys were on drugs. I had nobody really to keep talking to. So I just leaned out of that like that fast. Like, all right, see you.
Wow. No, the reason I hopped on was I hopped on because you guys were talking about Ahmadiyya, so I didn't know if you guys were going to keep talking about.
Yeah. Nah, go ahead.
But no. That's I don't think that's the topic of the show. But that was the reason I came on because
no, because
something about him.
Hey, Cuban, a lot of people don't know who he is, and I feel like they should because he really inspired a lot of people who like I said, like he's like one of the best debaters entertainers I ever seen. I think most people feel that way, but some of us don't know who he is. So you can go ahead and
Yeah, I'm definitely one of them. I had no clue.
There's a younger guy that uses that pretty much set his feet too. He's a little more, his accent a little bit more stronger.
So he has a lot of like. I met D-Dykes out there that that followed after him that was in his little.
Yeah, he's just as good though. Like, he's just as good. Like the Quran. Like he go off top of the dome.
Are you talking about Akbar or something?
I can't remember his name, but he got the Quran memorized. He'll be like, go to so and so verse, and he the whole thing.
I'm aware of a lot of those guys. For me only, I felt like they trying hard. They trying hard to be Ahmed D-Dot. You dig? And that's why I really ain't rocking.
Well, that guy right there used to be with him. Like he used to be at a debate together. Like that guy.
Right.
I even think they did one together. Matter of fact, like I think they did a debate together. Like both of them.
Yep, but I feel like they took his style.
Yeah, probably part.
Well, as far as Ahmadiyya, like in the Islamic world goes, the school of thought I was a Salafi. So, in that minhaj, I mean, first of all, he's not a sheikh. He's not a scholar.
Okay.
He's a sheikh by definition of he's an older man. So, but as far as a scholar goes, he was not a scholar. A lot of Muslims like him, and a lot of Muslims, it's not that they dislike him, but it's that he uses the Bible as his argument to Christians where they feel that he should use the Quran and the Hadith as the argument.
Okay.
But he he had an impact. I mean, this guy was around doing these videos were like in the 70s.
Yeah.
And he had an impact in South Africa, and he was very much against the whole apartheid movement, and the whole racism that was going on there, as far as not just with the European, the Dutch, but with also like the Indians as well in South Africa.
Okay.
But I had stated in the room that York used his information. That's my opinion. There's no fact on that, but that's my opinion, and I'll tell you why. Ahmadiyya never ever spoke about Dr. York on any of his videos or any of his books that he's wrote. And York had mentioned D-Dot. So evidently York knew about D-Dot, right? Now, when you read those Islamic books that York wrote, there are things that are very similar to arguments that D-Dot would make as far as the crucifixion versus crucifixion, and as far as like, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John contradicting each other and stuff like that. And as far as the when you mention the thing about the gardener, now that's a very valid argument to use to a Christian or somebody who believes in the New Testament if you know how to use that verse, because that verse is showing where Jesus disguised himself, right?
Yeah.
And his mother came to him, and his mother didn't know who he was, and he said, "Woman, tell my disciples, for I have ascended unto the Father, for I have not." So he's saying, "Look, Mary, this is me, Jesus. Tell my friends that I went to God, but I didn't go to God." So he's telling her to lie at this point. So it's a verse to be used to show that he didn't want to be crucified. He was fleeing from the crucifixion. So that was the gist of the point of what D-Dot was using. And like York as well used that verse when he was an Ansar to make this argument to Christians or whoever. But I think like, for example, the information that he presents, like if somebody is getting out of Christianity, his information is good to give to people to show the contradictions in the Bible that they can see for themselves. That's like right there before your eyes. He's really, I mean, he's good. He's good with that.
So
mhm.
Hey, can you see my screen?
I can't. I'm driving, but
okay, Melvin, you can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so Cuban, this is the debate where Imam Bashir had used that argument, the Gardner.
Well,
argument.
I before you go further, I want to say something. The question is Imam Bashir an imam?
No, look.
That's one of my. That's the question I've always wondered.
I don't know, but
because
I understand that he used that same argument in this debate with Elder Gabar, and as you can see, this is my channel, and I thought it was strong. I thought I could rebut that and show that that's not what they were saying. Okay, so I did this back in 2015.
Rebut it now.
I mean, like, I don't know my own argument. I gotta play my own video.
I'm gonna tell you what made that actually a good debate was the fact that Feliciano was the moderator of the debate. Felipe Luciano, who used to be a member of the Young Noise Party and the Last Poets. And the reason he got on there as the moderator is because he has a nephew named Awanyusap, who's Puerto Rican, who's a member of GOCC.
Okay.
And so to me, that's the only thing that made it interesting because he was not a biased. He showed that he was not being biased in as being a moderator.
Right.
And that was the only enjoyment I got from the debate.
Yeah, so I gotta actually find what part that was, because what I did here, again, this is 5 years ago, so I think I was still a Hebrew Israelite. So I was calling myself rebutting the points from Imam Bashir that I thought that I could rebut. So I do know the Gardner thing. I if I can recall, I do know that was like I think they might have missed some verses. I don't know if it was on purpose or just didn't know. So what I did was I covered some of the verses. But again, I don't remember my own argument. I got to maybe play this tomorrow, and you guys can play the whole thing for yourself.
Yeah, when he break that down, he go into how Jesus was basically in hiding.
Oh, then
like,
I play it.
When he was like when he was meeting people, like it was meeting them the different apostles at their home and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
okay, look.
They thought he was dead. He's like, yo, touch me, feel
yeah,
me.
I rebutted that too, by the way, Sosa.
So you rebutted that?
Yeah, because again, like I think, well, he even talked about walking on water, how like they were, how was it? Well, when he was walking on water, that everybody wasn't frightened. You dig? And he even talked. So that's another point. I addressed that too. And then he talked about how the disciples, they all ran. None of them witnessed the crucifixion. I rebutted that too. You dig? So I showed how they were there. But again, like I think he was real good at like being cracked in the Bible. But when I actually took
go ahead and run that one. Like how was the apostle still there?
Okay, so let me go here. Watch this.
I'm curious. I'll bite. No, I don't really do the religion too much, but it got me interested.
So this is for Cuban too.
Piqued my curiosity.
Christ died in 386.
Okay.
Because the Jews and the Arab Jews, they were terrified.
So this is your first argument right here.
I want to know why we were terrified. It's very unusual. When you meet your master, your ustad, your guru, whatever it is, why should you be terrified? So Luke tells us that they were affrighted because they thought he was a spirit. I'm only quoting.
So by the way, this is the upper room you're talking about, Sosa.
They thought he was a spirit. They thought. So I'm asking, did he look like a spirit? Did he look like a spirit? And in 40 years, no Christian with the name has told me yes, not one. I said, did he look like a spirit? This is no. I said, why should they think the man is a spirit when he didn't look like a spirit? You are high question. That's Luke chapter 24, verse 36.
All right, so I said that. So that's the upper room, by the way, you're talking about. So now again, like a lot of my rebuttal is spooky because I'm just reading the Bible. So the Bible did give an answer. It was spooky as shit, but it was the answer. It did. So I'm addressing it right here when he said well, why were they terrified? So as you see, I'm going into why they were terrified, by the way. But I'm going to go where you asked about the disciples, how they were there.
Unto me appeared. In others, it's not a physical meeting. It is not a factual, solid meeting. There is Zen, Z-E-N, Zen, means alive.
All right, that's a whole different point. I don't know. I might got to find this another time because I have no idea where it's from.
I say the Hebrew word for anoint is masaha. The Arabic has 1 hour continuously. The choice is yours. You take the choice. Had he given me the choice of speaking first, he would have an opportunity of it happen. According to your records, he was not killed and he was not crucified. And the verdict is that if the Jews were in the dock for the murder of Jesus Christ, that they're not guilty. For attempted murder, yes, but not for murder. I'm reading the book of Jonah.
I got on here too with the book of Jonah. I got on that one too. That was a nice one. That's a nice try. All right, hold on. But I want to get to where the disciples. Brother, I don't know where it's at. I gotta look it over.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to hit a rebuttal.
Yeah, I gotta first find out which argument was. You see, I'm trying to do the thumbnail thing, and it's somewhere in there. And I don't want to, waste the whole damn show trying to find that. But what I can do tonight is I'll find it. But I do have the Man Bashir thing with the gardener. Now I do have that, but
yeah, I don't know. Man Bashir was such a weak debater. I don't know if he represents.
No,
I ain't heard.
No, he's borrowing a debate already. Like D-Dot said the same thing.
Yeah, did he make the exact same argument, yes, the exact same way he did it, or did he?
Well, look,
was weak. He used to get beat up on.
But CubanCrisis, he's aware of it. So if your man Bashir didn't say it correctly, then Cuban could tell you he didn't say it correctly. You did. But but that particular debate with the crucifixion, I don't think D-Dot said it in that debate. I think he said it in another one, in Jesus God, another one. I think he used that one, but it wasn't that one. I watched all of them. I became a big fan of his.
Yeah, I've seen it. Like I think I've seen it all. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I watched it. Talk about Jesus with the face off, replacing his face. And it was actually Judas that was crucified on the cross.
Yeah, I heard that. Yes.
Yeah. So I watched it. It's been such a long time ago, so I watched it.
How long has he been doing that?
This guy right here?
I don't know how long
he does. Yeah.
I don't know. I watched his video. Shit, man, I can't. I don't even know how long.
Yeah. Wow.
Like it ain't been like 20 years, nothing like that. Probably 6, I think maybe 6, 7 years ago. Something I may have seen it.
Oh, okay.
But it could have been old then. I'm just saying that's just what I saw.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, Melvin, I'm going to Wikipedia and see what Wikipedia says.
Shit, might have been longer than that. I don't even think my son was born yet. Might have been longer than that.
So he's from India.
Yeah, I figured that.
I just like watching like watching debates.
Okay, he died in 2005, South Africa.
Yeah, I was saying, like I said, I think it was longer than now because I don't think my son 13. I don't think he was born yet, but I was just trying to be generous. But I think it was longer than that when I saw it.
Yeah, and I don't know.
Still was old when I saw it. Yeah.
I don't know which one of these was actually like his debate. Was this one?
Nah.
Yeah, but I just always like his debates because he's always be real good debates. You know what I'm saying? Nice, everything nice, professional. You know what I'm saying? Like I always enjoyed it. Good structure.
Yeah. I'm surprised it didn't mention
Muhammad Messenger of Peace was his first lecture. He stayed in Pakistan.
Yeah.
Islam has always been, you know.
Yeah, I do know the Ahmadiyans originate in Pakistan, so that's interesting.
Yeah. I'm familiar with that. I'm also familiar with Islam in India as well.
Islam has always been the most mysterious one for me because there's just different sects of it, so I never really fully indulged in it. You know what I'm saying? As far as I did with Christianity.
I had a question for Cuban. Where he's at? He left?
No, he's still on. His mic is muted.
Hey, Cuban, I got a question for you.
Yeah, I'll see my screen.
Yeah.
Yep.
You see, this is a title of a book that has a lot of those arguments in there. It's a Nuwapian book. Was Christ really crucified? And so you see a lot of the arguments in that book about Judas being a replacement sacrificial lamb, the story being parallel to Abraham, how God told Abraham to sacrifice his son, and then at the last minute he swapped him for a goat, or
Wait, I never heard that one.
Yeah, so it's
hold on. You said swapping for a goat?
for an animal. Remember when God told Abraham to sacrifice his son Isaac?
Right.
And then at the last minute, when he was going to put him on the altar to sacrifice, he swapped him for an animal.
Take him off.
Yeah, take him off and put an animal there. And so they're saying that same story was a precursor to Jesus, where Jesus was going to be offered as a sacrifice to himself. Then at the last minute, he was swapped out, but it was swapped out with Judas, who was made to look like Jesus.
Okay, I get it. Yeah,
yes. Okay. So same argument. Old boy was using.
Yeah, that's the first time I heard. Well, Wudjau did a good parallel. See, KingSosa, if somebody was to just tell me the Judas thing like that, I'd be like, that don't make no damn sense. Why would you do that? But I get it. Like they're saying that because the Old Testament, a lot of things happened. It was a sign for the New Testament. So the New Testament, like Christians understand that it's not going to happen exactly like that, but it's going to happen something similar. The same thing with the virgin birth. You dig? It's the same shit. Where the woman wasn't necessarily a virgin, but she was virgin in the sense of she was a young woman, because virgin also means young woman in the Hebrew. So, but that was a sign for a literal immaculate birth in the New Testament. So a lot of the Old Testament things were even with Elias raising people from the dead, like that was a precursor for some New Testament things you did, but the New Testament will be more crazier.
But
I was talking about the argument, like that the Muslim dude made that same argument, like, and then he said,
exactly right.
Like who got the Dr. York? I was talking about the similarities, like
I got
like he's making the exact same arguments like the dude made. So like I don't know, did he get it from him or you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about, the similarities.
That's what I was point. I'm saying a lot of the same arguments are there. But about the virgin birth, that's Emmanuel in the book of Isaiah.
Right, 7:14.
Right.
Now he said Emmanuel. If I remember, that was fulfilled during that time, because the Emmanuel was a sign, and that just meant with I think that means be with God, something like that, and that was actually fulfilled during that time in 2 chapters down, if I remember.
God with us.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we used to run those arguments, same arguments, but that's what they say. They say it's a precursor for Jesus because, the New Testament, they say his name was supposed to be Emmanuel, but Gabriel named him Yeshua, the Savior.
Right. Exactly. Tricky, yeah.
So, and then, there's another book, Who was Jesus' Father, talking about the angel Gabriel, emphasizing the fact that angels come in the Bible as well-made men. In the Quran, It talks about Basharan, which means a well-made man. And how angels come to Lot you know, 3 angels came and all that kind of stuff, and how angels come as men. So where did Mary get?
That's true.
Where did Mary get her Y chromosome to have a male child? Because, you know, women only have an X and X sex chromosome. So where did the Y come from? So the whole argument was that it came from Gabriel, and Gabriel's the one that named his son Yeshua. You know, hey woman, you're, you know, highly favored, and he went in unto her, and now she, you know, giving birth and stuff. So all those same arguments that that are made throughout the debating circuit. Right now.
That, do you know that is more accepted than the argument that Captain TruthStorian brings?
Oh, I'm not familiar with his argument.
Yeah, well, his argument is Joseph is the father.
Oh, nah, that's, I mean,
I would love to debate Captain Zarya on that right there, on whether Joseph. I'm telling you, I will guarantee a flawless victory, because he's saying Joseph, according to scriptures, is the physical father. I heard his argument. He's reaching like a mug. I had clear, plain English in the scriptures where I can go with the angel Gabriel, I can go with the Holy Spirit. It was anything but Joseph.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Man, that's like so 20 years ago for me. So
yeah, I love it because it's fun. So I was trying to get Pastor Bennett, because I think it was on Dagger Squad where Tazari tried to debate Pastor Bennett on that very thing. And I had hit Pastor Bennett. I said, yo, take that debate and let me just help you in your research. That's all.
Yeah. I just, man, like I've been dealing with that, the Bible, so long ago. It's amazing how people, I mean, I get it, because new people come into the information.
Yeah.
But for me, from where I am in my experience, it's amazing how people still arguing that stuff. You know.
Well, for me, it's for fun. So I had Nepal come on. I interviewed her, and like we were like reminiscing, because again, I used to be a Hebrew Israelite, so we were reminiscing on the Hebrew culture. And Wudjau, what I pointed out the ISUPK was irrelevant in the Hebraic. She agreed. They are irrelevant in the Hebraic community. We only know them because Sanetter literally put them on Front Street. They are like the nobody in that community. There are so many groups that are actually popular. Everybody know. Like GOCC is one of them. The people in purple, the United in Christ in Israel, and the Comforter who just died to Taladaka. They were the more popular ones. ISPK, like they were seen as it's like the low GMS type Israelites. So things to Sanetter, he actually gave them life.
Mm-hmm.
But they were nobody. So anyway, I mentioned the Joseph thing to her. I want to know where she stood with that. And she believed Joseph was the father. So I said, okay, I can go to one chapter and show you that he's not the father. And I did that. And she said, that's a hell of an argument I never heard before. That's what the pa said.
Well, yeah. It's fun. Yeah, if you can have fun with it, you know.
Yeah, I had total fun with it.
Yeah, I used to do it seriously. Then I also had my era of fun with it too. So I'm already past the serious part and then the fun part. And it's like, man, all right, you know.
And like
I don't knock the Bible either though, because the Bible, it's people sleep on the Bible. People think of it literally and then they shun it. But if you look at it in a different context, you wouldn't really be all against the Bible. It's really the literalism that people really have a problem with.
Yeah. So I will put that same fun challenge to anybody on the panel or chat, that I say Joseph is not the father according to the Old Testament and New Testament. You guys can come whatever you want. You Google people arguments, whatever you want.
So you agree Gabriel's the father?
No, I don't agree, but I will go with that before Joseph.
So who is the father then?
The Holy Spirit.
Who is Gabriel, right?
Well, Gabriel was the person who was sent to her, but it doesn't actually say Gabriel was the Holy Spirit.
True.
But
well, you know in the Bible, Jesus never used the bathroom either. So I mean, you know, we can say that we can say the Bible never said to use the bathroom.
Yeah,
but
I wouldn't even argue that though. Like I will only argue the Joseph thing.
This is what I don't understand, right? Okay, there's a story when all the disciples are asleep, right? And Jesus goes away privately.
Y'all gonna make me get my books
to speak to God, right?
Let's go, Sosa, let's go.
So I'm like, if everybody's asleep and he's having a private conversation, how does anybody know about it? That's what always confused me. Like, how do they know what was said? Like, everybody's asleep.
Right.
Like, so nobody could ever answer that question.
Along those same lines, they say if Judas hung himself, then who was there to record if he hung himself? He was by himself when he hung himself.
Right. Yeah. I got no smoke with that. And also, Moses was buried in an unknown grave, something like that. So yeah. So some of those arguments, when I was a Hebrew, I wouldn't even argue those. Like I'll pick and choose my battles.
Yeah. But it's interesting.
As you see, Sanetta made a lot of guys look crazy. So I would have never done it as a Hebrew. I would have held Sanetta to just one contradiction.
You know, like you only look crazy if you take it literal. If you accept every part of it as literal, then you look crazy. But otherwise, if you don't, they can never hem you up on anything.
That's what I was saying. The problem is really the figurative versus literal analysis. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
It's like those are the two major camps. No matter what denomination, no matter what, even when I say denomination of Christianity, but no matter what Abrahamic belief you in, Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, it really boils down to you take it literal or you take it figurative, and when is when.
Man.
So
you remove the literal, that can never hem you up. You can be like, you believe it's swallowed by a whale? No, he wasn't swallowed by a whale. You know what I'm saying? It means that the whale represents you know what I'm saying? You can never be touched. But they try to, well, it was a fish. See, back in the day, then you look crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, there you go. But y'all taking down Bible memory lane. That was years ago. Y'all know I'm mentioning AOL and CompuServe, so you could tell how long that was for me.
Yeah.
I used to know the Bible. Listen, back and forth. I mean, quote. I didn't even need the Bible. I used to do. I used to see prison inmates. I was a official minister of record in the prison system. So that's how much I didn't believe in it. I didn't believe in it, but I was, I was versed in it to where I could do my thing.
You had like so many odd jobs, man. Like I swear to God, you never cease to amaze me.
I know. It's crazy.
You would be like, I used to. Like, no.
That's why people be tripping off of some things. That's how, like my stance on a lot of stuff. I'm like, man, I've been there, done that. And other people do it. It's cool. Like, it's cool. If people have the time, if I had the time, I'll probably dibble and dabble into that just to keep up with it. But at a certain point, I've been there, done that. It's just something that, I just leave for other people to argue about. And I get it. But some things are real crazy, real silly, and is not even worth mentioning.
Yeah.
But what I would like to see is progress, like the teaching moments created out of it, though. That's what I don't see. I see the back and forth. I see the repetitive, the redundancy in the arguments, but I don't see them being used to advance. Because, like if you build an institution of learning, you have grades, right? So just our average school system, K through 12, nobody wants to repeat the same grade over and over and over again. So after you complete second grade, you go to third grade. After third, you go to fourth, and so on. I don't see that marching, that sequential marching of groups of people. I can see how, new people come into this, they got to start as a novice. I get it. But I don't even see the already made groups progressing, progressing. It's the same old stuff. And that's what is really, really disappointing. But I get it. People want to have fun with it. But some people take that stuff serious and even get involved with the drama.
Hey, Kofi. Yeah, you're funny. That's funny piece. Yeah, that's funny with the spikes. But I want to say this because I pointed out this last time. Most Hebrew Israelites don't wear spikes. Like that was a particular group, and it was the founders, by the way. It was the founders who was wearing the spikes. But the Israelite groups that came after them, that split from One West, they did not wear the spikes. It was more so like the founders, maybe Brother Zabak and those guys. But majority of the Hebrew Israelites did not wear spikes. But yeah, but few of them, the founders did. The One West crew did wear the spikes, and it was funny. You know, they had a whole bunch of names for them. Power Rangers, a whole bunch of showing up.
Oh, so Tazaria, they're keeping it authentic then.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely part of the One West clan. But again, the more authentic One West crew, the ones who never left was the Comforter, was the dude that just died from COVID. It was Tazadakia. Like they were One West. Like they still are One West, by the way. So even Captain Tazariak had left and did his own thing. And so the Comforter took one, I think it's Arya. Like he's one of the founders, Arya. So Arya rolled with the Comforter, Tazadakia, and that they are One West still.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what the groups mean. One West, GCC, 3PT, none of them.
Yeah. Remember Sinetta played a Hebrew Israelite who got locked up for embezzlement? He said, yo, this was the Hebrew polite. Yeah. Like he had stress levels and everything.
Nah.
Okay.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? I watch certain parts, but the shit don't appeal to me. I poop.
That was okay. He was also when the power was on. He was also on Jerry Springer. Like he was He said it's a New Jack person. Now I know that TruthStorian. I know that he's the babies, but he took Arya with him. I think his name is Arya. Arya was an old head. He took Arya with him, and I think Arya, I think his name's something like that. And Arya had vouched for Tazadakia. Oh, okay. Yeah, but a lot of the street teachers, not now, but a lot of street teachers work from One West. But a lot of Hebrews, like you see in a church, like Jeremiah Judah, they were never One West, and you could tell because they have a different doctrine. All the street teachers, they believe Mary had sex with Joseph. All the street teachers, they believe the same thing. They believe that the Gentile white folks can't be saved; they're doomed to hell. All of the church building Israelites don't believe that. So all the Jeremiah Judahs, the black minister Jesus, they don't believe that. Like they believe the white folks can be saved. And they believe that this Holy Spirit was responsible for Mary's pregnancy. Like they don't believe that hardcore teaching. So that's the clear difference. So all the church Israelites, they would disagree with GMS. All those street teaching dudes, they'll agree, they'll disagree. So Divine Prospect is more of a church Israelite. Zion Lex is more of a church Israelite. So they too would disagree with Tazariak and all the street teachers.
Peace, brother. Unbiased.
Oh, peace.
Peace to the whole panel. Brother Wudjau, peace and love to the whole panel.
Hey, peace, brother Ngozi.
Peaceful.
Hey, that's how I deal with the Quran, man. Like I'm Muslim, but I don't think nobody in the Quran exists historically. Okay. I study it figuratively. It's literal. It's symbolic. It's not meant to be taken literal. I don't think Muhammad exists. I don't think a person can say, "Fuck the Quran in my face," and if we were in a debate or get mad or say whatever, and I wouldn't get upset because I don't take the religious text literal at all. It's metaphorical.
Man, you're gonna make an Asiatic black man pass out by saying that. Ngozi, that man just gonna have a heart attack.
Brother Asiatic got his approach. What I'm saying is that Quran means to recite, and when you study Quran, it means to recite. And when you deal with it, it's a fluid when you deal with it. When you're dealing with Arabic and the language or whatever. But overall, I don't take it literal. Like if you follow timeline, if you follow the stories. A lot of it don't even make sense. Even the Pharaoh in it that they talk about, the timeline don't make sense. It doesn't. So it's like it's symbolic. It's figurative. You gotta look at it. You gotta look at it figuratively. You can't take it literal.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think they exist either, but I'm just saying, you know, this is I just speak of age. You gotta be like, brother Ngozi, man.
Hey, that's my brother though. He got
that's my guy too.
I just said that's for me. For me, I look at it like I'm still Muslim. I still play that game, but that's just for me, you know.
Right. Yeah, I get you. Like, and again, like how Wudjau said, there's some things in the Bible that he likes, but there's some things in the Quran that I like too. You know, certain stories that I feel like, you know, I can relate to a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, you know, my question is, are all you brothers on the panel, are you guys atheists in the sense of what we know as an atheist?
Yeah, I am.
I'm agnostic.
Same. I'm agnostic.
Okay. I mean, yeah,
I ain't gonna fight you either way about it. You won't say it exists. I ain't gonna try to fight you either.
Yeah, I'm more of agnostic, pantheistic. You know, like I said yesterday, I see Allah as being symbolic. I don't take it literal. I mean, I honestly see Allah as the laws of physics. That's it. That which makes the laws of physics, which is the laws of physics. That's it. I don't see it outside of that. So I still see it scientifically with a little allegorical twist to it. Some people could say it's pseudo on one angle, but I don't take it literal to even be identified as a pseudo. So I know how to put the Quran down when it's time to talk about science.
Right, I got you. Yeah.
You know, Albert Einstein talked about God, but you know, it wasn't the type of God that he talk about. But
right, he based him and Carl Sagan's identified God as the laws of physics. That's what they said.
Yeah, I can rock with that. I can rock with that.
Yeah, so I am a non-arguing atheist. Like, I don't argue religion.
That's 100.
Yeah, I'm probably the first atheist that don't argue religion.
I think atheists are the coolest people though. I mean, I not the ones that go out their way to just debunk God every day. I think those people are just as much as
annoying as yeah, exactly. I feel the same way.
Yeah. I mean, they just as religious as a damn Christian cleric just running around here just screaming. I mean, if you run around saying God exists every day, them type of atheists is dangerous.
Right. Yeah, I go with that.
Yeah, anything can become fanaticism either way. You know, they're fanatic about it. Yeah,
they become a religion themselves, though.
Pardon me, Ngozi, for 1 second.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All niggas was running around talking about y'all was atheists. I don't want to hear this shit now.
Not truth. I've always been this way, Go ahead with that.
Punk had every last one of you niggas, except for Ngozi, talking about y'all was atheists. Now y'all want to be agnostic. Now y'all want to be agnostic, right?
I was agnostic before I even knew who Unc was. I came
y'all niggas lying. I told you niggas
I've never been religious,
you should be agnostic, right? Right?
Yeah.
But you don't listen. Now y'all see how crazy that atheist is.
I've always been
and y'all looking for the back door. Don't even
always.
Oh, I'm atheist. He had all you niggas screaming that garbage.
Nah, you would never find me arguing that. No.
I told you niggas, be agnostic.
Listen,
just you don't care.
This has always been my stand. If you ask me what I believe, I'm an atheist. Scientifically, I'm agnostic.
There you go. So what does that mean?
No,
you can't flip flop like that.
That's the whole point. Atheism is a belief. You can't prove it. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
So that's how I look at it.
You believe there is no God.
If that's what if I had to believe, yes, I would.
Okay, that's an atheist. You're an atheist.
Yeah.
That's an atheist.
I don't argue that. No, that's but I'm saying that's a belief.
That's not agnostic.
You can't prove that. But scientifically, when we talk about scientifically,
go ahead with all that. See, now you're throwing another word. You're gonna be scientific literate about something.
Right.
Because see, that's why I stand with agnosticism. Because
you know that's what I told you, crazy niggas, to lead that atheist shit alone.
Bro. Yeah. If you're agnostic, If you're agnostic, you don't know. A means no.
Exactly.
It means knowledge. So it don't matter to you. You don't go out your way trying to find.
Thank you very much, brother.
Exactly.
Thank you. I told told you niggas
That's
to
why I
come
said-
home to agnosticism, and now y'all say, yo, let me get away from the atheist shit.
I've been this way, brother. I promise.
Told you, nigga. Everybody running around, I'm atheist. Like, get the hell out of here.
Nah, I've been this way. That's why I don't argue with people about their faith. That's why I never go that
got
route.
an atheist tattoo on his leg. He talking about he ain't an atheist.
Told you, niggas.
Listen, you hear me on I used to be on channel arguing about that. Like, nigga, I'm acting like arguing on behalf of religious folk. Like, y'all
agnostics
say
there may or there may not be. It does not matter.
It doesn't matter.
Definitely not that.
How about that?
Exactly.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, agnostic. Not
I don't
atheist.
believe him, by the way, true story. I don't believe him.
Why not?
Because I believe he's trying to save face for because he's well liked and he don't want to divide, his viewership. But I really believe
No. What, so you trying to say agnosticism? I can't pronounce it. Is some political stance? No, don't try to put us agnostics and this political group.
Yo, social with me.
He just became West African agnostic about 2 years.
Nigga, you better go
with him in the chat.
You better go check the first videos on the NBK channel, nigga. West Africa. Okay, homeboy? I don't believe that. I told you, niggas, just leave it alone. You don't know. And this is what you tell anybody that's religious. I don't know, and neither do you. But for you, as an agnostic, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's irrelevant.
Simple as that. And it's not offensive to anybody because you're not saying outright like an atheist, oh, God does not exist or whatever, because you could be wrong, nigga. We could all be wrong.
We can all be
It doesn't matter.
I'm definitely not agnostic. I definitely say no God.
Well, look.
You scientifically literate, right?
we got my SBDL interview for proof. So we ain't gotta go couple years back.
So you mean a religious debate the league that you was in, nigga?
Exactly.
Yeah, I got an interview, but you got to do an interview before you come on.
Oh, for real?
They interview me, 2-hour interview, probably 2-3 hours of interview.
If he keeps working on that, man, he got something there. There.
Why my interview turned to a debate then?
What? Oh, it's turning to debate now because you lying about the Israelites.
My
talking about Tazari. Oh, I'm sorry. My fault.
Oh, yeah.
It's a true story. Yeah, my interview turned to a damn debate with Solomon.
No, because my interview was an interview.
Yeah, that's right. That's an atheist.
My interview was an interview to go into the league. Yo was just like you basically was on a hot seat, basically, and didn't know it.
Yeah,
but it's
crazy.
But it seems like, and I could be wrong, I watched it a few times every now and then, like you could be forced to argue about something religious even if you're not, right? Isn't that how it works? Like you have to eventually choose something?
Yeah, because there's so many Hebrews over there, like you want to debate, they can't do evolution, Big Bang, It's like you have to pick a religious topic. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to do
So speaking of just hit me out with this. Speaking of the Israelites, and they like to take credit for this standing on a corner proselytizing or lecturing or whatever it is, when in fact the first person to really do it was an atheist.
Really?
Yes. Hubert Harrison was the one that made the soapbox speaking on the corner popular. It was the Caribbeans who brought that here, and I tend to believe, because a lot of them came from England, that it came from Speaker's Corner. That's why 135th and Lenox by the Schomburg is named Speaker's Corner. But that Speaker's Corner existed in London. I mean, people in the chat from London might know, but I think going back to the 1700s, 1700s, that's where they were doing that.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. So those Caribbeans come over here with that type of flair and speaking. Hubert Harrison was actually on the corner teaching about science and all other type of stuff. It wasn't just a religious type of slant to it. But what's interesting about that, he's a staunch atheist, but when Garvey comes and Garvey sees him on the corner, I think I showed y'all in the video, the first place he takes him is to the Roman Catholic Church. So he was still plugged in with them. He just wasn't religious. You saying?
No, so he took Garvey to the Catholic Church?
Garvey comes and he's looking for, the reason that the UNIA worked out the way it does is he's looking for people of a certain caliber. And typically in the churches at the time, these are the people who were working people. So you need money and resources. It's hard to go up into the tenements where people are struggling to have no money to build an organization with. So him being a Roman Catholic, he leveraged that because there was a few Roman Catholics in Harlem at the time, but there was also, you know, a number of Black Roman Catholics who were upper lower class, if that's even a designation. You know what I mean? Like they're working. So when he asked him, you know, can he plug him in with some people, he takes him to St. Mark's church, because it was two big Catholic church at the time, one being St. Mark's and the other one being St. Benedict the Moor. And so that's where Garvey makes his first speech and starts to, you know, tell these people about what he's into in his organization is at the Roman Catholic Church, the Black Roman Catholic Church in Harlem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then from there, you know, the growth of the UNIA comes. So.
Yeah, you know, Rob on said some, you know, disturbing things. I was like, you know, talk about
what?
You know, Garvey now was getting violent out there, chopping hands off. And I was like,
Garvey what? Say it again?
Yeah, they was out there banging on each other, chopping hands off out that mug.
That's what these folks do. I agree.
They get busy. They're like, geez.
Yeah, Garvey. But the thing is, like, people
why nobody talks about this? You know
what I'm saying? Nobody. People also don't talk about the fact that many of those UNIA businesses were blown up. There was an impression that we have, looking back a century later, that Garvey came and everybody loved him, and that was not the case at all. There were various completing groups, one of them being African Blood Brotherhood, and I think they had been linked or something to actually blowing up one of the millineries or something, like, which is a hat store basically that the UNIA had. So those buildings.
Why didn't they like him? Like, I mean, I understand they locked him. Why they want to blow his building? Because
of the arrogance and the narcissism that he brought with him. And this is not. I love Garvey to death, but that's what really turns people off when you start to come and position yourself as basically a king of Africa and a king of the Black people. That was not something that was readily accepted by everyone. You know, like, this guy comes. And there's still contention at the time, which is, you know, really wiped out of the books as well. There's some contention between Caribbeans and Black folks, as well as Southern Black folks and Northern Black folks and what have you, that's going on. So this Caribbean guy comes in with this, you know, I'm the king of the Black folks type of persona. And it didn't sit well with everyone.
A big man that run things.
Right. Yeah. You know, and that caused a lot of issues for him. But the fact that he was able to galvanize people at a time when they couldn't get jobs, so they could have a way to get jobs, is what, you know, he carried favor with that, along with the fact that everybody who was a member of the UNIA, it was mandatory that you subscribe to the newspaper. And if you understand, you know, one of the purposes of newspapers is really a propaganda organ. So, you know, he could be able to, you know, get the propaganda going, which is not a bad thing. Get the propaganda going through. It's not. The Black Panthers did the same thing.
I got you.
That's why the Black Panthers had Emory Douglas dealing with the newspaper as a propaganda arm, which they readily tell you. You know, so that's how the movement began to grow. But along with that, what I wanted to say, this thing about debates, is that's not a new phenomenon either, because two churches that I mentioned had debate teams. And I think on one was like Schomburg and a couple other people I can't remember at the moment, but the other one was like Hubert Harrison. I think Marcus Garvey participated in a few debates or whatever, and they would go at it. You know what I'm saying? But the topics were
what they debated.
Varied. So they debated science. They debated.
Who was like? Some was pro. Who was against science?
No, it wasn't necessarily against science. It may have been certain theories. You got to remember that Einstein is popping right now, and at that moment, and then you have coming to play a gentleman named Robert Tecumseh Sherman, who invented hyperspace. And so his scientific theories were challenging some of the stuff that Einstein was saying at the time. You can look him up. Look up hyperspace. The creator or founder, you see it's a black man that creates that concept. So the sciences were heavily in play at the time. So they debate science. They debate some religious topics, not in depth like people are doing today and stuff like that. But there would be some debate because of Harrison's influence, and A. Philip Randolph also was an atheist, and even Du Bois to a degree, although he started messing with. You ever heard of the Baha'i?
Who?
Baha'i, B-H-A-I.
No.
Look it up. You can show the people Baha'i. You look it up because they have. I think their main headquarters now.
Yeah. The Baha'i faith is
right.
They got their own. They like a mixture between Islam, Christianity, all of it. Yeah.
Right.
You said what? What? Islam? What we say?
Y'all hear me?
All of it.
Yeah. You said a mixture of Christianity, Islam.
Yeah.
My fault, Cuban.
I'm just making sure.
And you know the Baha'i faith is very similar to Wudjau Ali stuff too.
Bingo. Bingo. And
Yeah,
Ngozi,
the Baha'i faith is located inside the United Nations.
I didn't know that. I know they have a big head.
I don't see it.
B-H-A-I.
Yeah.
Oh, B-H-A-I.
The guy who founded it, I forget his name. He was Muslim, and he created a religion that basically was Islam, Christianity, different religions combined to form like a one world religion. And then
so
you
have
like conspiracy theorists out there, right? And like they believe that the Baha'i faith could be the introduction to the, like when they talk about
you're breaking up a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I can't get much on the Baha'i.
Yeah, Cuban, you're fading in and out.
So if you look at the fertile grounds of the time when Drew Ali does his thing, and you wonder how Islam. No. Listen to me. Just Islam and Christianity, so forth, could be a hodgepodge, if you will. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm just showing you that a lot of this was occurring at the time. The Ahmadiyas had the same thing when old boy's father, and then he comes over here with the the Jesus and all that, and this little Islam band. And also you can look up something called Fahame. Fahame, and you're gonna see that's including Islam, Christianity, and Egypt.
Okay, so they just
go ahead. No, I just want to ask brother, TruthStorian, what was that black guy name in New York City, man? He used to go with the lady that dealt with the numbers. He was a Sufi.
So you were looking at
and he died. He died in a plane. The Black Hitler. Yeah, that dude. Yeah, the Black Hitler. He called himself a Moor. The Moor.
Right. So what he did as well, he brings in the theosophical element as well. That's how that gets mixed into the fold as well. He's part Islam, part Christianity, part this little mysticism thing, but also theosophy starts to come in, do what the Black Hitler was doing. And he actually was one of the people, I believe, toward the later years, him and Garvey have started bumping heads. But he ends up marrying Madame Sinclair.
Yes.
Because in Ngozi, you're gonna like this. This is where the numbers gets tied into it. The numbers game gets tied into it because it's Sosa, part of the hoodoo tradition, gets married in there. We got this thing with numbers and the interpretation of dreams. And so your grandmother tells you she saw a sheep getting hit by an airplane and she needs to play 736 or whatever.
My grandma was big on that, right? My grandma was big on that, right?
Right. So all of that gets married in, and then you have, this is where Chicago comes in, and then you have the elements of what DeLawrence was doing. DeLawrence is putting these things in books form, and he's publishing those older books like the ones that Drew Ali and stuff were using in there. So part of what I did, for some of y'all, so the first thing I did, which is on, I named it migration, mutation, culture, right? So that's the first thing I did with Black No More. And to show you that we depended on two things for success when we came up from the South to go to the North and to the Midwest. And that was luck and looks. And we figured that one of those two or both of those combined would give us success. So we began to change our look. And this is where skin lightening and the conking of our hair comes in. Because at the time in the newspapers, they would clearly state we want light-colored black folks to take X job, like that. I can show. I don't. Maybe I'll pull up if I go to my newspaper. But it clearly states light-colored throughout the whole thing. Right.
Yeah, based on the genetics, based on the genetic side, they did a genetic study on that migration, and they're saying like a large portion of that was mulattoes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you find you find more closely related mulatto black people in the north to the whites in the south.
Why would you think that? Let's just take it from
because it's easy for them. It's going to be easy for them to travel. I mean,
why would it be easier for them to travel though?
I'm saying because they
can
be
accepted. They can pass.
They could pass one, but historically, who would be the ones to benefit from the fact that you had a white father? The mulattoes. What does that give you? Access to money and more than likely access to having a trade. You see, so when we look back at history and we see, well, damn, all these people mulattoes, how they become such outstanding figures in our community, it's those two reasons. They have access to money and they have they most likely had a trade or a skill, which
that was the look that was even more acceptable to us.
It was more of a class issue.
Yeah. And that was like a lot of conflict within the community, although when you look at it, we rocked with it. This is why, like, we celebrated Frederick Douglass' birthday for, damn near a century. This is why when you look at it, Richard Allen was a mulatto. Prince Hall was a mulatto. Frederick Douglass was a mulatto. Booker T. Washington. When you go back and look,
that was what J.A. Rod is like. That man look white.
Right. But when you go back and look and you see those people, you see why now. You see what I'm saying? You have access through that father. You got access to education, and you would more than likely have access to some type of skill where you can get into the marketplace.
But I think mulattoes get it like a unfair rap, like historically.
It is unfair. And
it's very rough. You know what I'm saying? Based on what, like, they get very little credit for like the work.
So you have people tend to point to Blyden, right? That's the main thing, because Blyden is one of the early people to talk about this mulatto problem, right? Do you understand that came from some personal issue? Blyden was initially married to a mulatto, and then when he goes to Sierra Leone and Liberia, he's trying to make a power move, but he could not break into the elite class, if you will. And this is where some of his angst or whatever starts to grow, and he starts to have backlash against the mulattoes. So this is what fueled him then writing this mulatto problem, and that whole bit was his inability to access.
What's the guy's name? I can't remember. Chancellor touched on that too.
Later. Yeah, that's much later.
So you think that was part of the adoption process? You think he adopted that?
Who, Chancellor? No. It's
because it started being. I mean, I know that there is some truth to it in certain areas, but
right.
Like I think they just over exaggerate in some area, like they're not giving enough credit in other areas.
I think Dr. Chancellor Williams, when he wrote that in that book about Northern Egypt being mulattoes, that was a fact though. That was a fact. I mean, that was a historical fact. Them niggas, them niggas was mixed for a long time. If you ask me a question because of that was a fact. Them niggas in Lower Egypt been mixed for a very long time. But I don't want to change the subject. But I just think
go ahead, bro.
Good.
I want to try to pull up this light color thing while you going and Ngozi. Go ahead, man.
I think he was really telling the truth on that, because the people in Northern Egypt was always mixed. They was mixed even before pre-dynastic time for a very long time. And they were distinct from the people that was in Upper Egypt. So I think he was telling the truth on that. So Kiata talks about that with the different skulls and morphology, but the mixes happened in Africa, but they still was African. They was just mixed. So I think he was just talking about something that really happened historically when he wrote that.
Can I share my screen? Let me see if I can share my screen on this thing, right? And then I'll show y'all. Just give me 1 second. I'll show y'all the advertisement for the light colored people.
Well, the name, the name itself is very offensive.
Mulatto.
Facts.
Yeah.
Share content.
I'm gonna tell you that in Spanish, like I be getting pissed off, even my woman, because it's a part of the language when you're just describing somebody, and if you'll use the word mulatto, but it's a highly offensive word. It's a social construct. It was put into place to divide people. You know, and it comes from the Arabs, the word muliwa.
Yeah, like Malet, right? Malet or something like that, right?
Yeah, and it's not a good thing. So it's like, you know,
Most
you know, the Lacasse system even is zoological, where people are named after, like, for example,
yeah, it used to be like Lobos.
Yes, Lobos.
Yeah. Wolf.
So if you look at what he's talking about,
Sambo, right?
If y'all want to look up Costa paintings, that's what you want to look up.
Sambo, right? There's a monkey in South America called Zambo.
Yeah, blackface, dog face monkey.
They got the name from that and called it Sambo. Yeah. And it's just at the end of the day, it's just like, yo, we at odds with one another over the most retarded thing. Can't nobody help what complexion they came out.
But that becomes unique to our condition and us accepting them as part of the fold because of our experience here, which could differ if we decide to go back to Africa en masse, right? You see what I'm saying? Like us being like the mulatto or the mixed person is part of our culture. You know, so it's a debate of whether they're black or should they be accepted and blah, 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 and all this other crap. But as far as our experience in the Americas, it's hard to take them out of the picture.
Yeah, but you see debates like that in the chat, like something like he's mulatto, he ain't black. You see that a lot now.
I tell you, you're gonna have some hurt feelings. You're gonna have some hurt feelings.
Like, what?
Right, you're gonna have some hurt feelings if you once you start canceling them out. I can guarantee you.
I know.
You're gonna have a lot of hurt feelings.
Yeah,
no, I'm just talking about the amount of people that you're gonna be like, God damn, I didn't know that. But yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I'll
never go that route.
But you know, it does have some if you have a mature audience or you know some mature people talking about it, it's worthy of conversation. You see what I'm saying? Because you have a people now who have the ability due to who they are to the team, if you will. The same thing like someone who may be half Native American and half black.
Yeah, because there were records of say a father and a mother have a child that's mulatto, right? And that child could pass, and then she would go to the courthouse and I think what she would like purchase her mother and her father. I forgot how they said it was doing it because they changed the law to stop from doing that.
So it starts amongst contact because you got to remember when the Portuguese come over to West Africa and meet us, they are having babies. What are those? Those babies are not fully accepted by either side as well. And they become their own class. And this is what leads them to say, to hell with it. We're going to start, selling some of these people because we're not accepted by the West Africans completely, even though they accepted them more than the Portuguese conquistadors and such, right? So they developed this class of being merchants in between the two. And this is where you get those Lancados from. Those are those people, right? But due to the fact they're not accepted by either side, you can see how somebody tries to play it like, oh, the hell with it. We just gonna work it to our benefit and we'll become our own people, if you will. It's not putting a value on it, it's just trying to understand how something like that could occur. Like, fuck it, they ain't accepting us and they ain't accepting us, so we just do our own thing and take advantage of both. But when you look, this is why I try to tell people, the first people that they sent over here were those mixed people. Those are some of the first people who are enslaved in the Americas, mulattoes. Something to think about. They got the tables turned on them as well. Can y'all see my screen?
All I see is newspapers.
Yeah, I see news.
All right. So I'm gonna go to my clippings, and then I'll show y'all what I'm talking about real quick.
You show a lot of runaways.
No, what I'm going to show you is when you were coming up from down south, why you were it was a couple of reasons why you were skin lightening and straightening your hair.
Damn.
Because, come on, go.
Who the fuck was that?
When you look at the advertisements in the newspapers, y'all can see it, right? Let me just go to the page so y'all can see it. Just let me know if y'all can see my screen, because I can't tell. I see it? You see, these are one ads. Girl, what does it say? Light colored. City, wishes, position. These are people advertising themselves. Girl, colored.
Wow.
Young, colored, light colored. See?
Wow.
Yeah. Light colored.
So why were they in demand again? Like who is actually looking for that?
These are people who are going. So we came up with the idea that we were going to be this. I gotta make a call in a second. That we came up with the promises due to the Industrial Revolution kicking in, that we're going to have these hiring jobs. This is one of our motivations for leaving the South, and also what they do to the Mexicans, they did to us, where you see big signs along the road saying, "Come up to the North and you will have work." Right? The South got neglected all the way around after the Civil War. Not just us, everybody. This is why education is lower, housing is lower, the whole bit. You niggas lost the war. You whiteys lost the war. You're going to suffer for it. So anyway, this migration starts to come. We think that we have the ability to get access to the jobs in the industries that are popping up in New York, Chicago, Philly, and what have you. Right? But what you find out when the data shows us is the main jobs that we had were butlers and maids. So to your question, they're doing this so they can, these girls in particular, so they can get jobs as you can see, housework, maid or housework. You see, maid or I'm pointing at the screen like you see me point, but you can see maid or housework in the middle of the screen, right? So these are the jobs that they're trying to get because these are the only jobs they have access to. So many of our great grandmothers and grandmothers came up here. They had to end up being hookers and stuff like that because there's no jobs. You see, this is like the dark side of stuff that a lot of our family ain't telling us about, and this is where the drug dealing and all that other shit comes in that we have to do, as well as us becoming preachers, and all these storefront churches popping up, because now the bigger churches are falling apart. So every great uncle you got was a preacher or somehow something like that, because you could gain money from that. So anyway. We were the fashion, which goes all the way back. So you want to exhibit that you have some wealth. You have a black butler and maid. This goes all the way back to the 1800s. So this is what was going on here. But they started bringing in German and Eastern Europeans to replace us as maids. And so to compete, this is the stuff that we started to do, as well as it allowed us to say that we were foreigners. This is why many of our organizations, they all have hats on. So you see turbans and those hats. Yes, they try to tie it back to North Africa and all that stuff, but it was to hide the one thing that was hard and could be distinct for us, which is our nappy heads. Why? Because the descendants of those who were coming up from the South automatically had the big X. The black folks who were coming from Africa and whatever were considered under white status. You heard what I tell you? So somebody could come from, Dusay Muhammad comes from Egypt. Black as night. He's considered under that white status. You see what I'm saying? So this was the incentive for me to then say I come from some foreign land. Creating whole new identities when you emerge from the South and go to the North and to the Midwest. It's just part of what was going on and why we did the moves that we did. I'm not saying that you should be put any value on it. That's up to you whether you do want to do that. I'm just trying to show people this is what was going on. This is why people are doing those things. You know what I'm saying? So you could, you take it from there, whether you just put the value in the sellout and the blah, 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 all the other stuff that people like to do. I like to look at it as just understand, you know what I'm saying? To understand what caused us to do these things.
Yeah, they just adapted to the difference in the culture. That's really all they did.
Yeah, you gotta make a move. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they were limited, really. So you had to come up with ways to. Yeah,
so what they were
hustle,
called, Melvin, they were called UN niggas. That's what they were called. The UN is first starting to be established. They were saying these people who are going. This is what they call a lot of the Moors, in particular, a lot of people from Muhammad face, because of the garb and stuff that they wear. We call UN niggas. Wow. For United Nations niggas being these international people. You know, so this is what also leaks into many of the doctrines of you having this exotic origin. It's easier for you to say you come from the
pop up with that turban on that ass.
But yeah, but it's not just what I'm trying to say is we like to put him in a bubble. He's not alone in doing this.
No, I'm saying
this was the culture at the time.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So now you come in and your name is Ali Kareem, and you say, no, I'm not from down. My origins are X, Y, and Z in Egypt, North Africa, whatever. Now you got a better shot, hopefully.
But that also make it easy for Muhammad.
I ain't getting into that.
Yeah, right.
It's too late now. You gotta.
No, it's not. No, it is not, because I spent 3 hours the other day going into whether Far was white or not.
No, I ain't go. We ain't got to talk about this. I'm just talking about for the African not even have a negative connotation towards that.
Yeah,
that would be easily accepted because you already
come up like your Bama ass and you are Jethro Lightfoot. And somebody tells you, no, my brother, you are not from there. You come from exotic place, and your name is now Mustafa, blah blah blah. And now you got something. Now you got your end to be accepted more in your mind in society as well. It's a lot of stuff that come with it.
So let me ask. Can I ask you a question?
Come on, Malik, man. Come on, go ahead with all that. Yes, you can ask me a goddamn question.
So,
man. Yes.
CubanCrisis, Malik.
Yeah. What do you say? I'm listening. Go ahead.
My theory about this, that you had the Theastrical Society, like Madame Blavatsky, you know, you had that era of spiritualism, right?
Right.
And then you have Garvey, the Garvey movement, and other people basically saw that and monopolized and made a combination of a Madame Blavatsky thing of spiritualism and knowledge with Black nationalism, and from that just basically formulated.
Yes. So for us, so for us, what comes in, you look at Black Herman. Black Herman was a magician who was Garvey's homeboy, who was as big as, not as big as should have, but he was second on level to Houdini at the time, right? Black Herman also gets involved in the spiritualist movement, right? And the spiritualist movement allows theosophy to seep in as well, because Blavatsky's here, who's an Annie Besant and a couple other people. So if you look up, one of y'all can pull it up, look up the spiritualist movement. You're going to see that we had something, because we're not fully accepted by them, called the colored spiritualist movement. That's what Black Herman is involved in. And in Black Herman's book, he tells you, he makes up some mystical origin that he comes from Africa, 5 miles outside of some village and blah, blah, blah. That nigga was from down south, first of all. But this is the type of mystical origin that starts to seep in. And then you got Theosophy kind of married to that, and also DeLawrence, you can't forget, who was very important. And Sosa, whether you realize it or not, a lot of those hoodoo products that people were ordering from in South Carolina for those rituals are coming from DeLawrence.
Lies.
The shit. I want me to show you the books now. So we're getting our so-called.
I can accept that as a fact, because in what a lot of people confuse with Santeria, which isn't, is spiritismo, spiritualism. So a lot of times people see that and they think that Santeria is not. And it's spiritismo, Kardec was influential in that whole thing, as far as the white table, what they call the Boveda, with the 7 glasses with the white cloth. And in a lot of Spanish people's houses, they'll have them type of books. So I can see that being very truthful with that, when he's saying, as far as people with hoodoo taking information from that.
But you have DeLawrence and what he's doing, and he's offering those things. But you also have more West Africans coming And they're coming with some hokey stuff as well. And even to this day, I can guarantee you, if you're in a major city, look in the back of those metro type of newspapers, everybody got them. Atlanta, Miami, Chicago, the free newspapers. Those whole call me now type of people, you're going to see African people in there to this day. I guarantee you.
Village Voice.
Right, the Village Voice. But even still, down in Florida, look at the free newspaper, look at the advertise. Call me, and I will give you a spiritual reading or whatever. Blah 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 blah. And they're gonna be, Baba Ofabumbe and all this stuff. That's going way back to, and that gets blended in as well. So what I was trying to get at is all of this stuff becomes such a hodgepodge. That's why I wanted you to look at Baha'i and look at Fahame, Fahamme, because that is ill, because that's one of the earlier ones that includes your little commission thing in there. And
so that's where Miss Cleo got her jargon from.
That's been in our culture forever, because it does have validity. We were doing it in Africa, but it gets exploited a bit, and you know what I mean? It becomes new agey, starts to creep in because of this whole ascended masters concept. And Ngozi could probably speak on this more, but you got this thing where the spirit of these ascended or ancient masters now, and this is what Dr. York did, right? He became Melchizedek. He became all of these people who, his vessel somehow gets this spirit or this entity, these ascended type of masters come into him, type of thing.
Hey, let me ask you this: do you know about Lord Maitreya?
Who?
Lord Maitreya or Lord Maitreya?
You're gonna get me the line. I don't know that one off the top of the head. No.
He's this dude. All I know about him is in the New Age community, supposedly he's the awaited one to bring harmony on the earth. Like, there's a picture of him that I've seen in York's book. He had like a beard and like a thobe on with like a cloak. But I don't know anything about him other than his name.
I could see if I got someone on it. It don't hit me off the top of my head. But
he's still alive.
What book is it from York?
No. It's not from York. It's just that York mentioned in his book, because when you read the 360 question books, there's different parts to those books. So in part one of Ask the Muslim, Ask the Christian, Ask the Hebrew, he has a list of names and pictures of people, and he'll say, see, this person claimed to be the Messiah. This person claimed to be the messenger. And then we get to the bottom, you always see him holding his staff, and he's like, but I'm the one on him, blah, blah. And in those books, you'll see a little picture of Maitreya. But come to find out, this is somebody that New Age people are into, this Lord Maitreya guy, where I don't even know. I think supposedly he doesn't even have a birth. Like, he's just been around or whatever. Like, he's awaiting to show himself.
Well, didn't the Ahmadiyya dude come and say that he was basicly Jesus reincarnated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Didn't we look at our great heroes and say that Harriet Tubman was Moses?
Yeah.
So it's because it's part of our African tradition. These things are these people coming back. This whole matter's not created to destroy thing, whatever. And so okay, the expression in our families, right? You heard this before. That person's been here before, right? Didn't your grandmother say something about somebody in your family? Yeah, they've been here before.
Yeah.
Right? That's part of us. It gets exploited in varying degrees, but that's just part of our culture. We can't run from that part either. Our people believe that. Right or wrong, that's what they believed.
I'm gonna say peace to the panel. I stepped away. I might, if y'all still on, I know I'm biased. He here till 4 a.m. So if y'all still on, I'm gonna come back.
You going to get high?
I don't do that. I don't do that. I'll come check y'all out.
All
right, hold tight.
Peace.
But yeah, those were some interesting times, and so this is also just I got to jump off for a second myself. But then Booker T. Washington comes and he writes an important book called what? The New Negro. This is out of those times and during the Great Migration. So basically, you know, we are more than just these people who were enslaved. We are this new Negro. And that gets kind of blown out in different various ways. But this whole concept is a part of our culture for, you know, almost a century of being this new Negro.
Yeah. So then, without going into like a big explanation, I'm just curious to know what's your overall, in a nutshell, what's your thoughts of Fard Muhammad?
As far, I think he was a white dude. He might be a white Arabian or whatever. And I think you can't take away, he's had some impact on not just Elijah, but Elijah's brother and whoever were there early on to instill in them something to create what they created. I mean,
I thought Rob Bone was doing his presentation on the first semester.
Yeah, I think he worked out all day, so he probably somewhere sleeping. He might probably here later, but he was working out.
He was supposed to do a whole presentation on.
I mean, me and him battle all the time because I'm gonna tell y'all right now, please watch his presentation. This dude got shit. Yo,
that's what I'm saying. He did it already.
Nobody
he did it yet, right? He did it yet, right?
He didn't do it yet.
Yeah, he showed like tidbits of it, spoke on it.
Yo,
I looked all day yesterday, man, trying to see. He ain't do nothing.
This dude got some stuff. Malik and Ngozi, whatever. I know y'all have. Yo, he got some stuff you ain't never seen before.
But I seen the books. I seen the books that he showed, and those are like the only 2 books that I've seen that has the most information on it.
Are you talking about books? You're talking about like, because there's really no.
No, he got the letter. You seen got the letter?
Yo, he showed one. He showed one I never seen, but I never saw his son before.
Yeah, I seen his son.
Yo,
that was kind of crazy.
Some people in it. I think I got it saved somewhere. But some people like a lot of people in the NOI would quickly deny that.
No way in hell. Them ears and that nose give it away.
Yep,
no
they
way
give
in
it
hell.
away. I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick because I was looking at it just again the other day.
Yeah, he got the letter. He got the letter. Farah wrote to Muhammad, Elijah. Yeah,
but it was interesting because
I
mean, Malik, I don't know. I don't know if I shared this before or whatever, but yeah, it was one thing. I hope Asiatic don't come in here. Let me say it before he come in here or whatever. Old boy,
wake Rob on up, man.
Old boy was living.
Why y'all give that man a hard time, man?
Who?
No, that's our brother.
Who? Crazy? Yeah, Asiatic is my homeboy. I just mess with him.
That's our brother. We just be
I personally don't care what you believe, but I'm still gonna mess with you. So what? Whatever. I don't mean that. But
you know, he good.
They have
good
it.
Spirits.
Where old boy was living in the hotel, and they go in the hotel, and ain't nothing but muscatel bottles all in there. And he got his books where basically he was getting his bread off of people changing their name. You had to pay to get your name changed. And that was part of the, I don't want to say shtick, but part of the thing, if you will. So you go from being Sosa to Bama to now, Ali Kareem or whatever. And that's how he was getting some of his bread early on.
It's not surprising.
But, it's a part of our history. And I think once people speaking, I think Wudjau will speak to something about advancing and once we become mature in it and take some emotion out of it and realize that it's just history. We can't change it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We can't change what Garvey did and how he did some things that you may question, or Drew Ali or Martin Luther King or Malcolm X. And it's
true. My thing be like this though. I'd be like, you know what? Put all the cards on the table, right? Because somebody gonna find that little stuff that you saw on Marcus Garvey, and says nobody knows it. They gonna bring it out like, oh, see, they hiding this. You see what I'm saying? And then
that's just why I did the thing about him being a Mason. Because
they take it out of context, you know what I'm saying? Just to try to destroy the whole everything.
There was such a quick assumption to call him a Mason. There was zero proof that Marcus Garvey was a Mason. Zero. Except one statement by his wife saying that he went to some meetings. Now, anybody that knows Freemasonry or anything related to it, if Marcus Garvey was a member of your lodge, don't you think that everybody in that lodge would say that we got Garvey in our lodge? 1, and 2, wouldn't you name, like they always do, lodges after Marcus Garvey?
Yeah.
That's a good argument.
Right?
Wasn't
Right?
his father a Mason though?
I think his father was. But like I said, I believe, I got zero proof. It is more likely, if anything, that he was a mechanic, which is different from the Masons, because I have a picture of John Edward Bruce's funeral, and it was his Masonic funeral, and Marcus Garvey is the only one there who was not in a glove and apron.
Well, let me ask you this: was he like a hardcore believer in Catholicism?
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Okay, so Catholics can't be Masons. That's why you got the Knights of.
There you go.
Yeah.
But at the same time they can, because Schomburg was a Catholic and also one of the top Prince Hall Masons.
All right, so I found the picture. It's actually on Amazon. Let me.
Was that of Max?
No, of Fard's son.
Yes, Max. That's what I'm saying.
Wallace.
His name was was it Wallace Max Muhammad or whatever? Now think about it.
I thought it was Wallace. It says Wallace died Virginia.
Okay. One that I saw had that name, but they also called him Max or whatever somewhere in there. And that's why I was like, Max. If you think about it, that ain't got nothing to do with nothing Islamic. Max.
Right, but could there be like a nickname or something?
Yeah, but I'm saying you don't got no Muslim nicknames.
There's no X. No.
It's just an M and an X. It's just an M and an X. Ain't no about it.
See, now we get it. Muhammad X.
You're funny. You're hella funny.
Muhammad Allah X. How about that, Max?
All right, I'm gonna share my screen real quick just so y'all can see.
Yo, I'm jump back on in a minute. All right,
you don't want to see the picture real quick?
I saw it.
Okay.
I saw it. I'll jump back.
All right. So this is one of the books that if y'all can see my screen, this is one of the books that not TruthStorian, but Rob Bourne does have, called Chameleon: The True Story of W.D. Fard, by Dr. A.K. Arian. And then these are the pictures, some of the pictures from the book where it talks about Fard, where he lived, how he came to America. And then here is Fard himself, as well as they're saying this is his son, Wallace died for Virginia.
Dang.
So you look at him, and then look at Fard.
Wait. Go back to the picture again.
So you gotta really, I mean, you could say it's a looking shit, but you gotta really look at it. You can look at the forehead, look at the ears,
nose.
Yep, the mouth.
I don't know. I mean, those are typical features of some Italians.
It is.
Jews,
but
Spaniards.
I think they got dudes records, right?
Yeah, they got
his nationality is listed, right? Like, I think Rob got it. Yeah, his nationality is listed.
Yeah, go back, Melvin.
Residence.
Melvin, go back.
Here?
Yeah, I've never seen that picture before.
Yeah, this is in this book here that Rob Bourne has. When he showed me this book,
is that his son?
That's what the book is. That's what the author's saying. Yes.
Implying, implying. You can't say.
Okay.
Yeah. I was looking all day, checking to see who was going to do the presentation. I'm like,
it looks like his name is Frankie Rizzelli.
I check on Facebook. He doing mile runs.
So you see this? I think this is a either a ticket. Let's see. Looks like a ticket or some type of court document. Yeah, because they wanted to investigate him. So that's what that looks like. This here is the Crusader newspaper. Yeah, Elijah Muhammad Allah's Turkish ex-agent for Hitler. It's back in Chicago, back in 59. It's another one here. Nation of Islam offers Hearst $100,000 approved that the charge that these two are the same people. But I mean, if anybody's saying these two are not the same people, like, you know.
Yeah, I don't know, because when I look at the pic on the left, that's the infamous picture. I mean, the picture on the right. I'm sorry. His nose is kind of hooked, like hooked. It looks like at the tip, like it kind of just.
Hey, Melvin, I found something, my brother.
You did?
Yeah, let me share real fast.
Yeah, go ahead and share it.
Yeah, I didn't bought so many goddamn books. I don't even know what the hell I got, bro. You looking?
Yeah. Hold on. Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay.
How you do that with? Oh, you got a green screen?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you can't really see it.
With the zoom.
I'm a little upset now.
Yeah, it ain't showing good.
I'm biased. I'm biased. How long have you had that book?
Who? I have no idea.
You sitting here with the book, man.
The effects are making the book. The effects, bro, is not making the book short.
There it is. No, I saw it when he showed the cover. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, he got it. Okay, cool. Could you go to the pages where they were showing that?
Wait, which page?
It didn't say. Amazon just showed like a preview.
All right.
But they said the pictures in the book. So I'm trying to get it for my library so people can use it.
Yeah. Rob Ball made me wait weeks for him to make a doggone video and don't make it.
Hey, you ain't gonna have to since Unbiased got the book, man. That's crazy.
But he got other stuff. He got like the letters written.
That's fine.
Look, Rob Ball always got stuff he showed. He got some hidden gems. Like he ain't gonna release everything. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, he never does.
Yeah, he got some stuff he was saving. He'd be like, he said, you know what? I'm gonna show you this one thing. I'm gonna let you see. You know what I'm saying? So I already know what it is.
Yeah, you gotta keep him coming back, man. You gotta keep him coming back. Keep him interested.
That page, Melvin?
Let's see.
Where's the damn camera? Oh, right there.
Yeah, that's one. That's the charge the NOI made. That's the infamous charge. I think they put that on their website one time, where they were saying that the see the mugshots, you guys. They're saying that those mugshots are incorrect.
Oh yeah, no. I'm not going with that.
Hey, but it's weird though. He wrote the letter telling Elijah, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't stop teaching. And then disappeared shortly after that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What's funny, Unbiased, is that I think, don't quote me on this, but I know in the book it teaches about the origins of Savior's Day and where it comes from, and it has something to do with him prior to the NOI. Asiatic said it's not him.
Yeah, I'm not going.
Yeah,
no.
Asiatic ain't buying nothing.
Now we ain't going with that because I think Dr. Wesley Muhammad accepts that is him.
Bring Asiatic on, man. We gotta have an NOI.
Have you guys ever heard Paul Guthrie talk about this?
Yeah,
I haven't.
Get on the wheel. Get on board the wheel. Yeah.
Yeah, Paul Guthrie says that Prophet Muhammad came from India.
Came from where?
You know what?
It's India.
Yeah.
I always personally believe he's Indian, but I'm okay with him being white or Italian.
Yeah, I heard like Indian.
I don't
Pakistan.
I don't think he's Indian. I think he's Pakistani.
That's what I heard. Pakistani.
Yeah, but being Pakistani, it's Indian.
That's Indian.
No. There's a complete difference in identity and culture. Complete difference.
I'm aware of it, but I mean, I'm just saying that they formed Pakistan due to leaving India because they wanted an Islamic country. Unless you're saying they mixed in with like Bangladeshians and.
No, but the way that the Indian people see it, anything above the Himalayas is considered not Indian. So anyone born above the Himalayas is considered No, Indian, and that's pretty much how they use. So that's what I would say. Like he's completely not Indian at all.
Yeah. Hey, Melvin.
Yes.
You mad at me? I'm mad at me. Look what else I got. Hey, so I'm mad as hell at me. I'm like, where did this come from?
Look the whole damn time.
Books of the book. You read the books, man.
Hey, yeah, I thought it looked
Hey, you gotta show your screen. You gotta show your camera because we didn't see this other book.
I see two Unbiased Sports, but I don't see no share screen.
You see that right there?
No.
No, you're not sharing your camera.
No,
No.
it's two. There's two Unbiased Sports of it. None of them sharing.
Yeah.
All right. What about? Oh shit. What about now?
In the wake of the plague, Black Death.
I got another virus book I didn't know about.
What?
This guy.
Bad as hell.
See, this is why I'm telling people, man. You can't just be buying books and not reading them, man. Like that's the message. That's all we trying to tell people. Hey, I bet you can get an edge up off that book. Unbiased.
Yeah. I look for audiobooks quick because I be in the move a lot.
Right.
Audiobooks. They come with a little PDF.
I don't even remember buying that book, yo.
Yeah, they come with the PDF, so I can always pop it in and listen to it.
Yeah, for me, PDF is dope because like I got tablet with me and I can just pull it up and bam, like I'm in there.
Exactly.
And then it's easier to share that way too. Like if you want to show something to somebody.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think physical books are. Yeah, physical books are better. I'm not going to dispute that. Like there's an entire experience.
I can't read stuff off like the internet. Like I just can't do it. I tried.
Yeah, I like the audiobooks though.
Yeah, if you get a tablet, it makes it easier.
Yeah.
Audiobook cover. They send an audiobook with a PDF to go with it, so you could just, you know what I mean. So you can zone out.
Here's the problem with an audiobook: you'll miss something, and then you have to find out where you missed it and rewind it. So at least with a book, if you're reading intentionally, you won't miss anything.
Yeah, but with the audiobook, that I get the audiobook and they send me a PDF.
Oh, okay, yeah, both. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah, the thing about the audiobook, at least it will play to the end. Sometimes when I read it, I get close to the end, I just stop reading. I don't know why I do that stupid stuff.
Man had the book the whole damn time. That's crazy.
Yeah, I thought it looked familiar when he showed it. I said, I don't got that.
You gonna read that tonight? Watch.
That's great. I told you, Melvin. That's why it's good. Look, Melvin. Last time we talked, I said sometimes. What did I say? I said sometimes it's good to have it because when I have the interest, it's right there.
Yeah, you're right.
He got a black man said, "Loan him a book." Loan him a book.
Hey, Melvin. But like when I was heavy running my, I got a Facebook group that been running since 2014. I'm not active there like that anymore, but it's called Black Think Tank. And I used to like back when I was like more into like history and like financial books. I used to literally buy financial books and just all donate them to like my members. I bought a couple Rich Dad Poor Dads, like about 5 of them things, and I had just donated them to any like the first 5 people who wanted it. Yep.
Yeah, but that's how I got my library started. I basically just started scanning my own books and kind of went from there. It just made it easier because I could, if I need to look up something, I don't have to go rummaging through the house, finding where a particular book is. I just pull it right up. Boom, it's in there. My notes is in there too, so it makes it easier.
Shit, my books be looking like a dang photo.
Oh yeah, I'm
green markers, blue, yellow, neon markers.
Man, I mess with some books, man, like the spine peeling off and everything.
Yeah, that should be looking crazy.
It look like it's an abusive relationship going on.
Yeah,
Right?
Exactly. For real. That's why I don't even see how folks can even collect books, bro.
It's a little expensive, but the worst part about it is you got to find somewhere to put it. That's the problem. Like, that's why I was like, man, let me see if I can digitize this thing. This is crazy. Like, I got 2 plastic totes in my storage unit full of books, like just books that I have no intention of reading within the next year. But I know I want to keep them. It's just like I don't want them in the house. Like they just take up space.
Yeah. Netta did a show with he was at Dr. Letta Jeffrey's house, and he was like, "Go in that room." He got a whole room full of books, like just piling up, just taking up all kinds of space.
Yeah, I had subscribed to study.com, Melvin, so I got a whole bunch of videos. Like I have access to, like, I think I was telling the watcher, I got Amber, I got access to like science, microbiology. I was telling Sosa too, microbiology, chemistry. So I've been like, and I got government, political science 101. So I've been like watching that every day because I keep hearing people bring up the government, and I know they don't know what they're talking about. So I'm like, all right, let me get more into that. And then, when we're debating and when we're talking and stuff, and people keep holding on to my very words, I said, all right, because there's a course for public speaking. I said, all right, I got them, because they was talking about logical fallacies and the proper thing to say, how to source correctly and everything else. I said, oh yeah, I got them now. They picking at me when I say certain things. I got them. I got you. I can't wait to get you.
It's like my favorite subject is political science.
Okay.
Man, I'm just setting my doggone transcripts in right now, man. I'm gonna do an online course at Arizona State. So if you to send my transcripts in next week.
Yeah, I recommend that. Like, especially like now with the whole, virus thing. Like, this isn't changing. We're gonna eventually have to learn to adapt and live with this virus. So it's not going anywhere anytime soon. Even if
the shit is like fucking herpes.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm doing
even if the summer
biomedical
comes, like they're pretty confident now that it's gonna appear after the summer. So it's gonna
who said that?
I saw something that said
there's
2 years.
There's scientists that say that. I don't know about 2 years, but they're saying that.
I saw something that said 2 years, like expected to be
Nah.
I don't know about
this
2
for
years.
like 2 years.
I don't know about that. That's kind of crazy.
Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, but I've heard them say that it can like hibernate, and then as soon as the fall or the winter comes back up with the wet season, it could possibly return.
Yeah, so you talking about? I mean, like I heard speculation about that as a possibility when it first came to America. They were saying it could be like a seasonal
right
virus, something like the flu. It's going to be a problem because I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but different viruses can attack the same whole cell.
Correct.
And that's how pandemics get started all over again. So,
correct. And not just that, keep in mind that what's going on in China right now, their version of the virus has already, mutated. So now it's technically something else. So, we'll see where that goes. Hopefully this isolation helps. I know we're trying to open up the country again, but like the numbers went up. Like at least in my state, it went up to 1,000 in a day where we were barely doing it, just under 500. So in other states, they're in the thousands as soon as they opened up. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'm on CNBC. I got to get their source. But look, it said the coronavirus pandemic is likely to last between 18 to 24 months. Scientists from the University of Minnesota have predicted. A report published Thursday, research from the University Center of Infectious Disease Research and Policy stressed that the COVID-19 was more contagious than the flu and was likely to continue circulating after the first wave this spring. And it's more and more reading to go on to it, but I got
So I see your source. That thing says I am brotherpolite.com, man.
Shit, yeah, man.
They seriously, they need to shut the entire country down.
I agree. I think that the businesses can't handle that.
Man,
Hey,
just
shit
2
happens.
weeks.
Like
This thing
health
would have been done.
health is more important than wealth, man.
Yeah, shut the
Because-
country down for 2 weeks, and this thing would have been done.
Right, but like
But
the
reason
problem is that the businesses, the major businesses are telling the government, hey, we cannot function with the lines closed. So they need to have a way to make money. And another thing that you guys are gonna start realizing is the prices of meat are eventually gonna go up because they are also having a hard time keeping up with the produce because now everybody's at home, everybody's eating more than usual. So the prices for that should be going up.
Oh, and I want to add on something real quick too. You see on Facebook these articles about Cuba going to these different countries, right, and helping the countries. That's all fine, but actually, what's going on in Cuba is the people are protesting. They're waiting in 4 to 6 hour lines for food. So the Cuban government hasn't done really anything to help the people in Cuba. So that's like a propaganda to make them look good because the doctors are getting crumbs, but the government is making the money.
Hold on, I can hear you. Talking about Cuba? Talk about Cuba?
Yeah.
That's socialism.
Yeah, but Cuban, what if they out there trying to get money to bring back to the country?
Just so they can have money in their pockets because it's a corrupt government.
You don't think that it's possible that they could be going out there doing what they're doing to get money to bring back for those in need?
No, bro. We have family over there. We be talking to, sending them money, all types of stuff. That's not what's going on.
I'm saying in the long run. Yeah, I'm saying in the long run.
I'll put it to you like this: in 2020, and since when Castro took over to when Castro died a few years ago.
Yeah.
And I haven't been to. I'm going to Cuba soon, but my wife is from Cuba. Her family's from Cuba. She's been to Cuba, and we talked to her friends. People like over there in Cuba. The living conditions is not too well in some places in Cuba. So it's like if the government hasn't yet done infrastructure in Havana, when you live in a house and you have dirt on your floor, you live in a house and your house is literally the size of 3 bathrooms, average size bathroom. You may not have a roof. You know what I'm saying? You may not have a lot of things. So I don't know, bro. It would be nice if that would happen, but I don't know. Like the hospitals. When people say, "Oh, they got great hospitals." Yeah, great hospitals. If you're in Cuba, you're not Cuban. But if you're in Cuba, you're not getting. They're reusing rubber gloves. If a glove has a rip, they throw it away, but the glove is reused. They clean it with hot water. The syringes is old. There's a lot of false propaganda that people here think about Cuba.
So how is the virus affecting Cuba?
There's been some deaths, but not a lot from what I know.
Is it because people don't really go to Cuba?
That's a good question. That I don't know. That's a really good question that you just asked. I don't have an answer.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, unfortunately, we got a lot of. Well, we have more. Like
alarmist claims about the virus is that apparently that's why, like, you know, when people say we talked about it, it's like, yeah, we talked about it, but new arguments are arising and they come at different ways, and we're hearing people that we know personally repeat these arguments. So what are you supposed to do? You supposed to let the arguments build up and then address it? Or do we knock it out as soon as we hear it?
Yeah, you're talking about as far as what?
Nah, you know, you got people with new arguments about the virus, like doubting, you know, it's always new arguments. Remember, it was the 5G stuff, then they dropped that, and it was the melanin stuff, and then now they're killing us, and now they're going with the it's a man-made, you know, hard body. They're going straight there with it. It's man-made, and then the government patented, and like all these weird stories. And I'm hearing Dr. Bashir Muhammad go with that, and I'm hearing other people kind of parrot that.
Can I address somebody in the audience?
About Haiti?
How about it?
Okay.
Your mic is
your mic.
Yeah, you might want to speak directly to your mic.
Who's that?
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess some people took what I said as being anti-Cuba, rather than click on the link to come on the panel and address me. So I'll answer your question. You see the conversation we had earlier about Black leaders, Black organizations, and we were talking about earlier about history, how there's nothing to get upset about history. It is what it is. You can't rewrite it, things like that. Okay. I'm not a romantist with people. So when it comes to Fidel Castro, there are things I like about Castro, and there's things I disliked about Castro. So I don't, you know, as far as someone asked also the question, what was Cuba like? Let me find the question. What was Cuba like
prior to
what was
Fidel?
Cubans like for Black Cubans prior to Castro?
Yeah, I know where you're going with that. Yeah.
Okay, so
talking about StewPeas?
First of all,
what's StewPeas the link? You talking about StewPeas?
Okay. Yeah, somebody, you got the link?
Batista was Black. Batista was Black himself, right? And Batista, see, a lot of people think that people that are anti-Castro love Batista. And that's not necessarily the situation. A lot of people didn't like Batista, but the reason they like Batista is they lived better economically. Cubans do not live good economically in Cuba. They don't. And there's nothing nobody can tell me about that. I know that for a fact. As a fact.
But Castro ended. Castro was the one that put a stop to slavery.
Slavery ended before. Slavery ended before Castro.
I thought it was Cuba. I thought it was Castro the one that made. Well, I think Castro the one that ran all the slave owners and the children of the slave owners, right? Ran them all, right?
No. Slavery ended way prior to that. Now, the thing is that with Castro, when he came into power, Batista was dealing with the Jewish and the Italian mafia. Before there was Vegas, it was Havana. That's where all the rich people went. So Batista exploited the people economically. Economically, in the sense, yes, they were living well, but economically in the sense that he exploited them with, you know, women and gambling and stuff like that.
What was that the guy before Castro?
Yeah.
But didn't the people, the former slaves, owners, were still living pretty luxurious during his reign?
During Batista, there was no slavery in Cuba during Batista.
No. The descendants of those the slave
the beneficiaries you talking about?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm sure they were. I'm sure that they were. But but people weren't living the way that they're living now in Cuba, or how they have been living in Cuba under Fidel. The people look. You send your family $100, they're getting $80, bro. They might get $60. They keep money. You know, you get caught selling certain fruit that's considered black market, you're doing 5 years in prison. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
the thing with this one, exactly, there's pros and these cons, there's good and there's bad. So was Castro good as far as he wanted to unite all African, Latin, Asian nations and everybody against capitalism? I like that about Castro. Maybe somebody else don't like that about Castro. But all the top people that was with Castro died. And that's not coincidence that they all just died. Now here, I moved to Miami 3 years ago from the Bronx. And a lot of people will say, oh, it's the white Cubans that don't like Castro. That's not true. There's black Cubans, there's black in my shirt that don't like Castro. You have a combination of people. You got people, black, white, whatever, that like him and live here. You got those that don't like him. You got those that don't like him, but they like Che. You got those that like Batista. So you have a combination of people here who have different feelings about different individuals.
Can I say something now? I've heard it for a while. When was the Cuban Revolution? Prior to the Cuban Revolution, was there segregated signs on the beach in Havana?
Definitely.
That said for white only.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like Castro.
No. Wait. Let me finish. Because you went on. So let me explain.
No, that's me. This Sosa talking. I was agreeing with you. Yeah, all right.
Sorry, Sosa. Prior to the Cuban Revolution, were there signs on the beach of Havana that says for white only?
I just
said white
yes.
American, right? Where did most of the black people live? Didn't they live in the rural area where it was more agricultural?
Like Matanzo.
Where they were mostly agricultural, right?
Yeah.
All right, so two things. I mean, I'm not wrong, right? When the revolution occurred, most of the Cubans who left Cuba were white Cubans. And when we use white, we can use open and close quotation. You said Batista was black. Batista did not recognize himself as black. If you read any book on Batista, and I'm not going to pull up the primary now for anybody. I'm not going to source it, so shut up. Anybody can go and see. Batista did not recognize himself as black. So that was an error you made, right?
No. I said he was black, and just because he didn't recognize
he was black. He was black.
Batista was not black. Pull up a picture of black Batista.
Listen,
let me
tell you something.
They
you had somebody.
It was not whitening. You are talking. Even the
there's somebody that was in this chat room who I will not say their name, who is the granddaughter of Batista.
Yes,
who is a Cubana, and she's black. And she has told me.
Yes,
let's pull him up. Let's pull him up.
No, pull up a picture. There's several pictures of Batista. There are pictures of
some people may call him a mulatto. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Mulatto. All right. But what you're doing now is you're backtracking.
No. I'm not backtracking. I'm saying he's black, and I'm asking you. I know. I'm saying, first of all, why are you arguing about what the color of his motherfucking skin? I don't care if he was fucking purple with triangles. Why is that such an issue?
The reason why
I said he's black. Right. Some people say he's mulatto, but I don't see mulatto. Right. I personally see mulattoes as black people. So that's why I say he's black.
No, but guess what you're doing wrong now?
What? Tell me, Almighty, one of the galaxy. What am I doing wrong now? StewPeas. StewPeas. What am I doing?
I'm not doing wrong.
StewPeas.
Like the dish. StewPeas. Let me cook it slowly, like peas.
Let's go.
Right? What you're doing is that you're not recognizing that how people are identified in the islands or in the in the colonies is differently than how they identify
I
in the
understand
States.
that. I'm Cuban. Right? I understand that, but I don't agree with that method. I don't agree with that way of thinking.
But
you're either black
no,
or
but even
I don't agree with that. Though.
If you don't,
that's why we separating right now, because people want to divide and say, "Oh, that person's not black because their mother was white and their father was black or a mulatto or this or that." No, they're black. If you take black, if you take a cup of milk and pour chocolate in it, the milk that's white becomes black. And black is also a state of mind. It always isn't about complexion. So just because someone is fair doesn't mean they're not black. That's the problem with Jamaicans and Cubans and Puerto Ricans and Dominicans and Haitians.
Stop it.
A lot of y'all get caught up in that La Casa stuff that they're this. No, that's the problem in the beginning with black people.
All right. Let it build. StewPeas, don't be friendly. Be friendly, StewPeas.
Be friendly.
Be friendly.
Yeah, dude, you came in here jumping at me like
we brothers. We brothers. We brothers.
No. I'm going to be friendly.
Brothers.
I'm going to be friendly. What it is that whether we like a situation or not, we not agreeing with it don't make it untrue, right? We understand that what the slave masters did is that he impregnated black women and created a buffer, a mulatto buffer.
No, let me tell you something right now. Shut the fuck up right now. That's offensive what you just said. That's offensive what you're saying. The word mulatto means donkey or mule. It was a child that was made for the purpose of classes. It was a child that was made. It was a child that was made to get somebody rich.
Let me apologize.
That's metaphysical. Listen, let me explain something.
Let me say what I'm saying, please.
Because listen, I already know your way of thinking. You're an old school thinking Jamaican dude who's caught up in saying mulatto and black and white.
No, I
already know where you're coming
from.
Dude.
The one who said
I'm from the Bronx.
You were the first person who said mulatto.
Y'all the same as Cubans and Puerto Ricans and Dominicans and Haitians. Y'all caught up in that way of thinking that divides. I'm not into division. I'm not into division.
Well, come on, let's get back to it.
Getting back to Castro, because this is what this is all about. I agree with Sosa that there's pros and cons. We agree with that. So because I'm not pro Castro, you want to jump on here.
I'm not saying that you're pro Castro, but that's why. You see what you just didn't know. You just reveal your true colors. When you said you just reveal your true colors.
I said
right?
that I say this
because Sosa said I must be nice. That's why I'm not stepping in your throat. Right? That's because Sosa said it must be nice.
I think your glasses is too tight across your head with the headphones on. I said there's pros and cons. I said there's pros and cons. There's good and bad.
Light-skinned dude, when your grandfather ran away with the money from Cuba, what did you expect would happen? When your white grandfather, light-skinned dude, ran away from Cuba with the money.
Well, who's like, first of all, my father, you got it wrong.
Your white Cuban grandfather and grandmother ran away from Cuba with all the money. What were they supposed to take and build a country? Light-skinned dude.
Let me tell you something.
Light-skinned dude, your family took all the money from Cuba. Your white family
if I had
took all
the
the money
powers
from
of
Cuba.
Gumby, I would
That's what you did.
Screen right now and fuck you up.
My
father, my father was a black Cuban from Santiago.
Was a light-skinned Cuban.
No, he was not a light-skinned Cuban. My mother was a light-skinned Cuban that was mixed from Camagüey. No. I'm offended because you're a jerk. Dude, you was a jerk. You're ignorant. And I'm going to tell you like this. Listen, I'm telling you. If I ever meet you in person, I will mop the floor with you. I will beat the shit out you.
You cannot.
Because you mad disrespectful.
You cannot. I can't tell you my address.
I
live in Miramar.
I can't so. Trust me.
I live in Miramar.
Running your mouth talking reckless for no reason.
Y'all bring it back, man.
You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Miramar.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
You live in Florida,
the way you doing.
You said you live in Florida.
You got a fucking escrow. Why the fuck are we listening to you? With your tight ass glasses, dude. Who are you looking at? Your eyes
Come
shut
on,
up and
come
shit,
on.
Charlie People and shit.
So that's your fault,
Listen.
Sosa.
I thought we was gonna build.
That's what I thought too, but he wants to start coming and talking shit like he knows me.
Look, it's you first one start talking.
No,
It's you run your mouth.
if you rewind the video, as soon as you
We
jump
can't
on,
go
you
back.
started
You
coming
first
at me.
jump
Wasn't
at it.
nobody coming at you.
It's
Wasn't
you
nobody
first jump
coming
at
at
it.
you.
You're
It's
too
you.
sensitive, man.
Ain't nobody too
What, the
sensitive.
last dude who
I don't
fucking
like
turned you
people talking
sensitive?
shit.
The last dude who fucking turned you
Yo,
sensitive?
Rascal
You're too sensitive.
You're looking all over the place. I'm
You're
right
too
here. Stop
sensitive,
Can we bring it back? Can we bring it back
You're
to?
too sensitive.
You don't even
Can
know
we bring it back to a dialogue, fellas? Let's bring it back to a dialogue.
You're too sensitive, man. Light skin dude's too
Dude,
sensitive.
you talking
That's
shit.
the problem, you know.
Dude, you talking shit. That's
What's
the
the
problem.
point? What's the point that was trying to be made? Like you, so you think, so you was in favor of Castro, TruthStorian? You feel like there's pros and cons of Castro?
Listen, I'm not communist. I'm not in favor of Castro. But what I said, what existed after the revolution, most people who ran away with the wealth. That's always happened anywhere where there's a revolution or there's a change. It happened in South Africa. The white people, after apartheid, a lot of the white people left South Africa and went to England and Australia, and they took most of the wealth, right? It happened in Jamaica when Michael Manley was the prime minister. People, wealthy people, anywhere in the world where a revolution occurred, wealthy people run away. It's happening in Venezuela now. If you come to Florida, a lot of the real estate that is bought up by Venezuelan. You can ask him, right? Because guess what? They left Venezuela with all of the wealth. In 1958, during the Cuban Revolution, a lot of Cubans, the wealthy Cubans, left with all of the wealth. So a lot of things that exist down there, you cannot build a country without money. It's like black people in America now trying to build themselves up. And what's the first thing we start to talk about is that we need to get our finances in order first. You cannot build a nation without money. So when somebody starts criticize what exists there and they know that the money wasn't there, they're being disingenuous. And that's what he's being. And then he's getting very defensive when I'm telling that he's being disingenuous. That most of the people ran away with most of the money. A lot of white Cubans own half of Miami. Where they get the money from to buy half of Miami? They left Cuba with it. Right, but he's being disingenuous. And until he can admit that, we can't have a conversation.
All right, let Cuban speak on this, stupid. Go ahead, Cuban.
Okay. First of all, and please, I know it might be hard for you. Don't interrupt me. Let me finish what I gotta say. First of all, I say there's pros and cons, right? There's things I liked about him, there's things I disliked about him. That was it. When he jumped on, because it was things I mentioned, he started jumping at me, right? Now, the reason why you would call it sensitive that I'm getting is my parents are deceased, okay? So you're talking about the dead. And that right there, I don't tolerate. My father was a black Cuban from Santiago. My mother was a mixed Cuban from Camagüey. And you're gonna sit there and mock me and say this, that, and the third. I'm not having that shit. Because I'm in Florida too.
He apologized.
Listen, as a man, I am sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect your parents. Even more that I found out that they're deceased, I am sorry. My conversation will never lead in that direction with you again. Because I crossed the line.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
and I accept your apology, and I'll turn it back down to 1. I accept your apology. Now, he is making valid points. There were a lot of white Cubans that did flee Cuba when the revolution was taking place, and that's a fact. That is a fact. But the point that all I was trying to make is that there's good and there's bad with that man, you know, and that while the people, and yes, Cuba does things as far as like they help other countries and stuff like that. That's a fact. Those are things that I like. Those are things that I appreciate, you know, and I appreciate it because of the fact that to me it builds a unity with people. So I like that. But that's all I was trying to say was that there's people of different complexions that are Cuban that have different perspectives on these individuals of whether it's Batista.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Growing up, did you hear the stories from your Cubans, from your friends' abuela, from their grandparents about them having to leave?
Like I said,
I didn't ask the question. I asked you the question. Did you hear the stories about them having to flee, leaving the plantation or the land behind? Did you hear that? Did you hear those stories? Or those stories start that
like
they
I
have to
told
flee,
you,
leave the businesses and the factories behind? You never hear those stories growing up?
No, like I had told you, my parents died when I was little. I was a small child, so I was.
Well, so you didn't grow up in a Cuban community?
I didn't grow up. No, I did not grow up in a Cuban house.
Oh, that's why you don't. That's why I never hear the stories, because then you hear the stories.
So I've heard the stories because my wife and her friend, they're all from Cuba. And I've heard the stories.
And you hear the stories about their fleeing, leaving the plantations, the businesses, the factories behind. And they only could leave with the money that they sent. They're not telling them about the money that they took. Because the country cannot.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's why I was talking about what I said about Castro had forced them out. That's what I mean, like Castro had forced them out.
He didn't force them out. What happened is that, think about it. Castro didn't turn communist until 1963.
I thought he took I thought he started taking their land.
He didn't turn communist till 1963. The revolution happened in 1950. 5 years after he converted to communism. If you read the history of it, why he had to convert to communism is that just as you have now, you have people in Congress that we call them, like, who can go talk to congressmen and
yeah. I know, because that's why he made a deal with Russia, because America was blocking.
America blocked him from because he had a revolution, and he took back out of power, Batista out of power, and he said, listen, we need to get rid of the corrupted government. Right? America decided to listen, we're going to lock him down. He didn't have anywhere else to turn. So in 1963,
he had to
turn to the Russians.
Yeah.
That's why it wasn't communism before that.
That was socialism.
It was more socialism, where he was saying that, listen, we need to develop school and healthcare for our people. That was the original plan. But
because he brought he brought the literacy rate up like tremendous in Cuba.
98%.
Yeah. And healthcare. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And the infrastructure in Cuba is bullshit. I've been to Cuba. The infrastructure is bullshit, meaning that it's run down. People, it's since the last 20 years, when Remingtons, when people were allowed to send money from the United States through like Western Union to Cuba, you start seeing newer buildings and newer cars where they import from Canada. Right? But prior to that, it was very difficult. I've been to Cuba. I'm not talking through my ass. Right? Cuban pussy cheap. All of my friends used to go to Cuba to buy pussy cheaper than Dominican pussy. So I'm not talking stupidness. Right? Brazil, 10-hour flight, that's why I've not been to Brazil. I cannot sit in a plane for 10 hours. Right? But once you have money, you go anywhere around the world. And I've been to Cuba. Cuba is nice. The people are wonderful. They're friendly, right? I have spoken to black Cubans, black like me and you, and spoke to them prior to the revolution. Why is it that when Castro died in Cuba, there wasn't a big celebration? Why is it people cried? Because I remember prior to the days where black Cubans were still living in huts similar to what slaves live in America. Nobody not going to tell you that. They're going to tell you about the factory that they lose and the businesses that they lose. Because who you see up here. And even him if he live in Florida, him can tell you the truth that black Cubans in Florida are treated differently by white Cubans. They're not treated like brothers and sisters. Black Cubans are treated differently by white Cubans, and they come from the same country. And I live in Florida. I live in Miramar, Broward County, just on the border. Right?
Yeah.
You don't live far from me.
That's why I tell you, you could come visit me. Because I'd stand my ground on you. But trust me.
Nah, he's telling the truth because like all the Cubans here think I'm Puerto Rican. They don't think I'm Cuban. And then my wife is dark skinned.
Right.
And when we go out and my wife is dark skinned, so when we go out and they hear speaking Spanish, they go, "You speak Spanish?" Yo, she goes off on them because it's like, what you mean?
Right. If
Like,
you ask her, then we want her to believe that she's less Cuban than they are.
Yeah.
I'm not lying. I don't lie. The only person I had to lie to was my ex-wife because I was unfaithful to her so many times. But I don't have to lie anymore. Right, but I don't lie.
Crazy, stupid, crazy.
No, seriously, I don't lie. I come to this country and I get big and fat because I hate it here. I don't know. You Americans love it here because here is what you know.
Yeah.
But I hate it here because here, honestly, here is like you have to be proving yourself at every step. You're not given the sense of, listen, like trust. If you come to my house, I'm going to leave my house open to you. I'm not going to say I don't trust you. I don't know you. So because trust is something that you're supposed to give naturally. Right? It's after you prove yourself untrustworthy, if you come to my house when I leave and I say you have to leave. You understand? In America, you have to prove yourself trustworthy as a black person. If you're going to the workplace, you have to prove yourself that I work hard. I'm a hard worker. It don't automatically assume that you're a hard worker or you can do the job. You have to prove yourself, and then somebody come with a fake smile and say to you, "Oh, I have to compliment the job that you're doing." I guess this bullshit. Am I lying?
No, you're right.
Am I lying? As a black person, after you prove yourself, you see the boss come, especially if it's a white boss, and they start complimenting you. Why I'm complimenting you on something that I'm hired to do? If you never believe that you could do it, why I'm hiring you? Right? But that is it here. But sorry to go off on a tangent. I understand what you're saying as a Cuban.
No. We brought it back nicely because it was going crazy. Now we got back to brotherly love.
Trust me, I understand. This is his wife being a black Cuban. She has to fight every day to say, listen, I am more Cuban or just as much Cuban as any other Cuban.
Listen, I don't know if you have a grocery store near you called Chuppy Gal. It's like in Miami, there's a few of them. I had to go to the store because they were talking shit about my wife in Spanish, and they didn't think she understood. So I went up there. They called the police on me, and I flipped on them like this shit is like, And the thing that was crazy was the Spanish women. They weren't even white. They were like Indio. Like they were looking Spanish women. So they weren't even white. And it was just the fact that they were saying that. So it's ignorance, bro. It's ignorance. I mean, I think I want to apologize for the threats, bro.
No problem. We're good.
But we,
plus we got it on record, so StewPeas come up missing. You already know. You understand? So you already know. Don't even try it, bro.
That would never happen.
This is documented.
That would never happen.
I feel like now
my side,
bro. Like
just pigtails there. No more StewPeas. Just double pigtails.
I'm gonna have to come see you so we can smoke or go have a drink, bro. Like I apologize.
No, we're good, man. We can probably link up. Because honestly, I'll tell you the truth. Even all right, as a darker skinned brother who is Hispanic, what you find happening now in Miami is that you have the lighter people coming from Costa Rica, Honduras, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and they're coming and they're trying to push you out, say that you are not Hispanic enough. Am I lying?
But you know what? I'm gonna tell you the truth. most of my life, I grew up around Black Americans, and I really don't get along with too many Latinos. And
because you're darker.
And like I don't consider myself Latino or Hispanic. So Latino people, period, they don't consider me one of them. Like they tell me straight up, you smell like a Black person because I wear oils, you know, or you got a beard like a Black dude. Your name's Malik. What kind of name is Malik? Cuban. Like, so off the rip, that's how it is off the rip. But see, in the eyes of a darker skinned person, y'all don't realize that. So that's why it's like I get it.
But I realized it. I know it. That's why I touched you with that earlier, because I know that it would trouble you. Because I know it. I know the history. I know your fight. That's why.
It's like I gotta prove myself extra. You know what I'm saying? And it's annoying. It's just like.
Of course, I knew it. I know your fight. I know your fight. I know the fight you have to fight every day. Your fight is no different than my fight, right? But but the thing about it is that as a Black dude, when I encounter another Black dude, I walk, and when I pass him, I give him the nod, and I acknowledge him that I see you, and him give me the nod also, and him acknowledge that he sees me, and we have a connection, and we share similar experiences. But you being part Hispanic, part Black, it's almost like your road is more narrow than everybody else's road. Because unless somebody really know you and speak to you, they don't accept you as fully Black. To realize that you have to embrace the Black culture.
You ever see the movie The Spook Who Sat by the Door?
I'm not sure. No. The spook. No, I didn't.
There was a book.
Yeah, I seen the Black dude that was a CIA, that infiltrated the CIA and shit. Yeah.
I'm the dude named Willie in the movie. That's me.
Right.
Well, you gotta read the book. The movie's good. It was made in South, but there's a guy named Willie who's a very, very light-skinned dude that wears a dashiki. And he was like, he gets shit a lot because of his complexion. So he goes extra hard.
Trust me, people don't understand. A lot of people, you see, unless you see, like you who coming from New York and come to Florida, and then although New York have a different kind of setup, it is more homogeneous. It is more people more understanding of other people's culture, because you're forced to live in such small areas together, right? So people more embrace or understand other culture. When you come to Florida here, it's a whole total different ball game.
I don't like it.
It's a different game here. Here is like everybody in their own clique, in their own group. You have Blacks to themselves, Hispanics to themselves, Cubans to themselves, Mexicans. It's like there's no togetherness.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, what's the conversation tonight? Are you talking about the same pseudoscience? I thought that's what you guys were discussing.
Nah, man, we were everywhere, man. We done went from Marcus Garvey. We done been all over the map. Yeah, just open panel. Wherever we go is where we go. We just rolling with it.
What's the big deal then? Explain to me, please. Why this big thing on whether somebody plagiarized? If the person come out and say, listen, I saw the mistake in the book and they accept it as a mistake, like Wudjau, and he edited it and he made a second edition. Why are we still jumping on the... Explain to me, what's the issue?
That's about Cuban. I know that. I don't know that.
Whoa! What happened to Melvin?
I'm here. What's up?
I'm not taking that question.
Melvin.
I didn't hear the question.
Melvin,
say it again.
Melvin, talk to me.
I'm not taking that question.
How about the plagiarizing thing?
Okay, which one?
All right, well, let's talk about Wudjau's on first.
Okay. So I'm not sure if you saw the video. I even hate to continue to bring this up years after, but basically, we found several attempts of plagiarism in Wudjau's book. The only way we knew of it is because we also have James P. Allen's work, both the first, second, and third edition.
Right.
And so, as researchers, we were reading his work, and then also we were checking Wudjau's work, and we found like similar sentences. It's just where certain words were opted out and replaced. And so that's where it was like, okay, we got a problem here because they're saying the same thing. It's just that in Wudjau's book, it's like exact word for word, exact punctuation. He just maybe took some things out and replaced it. So which is why we did that. He ended up saying he has another book or a second edition, and so after his comments or regards on that, we kind of left him alone.
Well, all right. So you said that it was misquoted or it was used as his own words. He took somebody else's word. Because going to college, you understand that you send your work through plagiarism checker. Probably then there wasn't a plagiarism checker like there is now online. And it shows up like where citation. Was it what I'm asking? Was it a problem of citation or was it obvious theft of intellectual material?
If you can look at it and you can make that conclusion, I'm saying.
What's the conclusion?
I'll say this.
Wudjau.
Hold on.
Say Wudjau with 3 times. He gonna show up. Wudjau.
I'm saying this.
I knew it.
Because I like to also give ways to fix the problem. So if he could have simply added a citation with some quotation marks, he would have been fine. This is the same argument we're making with Asar, is that because see, here's the thing. Even in Wudjau's book, he has sections where he properly does do the citation and properly does do the quotation.
So how big is your Wudjau book? About 200 pages, right?
Unbiased, you wait.
Last looked, probably a little over.
All right, so we're talking about a paragraph in 200 pages, correct?
Not just one paragraph. We're talking about several pages.
Several different.
Maybe the host if you go to sleep. Let Wudjau in.
So we're talking about 4 separate. All right, it's a several. So we're talking about 5 paragraphs in a 200-page book that were improperly cited.
You can say that approximately. I would have to go back and watch the video to give you the exact number, but you can say that approximately.
Yeah, because if it's 200 pages and you only have, the way I listened to you a while ago and I was partially watching the video, it was few paragraphs. So if the whole percentage of the book, it would turn out to be more than 2% of the book that was improperly cited. So 98% was properly cited, right? And in my schoolwork,
like I said, I have to go back and look at the video and rewatch it.
But based on the board, you guys said it's a few paragraphs. It would have been 98% were properly cited and 2% were improperly cited. So is it that we're saying that because plagiarism basically is that we're not going to mince word now, because I'm not a word mince. I'm awful at that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that with thief, not only tech, with thief people intellectual property. That's why that's why people can get kicked out of school for that, you know.
Correct. But
it's a thief.
But that's because you don't properly put it in context. If you
right, but if 98% right.
Correct.
You can't call the man a thief based on 2%.
They can.
No.
Yes.
Because there's no book that is 100% correctly cited, especially on the first printing. That's why you have.
That's why you have an editor. Edition. That's just the purpose of an editor.
Even if you have an editor, because then remember, the more eyes you have, is the more opportunity you have to see
Right.
transgression.
I believe me, I understand that. I'm just saying.
You believe, all right? So when you have an editor and 3 or 4 people, they can overlook the situation.
Yes, yes, that happens. Yes.
So when you have 10,000 people,
Unbiased, check the back room. Check the back room.
And they bring it to your attention. Then now you allow the person to correct the situation. And since he corrected it in a different edition, shouldn't the argument be deaded?
I understood, StewPeas, but the problem is that it's repeated. So it's not. I mean, if it was accidental, we wouldn't have this discussion because accidents do happen.
All right, listen. It was repeated in his other books.
No, it was repeated within the same text. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but in the whole quantity of the text, the whole 200 chapters, 200 pages of the text, we have 2 or 4, 3 pages. So if we put 3 over 200 and we divide 2 by 300, how much we get?
Peace. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
We get 1.5. So the book is 98.5% accurate.
Hey, while I was in the waiting room, I couldn't hear what y'all was saying.
Yes.
But I want to say something before it slips my mind. Because I heard what Melvin said, and I think he's sugarcoating it. What Team Osiris did, right? Instead of them inboxing me, especially brothers who was in contact with me.
Team Osiris, certain members.
Yeah. Well, everybody knows who they are. But right now, I'm gonna say Team Osiris and CubanCrisis. You weren't on Team Osiris at the time.
I understand that. I understand that.
So allow me to speak.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when I say Team Osiris at the time, it was Team Osiris. You were not on there at the time.
I just said I understood that.
Okay, all right. So what Team Osiris did at the time, instead of contacting me, asking me any questions whatsoever, and I didn't have any problems, and I didn't think that I had any problems with any of the members, with the exception of Christopher Davis.
You don't have any problems with any of us.
Well, I'm saying at the time. So I'm going back.
No, I'm saying that there's never been any problems with us as a team, with you as a person.
Right. Well, I'm not saying as a person. I'm saying period. Like my inbox.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Period.
Okay, can I just finish? My point is, if I'm allowed to get it out, is that my inbox was open and I was in communication with some of the members of Team Osiris in my inbox. So when Team Osiris decided to do a dress rehearsal, it was 3 videos made. On 3 on Team Osiris channel itself, 1 on Kalam's channel. And so it was like a tour. So first it was a dress rehearsal. Then that one was redone again. And then a third one, and then another one on Kalam where, attempts was made to call Amazon and stuff like that. So what I'm saying by sugarcoating, what I mean by sugarcoating is that if you listen to the commentary now, it will make it seem like, if he just cited something, it would have been all good and this and that. No, these brothers was trying to smear, hate, and insult and try to say I was scamming and that I was
intellectually dishonest.
The choice word, the choice words was dishonest. I was scamming. People should get their money back, and all this other kind of things. So I don't want to play games and pretend that the intent behind it wasn't on some high school immature BS.
Which right? Can I ask you 2
questions?
Wait.
One second. And then another thing is that nobody on Team Osiris at the time, including Chris,
mute StewPeas, a lot of noise.
Yeah, but busted me for anything. All the corrections that I made was prior to any of them even mentioning my book. Matter of fact, the corrections was made when a couple of the members, one member in particular, was asking me how can they sign up for my classes. I had already made the corrections in January of that year. It wasn't until August or sometime that they made they went on a tour. They went on a tour with the accusation. But if you let them tell it, they caught me, and it wasn't until they caught me that I made changes. So first of all, there's a video out that fully explains this, but I'm gonna say this here now that even in the first edition, I mentioned James P. Allen in the reference. So the problem with people who don't write books and trying to accuse people of plagiarism is that plagiarism, there's a technical aspect of plagiarism of accreditation, where you're giving credit or citations to somebody. If you do that incorrectly at a very, very core, minute technical level, that is also classified as plagiarism. But it's not the plagiarism that these guys was trying to accuse me of and now accusing Asar of being dishonest, trying to scam the people and doing all this other kind of stuff. And I'm skipping a bunch of other choice words, but people could watch both videos or their 3 videos and my single video. So the intent was never to deceive. And then people got to understand how textbooks are formed. This is a textbook. And I heard another person say, you know, not quoting IPA for that you do in journals. The book is not a journal. The book is not introducing new knowledge or any of that. It's a textbook to summarizing the consensus of what the scholarly consensus. And so nobody was ever hiding. I was never my intention to hide James P. Allen as or not give him credit for work. As I explained in the video, the footnote, I use footnote citations. The footnotes were missing out of the first edition. And if any of these guys ever took my class while I was having class all of 2015, everybody who's ever been my student will know that I mentioned all these things in class. I got these things recorded. So in all of my classes, I mentioned the absence of the footnotes. I mentioned some other things that I was going to correct in the second edition. And people know I said, January, I'm going to come out with a second edition with the footnotes put back there because it was a software issue, and the things that it was some mistakes that was spelling mistakes, a few spelling mistakes, and some things that I left out or I wanted to add. And I was going to do all that stuff in January. Everybody knew this, and when January came around, I actually did it. And so all that stuff, all that stuff.
Before we go any deeper, let me ask you 2 questions, please.
Go ahead.
Because 2 questions. How big was the book? How many pages?
Don't remember exactly.
But about 200 pages, right?
Nah, it was a little bit more than that. It's actually 300. I can tell you exactly. It's 368.
All right. So the book was almost 400 pages.
368.
And I using the word improprieties in open and close quotation. So-called improprieties were found in about 2 pages, judging by how people describing it. It wasn't a lot. It was a few. Correct?
No. It was a couple of pages. It was everywhere where the footnotes were missing on the citations of James Pound. So it was more than 2 pages. So I don't want to pretend that.
Okay, all right. So it was one author in particular then, but he was mentioned as one of your reference. In the back of the book.
In the back of the book, in the first edition, James P. Allen is mentioned as a reference. So it would be crazy and stupid for somebody to try to steal the intellectual property of another author and pass it off as themselves, and then mention the author in the back of the book.
So if the person reads further and go and read that author, they will identify that certain,
and they're gonna find the things exactly. So
so nobody can prove that you were being disingenuous or you were being deceptive or deceitful based upon the fact that it's just that, as I said earlier, I said how books are presented is that editors and authors can sometimes overlook or oversight certain situations. Is when that book sometimes is given to the general public where more eyes can peruse the book. Then people can find misspelling. That's why sometimes or you identify first printing of books is some people go to some page that's in page 63, this word is spelled wrong on the first edition, but it was fixed on prior edition.
It was fixed in the second edition prior to any videos being made. One second. So my earlier point, the reason why I started saying what I was saying is that had the members of Team Osiris simply contacted me, then I would have pointed all those things out and said, listen, second edition, I know about all the errors. There's nothing that they presented that I didn't already know and that I already didn't discuss with all of my students for that entire year of 2015. The book was published in March. Wait a minute. The book was published in March of 2015. The second edition was done January of 2016, the next year. So everything was done.
So based upon that fact, that they were aware that the situation was resolved in the second printing because you brought it to them attention.
No. That's what I'm saying. Nobody contacted me.
No. But so they didn't know that you had a second printing then?
No, evidently not.
Okay, so they weren't aware. But after the fact, they were made aware that a second printing was available. And did they?
After they went through their tour, after they went through their campaign tour, it was brought to their attention. But look, hold up, wait.
No, wait, Matthew, let me know this before, but please.
Hold up, let me say something.
No, hold on.
Listen,
Matthew,
I don't really speak on this.
Book? Did you guys purchase the second book?
Who are you talking to?
Did you? No, the guy from Team Osiris.
Oh, okay, I don't know.
Cuban Links. Did you guys purchase?
We did purchase. I do want to talk about. I do have some things to mention. We did purchase a book. We did purchase a copy. We did purchase a. Listen. We did purchase a copy of the book in April, and unfortunately, it was the same edition as what was sold on Amazon. So we did purchase another copy of the book in April of that year. But unfortunately, and there's a couple of other people that have mentioned to us that they have purchased the book well after the videos that were done explaining that there's a new book. And yet, when they compared that book with those who have the first edition, they're exactly the same.
So you say that the errors weren't fixed in the second book either?
I'm not saying there was the second book. I'm just saying, based upon what was purchased and based upon the reports of the people who purchased the book after the initial videos, it appears that the book that's still available for sale is still the first edition.
That's not his fault then.
Say again?
Again?
I can't hear you.
That wouldn't be Wudjau's fault.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. When you have a correction in your literary work, even though you knew about it, and even though maybe your students knew about it, because you publicized this work, you should have at least on one of your mediums of either social media, email to.
All right, you fading out.
I'm. Let me talk. You should have at least acknowledged that you are re-releasing or correcting issues in the book. That was not done. So no.
Wait. How do you know it wasn't done though?
Because if it was done, there would be no need for us to even make the video in the first place.
Okay, there was no need to make the video in the first place had y'all contacted me because you would know it was done. Wait one second.
There was no need for us to contact you because we did not know that there was a second copy out there. If you would have initiated that, hey, there's some errors in the first copy, I'm currently releasing a second copy, that would have deaded that whole conversation.
All right,
wait, hold on, one second. Wait, one second.
What's your book name? Let me order it from Amazon. Let me order a book from Amazon. I will have this conversation a week time when the book comes.
Wait, one second.
That can dead the conversation.
Okay, yeah, that's good. But let me just say this. The point here though is this. Maybe not you exactly, Melvin, but I can say Khonsu specifically. Khonsu was in contact with me. So the conversation never had to happen. Y'all didn't have to go on tour had you asked me in the first place.
Okay, I was not aware that Khonsu contacted you. That might have been for personal reasons. He did not inform us at the time when we made that video. Okay. So that was something that was unknown to us.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
so, but
so that's what I'm saying. If you would have at least publicized that, hey, I'm either correcting or adding something to the book, I'm revising it, we would have had no need to make the video because he's changing the content of the book. So that we would either wait until that book has been publicized or released, or just completely deaden the conversation until more evidence has been provided. And because of that lack of evidence, and because of the lack of the author stating that there's a revised edition or a second edition being released, that is why we proceeded what we did. And keep in mind, this is years, this is time after the book was released. So it was not as if we released the video immediately once the book was first publicized.
Okay, so the reason why y'all did it, see, this is what I'm saying.
You
I
can't
don't
explain
want.
the reason why we did it when I just told you.
No. What I'm saying is that just like you can't explain to me what I did and did not do.
No,
Like I said,
I'm
what y'all,
explaining to you based upon what's available
man, am I able to
and
talk?
for the public.
All right, so I'll wait for you to finish.
Yes. Okay, so I'm explaining based upon what's available in the public's eye. If I am reading a book or critiquing a work and the author recognizes a flaw, or maybe someone else that the author is associated with, such as a student, recognizes the flaw, sure, the author may go and correct that and may provide those students a copy of the correction. But for a layperson who's just going out and buying the publicized book, there's no indication whether it's your social media, whether it's your website. At that time, because we looked, there was no indication there was no indication on any medium that you had access to that said, "Hey, we're revising the book for whatever reason." The new information, edits, corrections, whatever. There was no indication of that. And so, because there's no indication of that, that's why we released the video.
Oh, I'm seeing the issue now.
Okay, wait. Hold up, StewPeas.
Amazon still
Wait,
have up the
1
first
second.
edition.
They do. They do.
Wait 1 second. So here's the thing. It's not like y'all released the video. Y'all did the videos live. I saw the dress rehearsal first. I saw the second rehearsal. It wasn't like a release. So let's not pretend that it's a release. All right. Y'all did it live. And y'all went on tour. Y'all were on a Kalam show, Talk with the Titans live as well. So it's not a release. All right. So let's not do that.
And you were invited on Talk of the Titans, by the way.
But I wasn't invited on the dress rehearsal and the other ones that y'all did. All right, so let's not pretend there either.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
So
there's no need to be petty for that, though.
No. I'm not. Listen,
we were using our platform.
Listen. I know
we were using our platform.
You could
we
do it.
We were contacted by Kalam to say, "Hey, why not do it on a neutral platform where you can invite the author and those associated with the author?"
But that's not the point. I recognize that. So let me talk.
I'm saying there's no need
can I
to
talk
be
without
petty
being interrupted? Can I talk without being interrupted?
Yes, if you're accurate.
Okay, but if I'm inaccurate, let me talk first, and then you can correct me after I finish talking. That's just common, speech etiquette, communication etiquette. Can we agree to that?
Yes, we can agree to that.
All right. So what I'm saying though is that prior to you all doing the video, it was corrected. You all believe that you all bust me and release the video in that context, that I'm scamming people and I'm stealing intellectual property and all this and that. Let's not forget that. And what led up to it is Christopher Davis. He was the catalyst of y'all even doing that. Okay, so I don't have to pretend. You don't have to pretend because it's all out there on the internet, and it's 4 years ago, but it's still not that old. People could go look. As a matter of fact, I documented everything, all the Facebook posts, all the videos, all the little slick stuff that even he was saying at the time. And the reason why I got stuff recorded when he was hanging out with us, and why he got mad at me in the first place, why he had an issue with me in the first place, which led up to all of this stuff. All right. So my point though is that what you all are accusing Asar of now and me of then that's why I say it's silly. Y'all need to grow up with the approach. Now criticism is one thing. Criticism is cool. Critique is cool. Like that's welcome. That's part of being scientific. That's part of the process and the whole nine. But the way that y'all are going about it now with Asar and where I went about it with me, this is from me to you right now, and for the rest of your team, that the approach that y'all are using is all part of the circus drama and real petty, because y'all could have contacted me prior to doing the dress rehearsals and the videos and the gotcha moments and all that other kind of stuff, and just plain out ask me. Maybe not you because you weren't in communication with me, but I think you were familiar with me on Facebook at least at the time. But there was I know Kufu. I don't know if he's still a member or whatever case is. Kufu was inboxing me back and forth. Everything was cool. Khonsu inboxing me back and forth. Everything was cool. I was on Hangouts with them back when Google still had Google Hangouts, everything was all gravy, everything was all cool. So for y'all to take that approach, that was real petty and real childish. That's my whole point. Everything else is addressed in the video, and I'm not, I'm not concerned, with whatever. I was just trying to basically answer Stu's. Now, as far as the first edition and second edition, another thing that you all don't understand, and possibly because you all haven't gone through the publishing process, even the self-publishing process, is about the whole ISBN number. I don't know why. I don't know who keeps saying it, but I heard one of you all keep saying this about the ISBN number. You don't need ISBN number is attached to the author, the title of the book, the trim size, and a percentage of the page numbers. In other words, a author can change the entire cover, back cover, spine, the way it looks, the graphics, everything, as long as they keep the same title, author, and the trim size. If it's a 6x9 book or 7x10 or 8.5x11, if you keep that, then you do not need another ISBN number. The only thing that is suggested about ISBN numbers is not to confuse the consumers. There's no law, there's no other thing about that. So when I'm hearing about the ISBN numbers or it's the same ISBN number and that can't be and all that kind of stuff, that's real silly. And it's just wrong and silly. So what changed in the book did not warrant another ISBN number. Matter of fact, you can change with Create Space, you could change up to 10 to 15% of the page numbers as well. So you can actually take out or add a whole chapter as long as it's not over 15% of the book and not need a new ISBN number. But it's suggested that you do create or get an ISBN number so as to not confuse consumers, or change the book cover or add on the cover, special edition, second edition, or whatever case, and not just the inserts or the front matter of the book. That's what's recommended. So I just wanted to make sure that people listening understand all that. But everything else, explaining the video, it's 4 years old. And I'm only saying this now because I see what y'all are doing with Asar. And I'm saying the approach is real petty. That's some childish high school stuff. And like if y'all have access to Asar, you know what I'm saying? Y'all have access to his inbox.
We do?
Y'all know who he is. Yeah, you have access to an inbox on Facebook. Do you not?
We don't talk.
No, I'm saying, but do you have access? Okay, I didn't ask you, do you talk? I'm saying you have access to his inbox though, right?
No.
You don't?
I don't have access to his Facebook profile.
Okay, so you're blocked, you mean?
I believe so, but if I am, I mean, there's no way for me to contact him on social media. But that still is not something that is required for this particular topic.
No, I'm not saying it's required. Just like it's not required to me to make a public announcement or anything. But that's the standard you're holding me up.
It is if you're selling a product.
No, it's not, because authors don't do that. Name an author that has a second book.
I'm not.
Wait.
I'm saying it would be something. It would be something that would be respectful for a.
But it's not required. It's not required.
I'm not saying it's required. I'm saying it would be something.
Idea.
I'm saying it would be something that would be respectful for
a
customer
idea, right?
to purchase a book of yours, and then you rewrite or re-edit.
But it's not required, though, right?
I'm not saying it's required. I said that for the second time, Wudjau. I'm saying it would be out of respect for the customer that you are promoting this book for. You're not just promoting this book for your class. So because you're promoting this book for other people who are customers, who are interested in the topic, it would be out of respect for them as a customer to say, hey, guys, there's something going on with the first edition or whatever. I'm making a revised edition. I'm adding something, removing something, etc.
And I hear you. But one, you're wrong.
But I'm saying because
wait. It was advertised for.
I wasn't done. I wasn't done with you. I'm saying,
all right,
because you failed to do that, because you failed to mention that on your YouTube or on your social media, because that was not done. That's when we move forward with the live. If that was done, our whole live had no purpose then, because you put that out there.
Okay,
but because that was not done on your part, there's no way for me to be like, look, let's call Wudjau guys, let's hit up Wudjau guys and see if he's currently working on a revised edition, just in case.
Okay, but I got a question.
No, wait, hold on.
Can I ask one question before y'all get back into it?
Wait, no, there's no into it. I just want to say that because people are listening, because I don't want anybody to pretend what I'm doing or pretend to be in my head. So yes, the book is for my students though. Melvin.
Understood, but you also
wait, 1 second.
Also...
See, 1 second. Let me just get this out. The book is advertised as a textbook complementary to my classes. That's the purpose of the book, and that's how I advertise it. It's just that it's available on Amazon. Anybody can get it, yes, but I have advertised it and always have advertised it as a complement to my classes. People who are interested in my classes, that's the textbook that they get. So I want to make sure you understand that, because what you just said was incorrect.
Because I clearly stated that earlier.
1 second, but hold up 1 second. What you just said was different, and so what I'm saying
how
is
is
that,
it different when I said you've put the book out not just for your class, but also for a consumer to be able to pick up
I
if they're
advertise it.
interested.
Wait, listen. I advertise it for my class and the students. So yes, the students were aware and they were alerted to another edition coming down the pipe in January.
And that's
okay,
good. But
okay.
the other consumers are not, is what I'm saying.
Okay, right. But that's not required.
I'm not saying it's required. I'm just saying out of respect for the customer, out of respect for your integrity as an author, it would be welcomed. That's all I'm saying. I never said it's required. I'm saying it's something that is welcomed out of respect.
And you know, a lot of authors don't do that.
I'm not saying you are a lot of authors, Wudjau. That is not an excuse.
No. Listen.
All right, can I ask a question?
Wait. Hold up. But Melvin, I'm telling this to other people. What you're saying would be nice for me to do. I agree that would be a great gesture to do, but I'm here to tell you that authors don't do that.
I understand that.
Okay, but you may understand that, but I'm letting people else know. You got 55.
Okay, I mean, I thought you were talking directly to me, but okay.
Okay, I'm talking to you and others. So I'm saying that you have that understanding already, but the way that you're saying, I'm just making sure it's very clear that one is not required. Even you're not saying it's required. You're saying that it would be respectful and it would be great for other customers. But I'm here to also say that authors just don't do that. So the fact that other authors don't do that, the fact that I did inform my students of the changes, and we actually discussed the changes in the different classes that I had the whole time, and because I advertise it as a complimentary book for my classes, it really boils down to, if that's the reason, or that's one of the motivations for you all to quote unquote release your videos, then still that's petty. On top of the fact that y'all could have contacted, or any one of you all could have contacted me, not to ask me, hey, Wudjau, are you working on a second book because of this, that? No, just to point it out to me from man to man, so that I would be able to, oh yeah, I'm aware of that, and then I can inform y'all, whatever, not to come ask me about that. So that's what I'm saying. And I'm like, it's 4 years ago. I did a video, and in the video, I said I'm not gonna even address it in another video or whatever the case is, because y'all kept going on tour even after I did the video. I was like, hey, y'all have at it, do your thing. I'm not gonna babysit, the pettiness and stuff like that to this day. So I'm only saying it now because the same approach is being used with Asar, and that's crazy. And I wish like there was one thing that I saw. I haven't seen the whole video, but there's one thing I saw Unbiased play, the little section I saw where it was a page of Asar's book on the screen, and then there was a book that Asar he's being accused of plagiarizing. And I wish I knew the timestamp, because I would love for Unbiased to just put that freeze frame back up, but just to show the pettiness, and that's what I'm speaking to right now. The approach, this whole circus stuff, this drama stuff, this gotcha moments and accusations and all the beefing and stuff going on, it's for the birds. I don't involve myself with. That's why you don't see me, involved in
how is his beef with you?
All right, come on, man.
I don't know you. I don't know Asar. How is his beef?
No, I'm not saying you per se. I'm saying
how is his beef for the team?
You don't do much talking. I mean.
Just because I don't do much talking
that's what I'm
doesn't mean
saying. You gotta say names. You gotta say names because you're categorizing a group.
Okay.
And that's for me, that's what
okay.
I find offensive, because let me just say something to you. Because I was always cool with you. I never had a problem with you. And I don't have a problem with you. But I tell you this much, I didn't join Team Osiris to be against you guys. And as soon as I joined, all of y'all that's either Armor Ride Squad, Cool Armor Ride Squad, it's like y'all just started acting funny towards me.
Wait, y'all. Wait. See, now you're doing what you're accusing me of.
Specific names. You have specific names. People act the funny style with me. Not
Wait.
everybody.
Am I wait, 1 second. Am I one of them? Have I
No,
ever acted
you
funny
haven't.
towards you?
But the only thing is, just like when you say yawn, it's just like you understand my job. Like I'm be honest, I don't care about none of this shit. Like this topic, like
No, I feel you.
that's not my thing. You know what I'm saying?
I
So it's
feel,
like I'm neither here nor there. Like
okay, and I feel you. I feel you on that. I just want me and you to be clear that because the way you just said it was as if I acted funny towards you ever, and I've never have to this very day.
And just for the people too that ain't got nothing to do with that, like because I rock with Mel, and Ngozi, like you keep like. Let's not us be involved in that, bro.
Okay,
like, let them deal with that. You feel
okay,
me? Like
so let me be specific. I'm talking about the people who are actually making the accusations against Asar, but it's a Team Osiris brand because it was the whole Black Flag movement and all that kind of stuff. But specifically to name names, it was Joshua Kane that was doing the most, the talking. He's the one that's actually doing the pointing out. But the panelists as the team also is in support. So I can name names, but I'm also going to name the group as a whole as well, as far as at least those who are vocal on there, because either way it'd be silly for me not to, because all of the little comments, the smirks and stuff like that, and the jokey jokes that I did hear in the little snippets that I heard, like I said, it's to me it's childish and petty.
Can I ask one last question to Team Osiris? What's the purpose of this? Is it to discredit the brothers, or is to assist them to improve their work? What was behind all this? Is it to discredit the brothers, or was it to assist them to improve their works?
If this was to discredit either of them, we wasted a lot of time doing so.
Yeah, I don't lose no sleep.
So what was the purpose then?
So
can you answer that question?
The purpose of this was to showcase something that we had found. First of all, we were interested in the topics of their books. There's no way we're going to sit around and buy their books and buy the books that they recommend we buy just because we want to completely shit on them. We're actually interested in the topic. They know this because we all have history. So it makes sense that we're interested in the topic. Sure, we have disagreements as well as agreements. So it makes sense for us to purchase the book.
That is bullshit.
Let me finish.
That answer that you're giving is
but let me
bullshit.
Let me
Man
finish.
up as a man and be honest.
But let me finish.
No lie, not in there.
But let me finish. So when we purchase the books and we're cross-referencing everything that they're mentioning, that they're stating as sources or references, we find errors within their own text. We find a direct quote without proper quotation or proper black quotes or proper citation. But then we also find in the very same book proper quotation, proper citation, proper black quotes. And we give credit to that in the video. If you watch the video, we showcase several examples of both of them properly doing it the right way.
But why label it as scamming and trying to deceive and stuff? Because that's what I'm saying. See, I like the way
I can explain that, Wudjau. I can explain that.
All right, because
the reason why scamming and deception was used is because when you copy or when there's a direct word for word paraphrase, a direct word for word paragraph in your text that directly comes from another text. But when you read it word for word, the words that are changed. There's words like Ronnie Kimmett, where the word Egypt is. There's words that have been opted out, where in the original author's text, they are not there. For what reason, we cannot explain. But that does seem to be very, very disingenuous.
Okay,
because if you're gonna copy word for word, why not just copy word for word and put a quotation around it?
Okay, so by your own admission, by your own admission, you said that let's just take Asar's book for example. It was more recent.
Yeah,
you said you found correct block quotes, you found correct quotes around it and everything like that within the same book, and then you say you found something where quotation marks may have been missing and whatnot.
Yes.
That's what I'm referring to. If a person, because this is a thing, at least with Asar. Now wait.
What I stated for you also applies to Asar. I want to make sure that's clear.
Okay, and that's clear.
Just listen.
So here's the thing. So the reason why Asar can speak for himself, I believe he even spoke a little bit on it for I don't need you to tell me you can, but I believe he spoke on it on the Dagger Squad a little bit, whatever the case is, so people could see that. But Asar's written quite a few books, and Asar, out of Asar's works, and out of the people, at least who we interface with and on social media, so-called conscious community, Asar is the most citationist person out of everybody.
That's not a word, but we're not taking it.
But I don't know if you're talking to me. So
yes.
But I'm saying Asar is a citationist on steroids when it comes to citing and so on and so forth. So it's like really, really weird to me to label that, to throw an attribute on him as a scammer, scam artist, scamming and deceiving the people and this, that, and the third.
Okay.
When he goes out of his way to cite and quote and do literature review and this and that. So if there happened to be a quotation missing where one should be, then that's a mistake, that's an error or whatever the case is. But to label that scamming, to label that as being dishonest and stuff like that, that's real petty.
But it's not just one example; it's several examples.
I mean,
a lot of them are within the same chapter. A lot of them are back to back.
Definitely an apologist for your actions.
Listen, Wudjau, he still does not answer the question though. What was the purpose of going on so many platforms?
Was
it to discredit the brothers, or was it to build?
It was discredit. You could listen to the video. Like people could listen to the video themselves.
I'm not. I know what it was, but then
I just don't like playing games where people try to be apologetic and try to smooth it out on these.
That's the same question I asked.
That's what I'm like, man. Go all in, double down on it. You know what I'm saying?
We did. The work is already released. I'm not losing sleep over continuing to deal with it. The research has been done. The evidence has been proven and shown to the public. So it's up to them to go out and look at the work. It's up to them to go out and get the books and make the comparisons themselves.
Okay, listen. All right, listen. This is the question. This is the question. This is the question though. Like if that happened some years ago, right, and y'all done went through that spill, and everybody done that done happened, everything's been corrected, blah 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 blah. Why rehash that? Like, why rehash that?
Yeah, I'm not bringing up the old video we did on
the live channel. Like that was just the only
thing that's being brought up is Asar's work because that is the most recent
video. Wudjau was just on that whole thing was just on Sanetta.
Talk to Sanetta.
Okay, so that's Sanetta. Sanetta been had that. Sanetta had that for years. He chose to do that. We didn't say, yo, Sanetta.
That wasn't live.
Hey, but hold on.
This video was 4 years old.
Live?
Wait.
Khonsu was live. That wasn't live?
Sanetta will tell you, and he mentioned it on Garfield's show, that he's been holding that for years. It's just because of his association.
All right. I thought it was a live video.
That he chose not
wait. Hold up.
Guys never come out and said that.
Wait. Hold up. Let's be clear for a second. So the video that Sanetta uploaded was old, and that's Sanetta doing that. But Khonsu calling in and Netanyahu being on Sanetta at the time, that's not old. So stop playing games.
Netanyahu played his own video. I didn't have nothing to do with that. I don't even talk to Netanyahu.
No, I'm saying, but you were on Sanetta. You called in.
Sanetta invited me on there before. I didn't even know Netanyahu was coming on there.
Okay, but I'm saying I'm making it clear to people that that's not recorded. So
what difference does it make? What difference does it make?
Because they asked.
Because no, you guys know that the situation was resolved.
That's the difference that it makes.
No, the situation was never resolved. Let me say this. Let me be respectful. Let me be clear. No, nothing was resolved. I never talked to nobody. I don't talk to Wudjau. I don't talk to Asar. I used to talk to Ankh. I publicly reached out to Ankh to squash this, and he ignored me. Matter of fact, he called me to squash this whole misunderstanding with Amara Squad and Team Osiris, because we was all a matrix together at one point, And then I even had Saw behind the scenes trying to call Unc with me on the line, and Unc wouldn't answer the phone. And when Unc did answer the phone, and he found out I was on the phone, he would hang up.
Yeah,
So this is something totally. This right here is out of context, because I have no malice or no disrespect for anybody, because I do what I do here in Chicago with my family. This ain't that serious. This ain't that. This ain't that. All this was with peripheral investigators and with primary researchers, just like Amara Squad is. When Amara Squad critiques a book and said it ain't worth buying, nobody says nothing. So now if somebody else do it, then they all of a sudden it's petty. Shaka Ahmed's books was attacked. Zion Lex books was attacked. Anybody that wrote a book in the conscious community was under the scrutiny of the Mossy Warrior Clan or anybody else with Amara Squad. And it was respected. Nobody said that you guys were out of order for doing it. Matter of fact, you were given the credit for doing it.
Facts.
Okay, so now when we do it, all of a sudden it's a problem. But we came from the Amara Squad matrix of put a source up or shut up. That's what we do. That's what we do, because we was all together. And I was around doing it before you came into the fold, Wudjau.
All right, but I'm trying to see the relevance to what you just said.
Because there's no, because the brother StewPeas respectfully asked a question, and I'm addressing his question. I'm not addressing you because I've talked to you for years. There's no need to address you. It's no need to address you. I'm not going to reiterate to another grown man what we already discussed. But Mr. StewPeas asked a legitimate question, so I'm letting him know that no, it was not malice. It appears that way because a lot of people don't know the 13-year relationship of everybody in this matrix. He don't realize that, and he deserves to know that. So this situation is a culmination of just scholarship. It's just a difference in philosophy. We would agree with 95% of Amara Squad's principles because we believe.
I mean, you saw that last night. You saw that firsthand last night, Wudjau, where you and Ngozi had nearly about an hour-long conversation, and there was only really one disagreement.
No. But see, here's the thing. I don't have a problem with anybody. Like I can talk to anybody. So yeah, I'm positive. So, like Khonsu, for example, prior to you all doing your video, you went on tour with the videos and stuff like that, right? Prior to that, you and I used to hang out in the Google Hangouts, and before they shut that down.
No, we didn't.
We
would just randomly pop up, but I didn't hang out with you. I didn't know you like that. I don't know nothing about you.
Okay, I don't know you from a can of paint still.
Even if you did, wait, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Wait. What I'm saying. Okay, if we're gonna be technical, what I'm saying is that we cross paths in Google Hangout.
Yes.
Before. All right. So we're gonna be real technical then. All right. Because I don't know you, and I don't want to get the impression that I know you. Neither do you know me. All right. From a can of paint.
Right.
All right. So, but prior to that, my point is you had access to my inbox, and you were inboxing me back and forth. We exchanged a couple of times in
about
inbox.
what? What did I inbox you about?
Want me to show you?
Yeah.
Okay, you asked me about taking my class.
No. You said you want me to show you, so I don't need no more dissertation. I need you to show me.
No. But
because I remember.
Wait.
Do you know who? Wait a minute. I'm listening, but we conversing, brother. Let me talk. Do you know who Christopher Withers is?
Yes, I do.
Christopher Withers is my best friend.
That's great, and I know that.
Okay. Now he took the class with Raketi Amin, the class that you took.
Okay, I don't know if he took the same class I took, but
no, he took the same type of class. He didn't take the curriculum with you. Raketi Amin is one of my personal mentors.
That's great.
So now, when I inboxed you, I was impressed with your work because I knew what lineage you came from.
Oh, so you did inbox me?
Yeah, I remember what you're talking about. I know what you're getting ready to talk about.
I mean, that's the whole point. So I mean,
but what does it have to do? No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You was getting ready to say, when I said what inbox, I want you to tell me specifically, because you're not finna tie no inbox into nothing about me. I saw your comment and I heard what you said. I wasn't inboxing you about no plagiarism.
I didn't say you did. Wait, hold on. One second. I never said you inboxed me about plagiarism.
No, what I'm saying is I'm clearing this up because I don't.
You gotta clear that up because I never said that.
I'll clear it up. You're trying to make it seem like he should have contacted you since y'all had some sort of interaction. That he should have contacted you about the show we did live.
Wait. No.
I'm telling you that's irrelevant because we had no indications that you
No.
or
Listen,
him had contact. So it's
Okay, but
irrelevant.
listen. Hold up.
That's why I nipped it in the bud. I'm
Let me
nipping it
make
in
my
the
point.
bud.
Hold up. Let me make my point. My point is that you had access to me, and
What?
It's
you had
irrelevant.
wait.
What?
No, I mean you keep saying this. Can I talk? I mean you keep saying it's irrelevant.
You can talk, but you're
All
not
right,
you're not saying something
all right,
that's
but let's
relevant
wait.
to the situation.
Regardless, though, at least can we agree before I say anything else? Can we agree to just basic communication etiquette? If you have an opinion that what I'm saying is irrelevant, at least let me say it, and hold that opinion to yourself. You may not even have to say it, because if I were to voice my opinion about stuff y'all saying while y'all saying it, y'all would never get a word out, and that's just disrespectful. All right. So what I'm saying,
You don't think you're being disrespectful by saying what you're saying?
Let me say this, Wudjau, when I'm gonna let you
listen.
speak. You
That's what I'm
already
saying.
said
That's
that
what
we
I'm
went
saying.
on tour. That's disrespectful. You're
Very.
calling us disrespectful
No,
on
you did.
children, and then you want us to be quiet and let you have a discourse while you're being disrespectful and narcissistic.
Okay.
You want us to put up with your disrespect, but you sitting there talking about we went on tour. What kind of demeaning talk is that? What kind of demeaning talk? What happens when you go on tour with Wudjau?
I don't.
That's not fair. You don't do that.
I don't go on tour, brother.
And we don't either. Brother.
Okay. All right. So here's the thing. So you call me a scam. You said I scam people. So
I told you why.
Wait.
I told you why.
You did.
Okay, but wait. So wait a minute. So you can say that. Listen, stop being soft, first of all. All right. So if you gonna say that I'm scamming and stuff like that, then let me talk. Stop being so sensitive.
But why are you bringing it up again
One
when I've already explained to you?
I see where this is going.
I'm not talking to you, Melvin, at this point. I'm talking
I see where this is going. I see where this is
going.
If I've already added clarity to that, there's nothing else to talk about.
I hope you can see where this is going. So here's the thing. So what I'm saying is that push all that to the side, because you're saying I'm disrespectful by saying y'all went on tour. So I can say y'all disrespectful, you specifically, Khonsu, by saying I'm scamming the people and stuff like that. We could play that game, but let's push all that to the side. The whole point is, because you say, okay, I did scam. I say, well, y'all went on tour. Y'all went on your own platform. You went on another person's platform, and so on and so forth. All right, that's what I'm calling by tour. I don't mean y'all got in a bus and went around city to city. But here's the whole point. As I said earlier, and I'm talking about what y'all are doing now, because what y'all did, your tour you did.
Can you get to the point, bro? Can you get to the point so we can all talk?
Yes, it's no problem if you let me talk. All right.
So I'm letting you talk, but you gerrymandering. You're not saying nothing.
Okay, let me not say nothing then, because is this your platform?
Oh man, here we go, man.
Wait, I'm just asking.
Here comes the double talk.
Because
here comes the double talk, bro.
No, but here's the thing, because you're trying to control the conversation. This is not your platform.
Okay.
All right.
It's not yours either.
And I never claimed it was, and I'm not telling you to hurry up.
Just get to the point, though, bro.
No, I'm gonna talk as I want to talk. All right. So here's the thing. I'm saying, and I'm gonna reiterate what I said earlier, because now you're here. All right. So what I said is that you specifically, and other members of your team, not everybody who's on the team right now, but y'all are being petty and childish with the approach of what y'all are doing. That's why I don't know if you heard that earlier, but now that you hear
me, this is like the 10th time you said it. I've heard it like 10 times.
Okay, but
I've heard it. I've heard you say that.
All right, so now
I don't care, but I heard you say it.
All right, that's fine. I'm just letting you know that.
StewPeas, you loud.
I'm loud.
I hear it. I hear what you said. You being petty and childish.
This conversation.
What happened? Wudjau, you finished? All right, come see you up. Wudjau gone or something.
All right,
I thought StewPeas had something else to say, but go ahead, Khonsu.
Let Khonsu go ahead.
No, StewPeas, can I just pop in here, man? I mean, I'm not trying to. I mean, what was done is done. The problem is, see, it's pettifogging. And let me tell you why, Brother Sosa. He's not discrediting the evidence that was produced. You're talking about semantics, but he isn't disproving any of the evidence.
To his book?
Produced to his book, not one. He ain't lie and say that he put the same ISBN number on the second edition, because ISBNs are attached to one book. He hasn't disproven that yet. But you're talking about personalities, you're talking about people's credibility, but you're not talking about the evidence that was presented.
I don't know what happened to Wudjau.
The evidence that was presented was empirical data. It was source data. When we contacted Amazon on air, did we tell them to say the same thing? Did we tell them to say that there was no second edition? Did I call them before the show? And when I went on Talk with the Titans, Kalam is Team Osiris. So all of this stuff, I have no problem with Wudjau. This is scholarship. People got better things to do with their time than petty fog over the fact that you can't be right all the time, bruh. Steel sharpen steel. If you got a problem, debate me on the scholarship issue, but don't start talking about me personally and telling me I'm going on tour. Wudjau ain't built like that, no way.
Khonsu, I told him.
Hold on, wait, one second.
Khonsu, I told him.
We don't need that. We don't need all of that. We don't need no
Khonsu,
arguing and fighting.
Khonsu, I told him that there are members of the team that we know that have purchased the book.
Yeah.
After he even mentioned the video, like in the middle of the year, just to give it time to circulate, and it's still the first edition. There's people who contacted us middle of the year, towards the end of the year, when that video was released, and said, you know what, that we still got the first edition. There's people who contacted us.
Respond.
I will. I'm just letting Khonsu know that I've already explained this to Wudjau, so he can understand why we're saying it appears like it's misleading and that he's scamming. Because to the layperson who goes out and buys his book because they're interested, they have no clue unless they watched our video or your video where you explain that there's a second edition. Prior to that even happening, only people who would have known were your students. And I'm saying for the people who bought your book, as a layperson, there's no indication.
I don't know if we're back or not.
Yeah, I'm here.
He's back. He's back.
All right, so let me address what he's saying. I was patient. So here's the thing about the ISBN, and he said that I didn't address the empirical data that was presented. I did a video 4 years ago. Everything in the video stands. So I don't make a habit of readdressing and being redundantly addressing the same things over and over again. So everybody can go watch that video. I address everything that was said in the other video.
Then why are we asking? Why are we being asked to be redundant?
One second.
Why are we being asked to be redundant? We've already released ours.
I didn't interrupt you. So about the ISBN thing, as I said earlier, the ISBN number, there's no requirement to get a different ISBN number unless you change the title, the author, the trim size, or a certain percentage of page numbers. All right. Anybody who's with self-publishing or goes through a actual professional publishing company would know that. All right. Create Space. I was not under any obligation or requirement to get a different ISBN number for the changes I made in the book. All right. The book is a 6x9 trim, 300 and some odd pages. The title remained the same, the exact same. The author remained the exact same. The ISBN number can remain the same. So the ISBN number is the exact same. There's no requirement of that. So about addressing that, that's like anybody can go on Create Space, which is now Kindle, Amazon Kindle, and go ahead and look that up. All right. I addressed that in the past. So that has been done. Everything that's been said has been addressed. So as far as the thing about the videos that's being done now, what I was saying was that the approach, because like you said, or was mentioned earlier, that it's no malice or it's just scholarship. But see, that's not like scholarship, the behavior that's behind what's being done. So now, we can walk through the videos and I could point out specifically what I'm talking about. It's not scholarship, or we could sit here and pretend that it's all about scholarship and it's just, professional scholarship and this and that. But that's not really what it is. And so it's really disingenuous to sit here right now and then pretend that it's all, all just scholarship and things like that. So that's that. So as far as all the information, everything was addressed. Every single thing was addressed.
Okay. Quite frankly, Wudjau, you had the opportunity to speak your piece. You did 4 years ago. We had the opportunity to speak ours. It was up to the public to decide what is what. We moved on. We never reiterated it. We never rehashed it. We moved on. That's how we felt at the time, and we left it alone. What are we talking about in the 2020? I don't have the foggiest idea. It means nothing to me. This means nothing to me. You're continuing with your classes. You have your Chef's Metal Netter group. You got good friends in Chef's Metal Netter that I still talk to. Centapin Ray. It's my homie. It's my boy. Okay? So I don't have any issues with you. Never did, really, because I didn't know you to have any issues with you. And that's how it always has been. See, the problem is the conscious community. It appears that way. And because the chat rooms and people, they fuel us getting into it because it's entertainment. When you and Ngozi was talking yesterday, it was people in the chat room was upset because you guys didn't argue. They were like, why aren't they arguing? So see, I'm not going to feed into that. I'm not going to feed into that. We felt the way that we felt. We had a right to say what we want to say, how we want to say it, when we want to say it. And you have a right to rebut how you want to, the way you want to. We can't control you. You have every right to defend yourself if you feel you needed to. And obviously you did because you responded. Well, we had a right to say, we bought this book. We don't like what we got out of it because we read other books and we realized that it was not a complete body of work. It wasn't an original body of work. And we didn't like that because we bought it. We supported you, Wudjau. I can see if we didn't, but we supported you and we applauded you when we supported you. So I don't understand what you're saying. We even promoted you. I said, Kalam, you know, Wudjau has a class because I was taking Kalam's Metal Netter class. I wanted to take yours. That's why I bought your book that I still have. So this has nothing to do because we put money in your pocket. So it has nothing to do with that. Nothing at all. And I think that's out of context. And I think that's gerrymandering. I think that's pettifogging on an issue that you claim to be this scholar. So this is 4 years ago, bro. And just because Sinetta and get into it, you're in your feelings because I could care less. How many times you seen me on Sinetta in the last 4 years? When I went on Sinetta the other day, I was talking about economics, which was a bang up job. One of the best presentations Sinetta's had in years. So I had none of them. I ain't worried about your book. Think I'm worried about your book on Amazon? I'm not. Because the people that love you and they follow you, they're going to buy your book no matter what we say. If we can stop your mojo, then evidently you don't have one. If we can stop you from helping the people connect to their history through Metal Netter, then you're not the Wudjau people think you are. But obviously you must be because you still have people that you teach and they're devout and they follow you. So that is something positive. We are just critics, bro. Like any other critic that'll criticize sports, that'll criticize a movie, is being critical, bro. It's not being literal. And if we think it's a scam, I think it's a scam, and I'll stand by that. I don't have any issue with that. It didn't stop your flow. It didn't change your bank account. You put out a second edition and people still bought it, Wudjau. What you're doing is grandstanding. You want an image. You're trying to protect your image. That's fine. But you're not gonna sit here and belittle me and talk about my team and we went on tour like we some kids. We're just as smart as you. We got degrees. We're not dumb black people. And that's the problem. And now that the wall's caving in because people are becoming educated, now that the wall's caving in, now you're a victim. Now, oh, no, this is bad character. And no, it's bad character when you talk passive aggressive to somebody that's intelligent. That's the problem. And because we can sniff you out like a pile of shit, you got a problem with it. I'm a grown, you're not going to address me. Wudjau, I don't have a problem with you until you address a person disrespectfully. And you do it passive aggressively as if someone is ignorant. I don't have any problem with you, Wudjau.
All right, so
no problem. None at all.
Okay.
So I don't know what you're saying, bro.
All right, so let me just address a few things. One, I don't play victim. I'm not a victim. I made a video. I didn't even bring this stuff up.
We didn't either.
Okay, can I talk? So
yeah.
I was patient. All right. I don't need the sound effects. So I don't play victim. I'm not grandstanding. All right. Anybody that knows, you don't know me, granted. But any people that do know me know that I don't grandstand, and I'm not trying to be grandstanding or standing anywhere in the light or whatever the case is at all. Y'all did what y'all did 4 years ago. I addressed it 4 years ago. In the video where I addressed it, I said that that was the one and only time I'm going to address it. And I held to my word. Didn't address it at all. The video got taken down off the Amarasco channel. People assumed that I never addressed it. It was put back up on Juhdi Ma'ash channel. There it is. There's a link. People can watch it. Still never addressed it. Don't address it now. The only reason why it's coming up now, at first you say you don't know why, but the reason why is because Sanetta put you all's video up on his channel because he has an issue and in his feelings. And so he put the video up to stir it back up. Then he calls you or invites you on the show on the same day, April 19th, and to talk about it and ask you questions about it again. So again, I'm not the one that brought it back up or bringing it back up, period. So there's no grandstanding on my part. And I'm not victim. I don't feel like I'm a victim. I lose no sleep over it whatsoever. So I'm not in my feelings at all. So now, in terms of belittling you, you say that you feel you have a right to critique or describe things the way you see fit. You're a grown man. I have a right to critique and describe things as I see and feel. But it just so happens that if I say that you went on tour, you label that from your point of view that I'm belittling or acting like you all are children and whatnot. But it's okay for you to say that I'm scamming. And so I say that y'all went on tour. That's how I feel, and I'm standing on that. Y'all went on tour, all right? And y'all—
And you scammed, Wudjau.
Like, fine. And y'all do act like children. The way y'all carry out and everything like that, that's how I feel. Y'all are petty. And
there you go with that y'all. Say names.
Wait. I'm not talking about you, CubanCrisis. So let me
I'm just saying, say for my, you keep saying y'all all the time, y'all.
Okay, so to be clear to the audience, I'm not talking about CubanCrisis. All right.
I'm saying there's other people too, though. Understand that.
I understand that, but I'm not going to keep naming, the names. But in terms of, since I'm talking to Khonsu now, I could speak to Khonsu as far as with Khonsu. I feel that Khonsu is petty and childish, and you use a lot of words out of context. So you say you got degrees and stuff like that. I'm not impressed at all. I'm not impressed by anything that I've ever seen you do at all. That's just my feelings about you and your work. Not you personally. I don't know you. But in terms of your work, now I didn't see your presentation. So your presentation may have been off the chain. I haven't seen that, so I can't speak to that. But what I have seen, I'm not impressed at all. All right. In fact, I think that you use a lot of words out of context and things like that. All right. So I just want to make all that stuff clear in terms of addressing what you're saying about me, because you don't know me, but in what you were just saying, you pretend to know that I'm in my feelings. You pretend to know that I'm a victim and I'm grandstanding and all this kind of stuff. And then, by the way, the book that you got of mine, if my memory serves me correct, it was the sister Christina, who's really not Christina. It was a competition that she had where you won, and she purchased the book on your behalf. That was my understanding. So
no, I already had the book before she purchased it because Christopher Withers told me about it.
Okay.
She just happened to give me an extra copy off of Garfield's show.
All right. So that was my understanding because I actually donated.
Well, it's not a problem, but you're wrong. But you didn't know. You wouldn't have known that.
As I said,
know about the copy. You would be right if you with what you're saying.
As I said, that's my understanding. I don't need you to, I said it's my understanding.
Yeah, bro, we converse. It is not lecturing toward each other. We don't have to do that, bro.
It's all good. All right.
We can have a dialogue. It don't have to be.
I know, but
shut up while I'm talking, then you shut up while. It don't have to be like that.
But a dialogue.
It's really not that serious.
People can't talk at the same time, though.
No, but you're starting to repeat. You're starting to repeat yourself, though.
That's basic.
You're repeating yourself, though, brother.
I'm not repeating myself with the whole Christina thing and the book thing. So,
bro, but I cleared that up for you, bro. You petty fogging, man. We're talking about petty ass shit. You calling me petty? You talk about unimportant shit that don't even matter.
But let me do it. Let me talk.
Wait a minute. Let you talk. Let you be petty.
Listen. Oh, here's the thing.
Go ahead with y'all. Get it on out, man. Get it on out. Get it all out.
Allow me to speak, though. See, this is the thing. You
don't get it out.
You say, okay, I'm going to get it out, right? So here's the thing. You it's like you try to control the conversation. Like I'm
not, bro.
At first out, you want me to hear what's the point and stuff like that. But when you talk, I'm silent. All right. So anyway, I just don't want you to pretend that you know, on one end you say you don't know me. So you don't know me. So now you know you can get to know me. But your friend, as you said, your best friend, Christopher Withers, he's in my class right now. We've been building for over a year now.
All right.
On
I know that.
On things that he doesn't or has not learned from his current studies or previous studies with Dr. Ricchetti Amen. And so we're still at it. And so and I understand that that's your friend. And I know he tried to explain some things to you as well in terms of this particular topic and whatnot. So that's that. So I just don't want you, you know, to go around, you know, thinking that I'm in my feelings or whatever. But that's the reason why I came up as far as I'm concerned, because of what Sonetta is doing. But you say that you don't care and you're not trying to be into the petty stuff and everything. But Sonetta invited you on to speak on it. And from my observation, you had no problem. Matter of fact, you brought up the ISBN thing again. Matter of fact, we could play it and hear what you were saying. You were definitely being petty again. And that's why I say you're petty.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Everybody got it
Can I
out.
ask a question?
Everybody got.
Can I ask a
Oh
question?
no.
Okay.
Oh no.
Let him ask a question.
Gotta be about Cuba.
No. My question is, I'm going to be this is a serious question. What would it take for like this friction to end? Like, would you want there to be a peace or unity?
I can't hear you. What you say, bro? StewPeas mute. Go ahead.
Cuban, I didn't hear anything you said.
Okay, what I said is, what would it take for there to be a truce or unity or peace between the two? The reason I say that is, you know, you had said that there's nothing that Khonsu ever said that was like, you know, worthwhile listening to or anything. And to be honest, all of y'all have something worthwhile listening to. And in my personal opinion, I really think this is a waste. I think this is a waste of a greater contribution that could be taking place for the people. Because I thought really this is what this was for, was to each one teach one, you know. And I thought a part of that was, you know, I practiced the tradition by, you know, character. And, you know, with my eye, you have your principles as well. And it's just, I just think there's no reason why this can't just end. Like, seriously. I mean, I know that there will never be like an absolute unity in the world. But I mean, as far as this, I don't get it.
So that you asking me that question?
It's for you and Khonsu.
Yeah. So I'll answer that. I answer first, if I may. So one, I didn't say what I said about Khonsu. I said that what I've seen Khonsu is I'm not impressed. That's just me. But a lot of people may be impressed, and the all the merrier, and that's all good. I don't have a issue with that. I was just making it clear. As far as that, in terms of a truce, when you say between the two, I just need clarification between the two. What, me and Khonsu as the two, or you talking?
I mean, I'm saying for everybody being cool with each other, both teams, even
And Melvin, man, because Melvin.
I can't. I just can't. I don't know if it's me or I just can't hear what you're saying.
I'm sorry, I got it close. I apologize. No, what I said was, the truce between everybody, like there being no issue with you know either individual, all the individuals. Like it's just I mean
Okay.
it's just
So
I'm not, you know, I mean I have like listen, I have my differences of Amara Squad, not on a lot of things, but things I've heard when it came to Luca Me, and that's about it. But
okay, so
that
let me
wouldn't make me say, hey, I wouldn't you know, want to be a part or be down or support, you know, anything like that. The Amara Squad. It's
let me
just
just let me just answer for myself, because if we're talking about everybody getting along and truths like that, I won't pretend to speak for everybody else. With me, I don't make it my business. I don't have a problem. I don't deal with the pettiness. I don't get into drama. I call it noise. And if you see anything that I do as far as social media, Facebook or YouTube, I don't get involved with that. I try to solve problems. I consider myself a conflict resolutionist. And so I don't do the petty stuff. When I see it, I'm against it. I have a whole history of being consistently against the climate of the so-called conscious community, the rap style battle debates, being the misnomer debates, which are really fussing matches, the drama, the pettiness, the on and off again, friendships and business relationships and all the other kind of stuff. So I don't condone any of that. And I've been unapologetically critical of that. And that's the reason why recently Sarnetta feels a type of way and used me and focused on me and gave me a whole day dedicated to me, because he feels that I'm critiquing his platform and things like that. So what it would take for me is that, one, I don't really have a problem. That's why I can talk to anybody. Like the was last night or night before, when I think the sister Tiffany was on here, Melvin, I believe, and Ngozi, and some others, all part of Team Osiris, and I don't have a problem. We had a decent conversation, no problems whatsoever, and I could do that any day, all day. So for me, it's not anything at all to get along. Right now, I feel like I get along. Now, when I'm misrepresented, I will say something, and that's it. But that doesn't mean I can't still get along. Like I'm on it. Like Khonsu has been on a platform, on Unbiased platform, while I've been on, and vice versa, a few times. I could probably count on my hand, you know, fairly recently. No issue at all. I don't mute myself and bounce out and vice versa, whatever the case is. So I never have a problem with that. I could talk to anybody. So for me, for it to be a truce, I don't see it not being anything. It's really what I see is I do see some beefs between people, specific people, not me, but because it's the Amara Squad, like what you just said, Amara Squad speaking about leukemia and things like that. See, then it gets brought into the whole squad. But the whole squad, just like any group, everybody's not the exact same. And the squad, one thing about the squad is that we just come together. We have differences, and we come together on the things that we, you know, share, but we're not all the same. Unc is a real black atheist. I'm not an atheist. I think atheism is I think people who are atheists are confused. People who are theists are confused. So we don't share that. Unc is not feeling the whole Kemet, you know, religious and spooky stuff. You know, y'all hear what Unc say about that. Y'all hear things from Sanjeti. Sanjeti is in the temple. Sanjeti deals with the shrines and stuff like that. Asar does what he does. Dr. Maya does what she does. So we're different. So we're now all the same. So the truth, I guess it had to go around the board to see who really has a problem with who. You know, and as it stands right now, just for the record, I don't have a problem with it. I don't hold on to whatever. The issue with me and Team Osiris as a team, and I'm saying as a team at the time 4 years ago, I already addressed that. So that's in my eyes, that was already done. The only reason why it comes out of my mouth even now, reluctantly at that, is because Sarnetta brought it up. That's it.
Khonsu, speak on this, man, so we can wrap this thing.
Man, I thought I made myself abundantly clear, bro. I felt like I felt 4 years ago. And I recently went on something that it was talking about what happened in context 4 years ago. The title of the show was about plagiarism and how it happens a lot in the conscious community. It's not just picking up a job with it. It happens a lot. It's an ongoing problem when it involves us as people, and we don't set a standard for each other. So it was not a personal vendetta against Wudjau or nothing like that. I was one of the first people to try to reach out and squash all this, and been consistently trying to do that. I tried to do it with Ishmael Bey, and then Ishmael Bey said, Khonsu, I can't deal with Amara Squad no more. I was making headway. Behind the scenes, see, I didn't need YouTube channel. I didn't need YouTube channel to do that. I didn't need a live stream to do that. I did it in person as a brother. I was calling people on the phone. Like I got Ishmael Bey's home number. Okay. So I was calling Sanjetti directly, saying, hey man, can we work this out? You see what I'm saying? I got one of the brothers on the Mossy Warrior clan is from Chicago. I called him, hey man, can you help me work this out? But when it's not paparazzi, and when you don't get it up front, then people are only going to go by the 45 minutes or the hour or the 10 minutes that they log in, and they think it's this major thing going on. And it's not. It's called entertainment. That's what it's called. It's called Mona Scott 2000. That's what it's called. That's not what it is. That's not what it is at all. And I made that abundantly clear. Anybody that's talked to me personally knows that I don't want to see no beef at all. I don't want to see it at all.
Question, please.
Yeah. Yes,
Don't rehash this pistol. We about to end this whole thing.
Please, bro. I cannot go to my bed without asking this question. I realize the effort that was made on your part to settle things with the brothers. Right?
Could you repeat that? My internet went out.
I'm hearing that effort, a substantial effort that was made on your part to ensure that this thing could be squashed, right? But the question I'd ask is, was such an effort? Was nobody realized that this thing, because it might question somebody, integrity, to reach out to them before it started?
Before what started? I don't understand what you're saying.
Because, all right, the allegation of plagiarism is what caused this issue, right? Was any effort made to reach out to the brother to say, listen, we have identified situations here that could be paramount or could bring your integrity into question? That's what I'm asking. That's the question that everybody was asking.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
No, that's going backwards. No, I don't want to go back.
Jesus. All right. Okay, all right. I finished. All right, I'm done.
Okay, but StewPeas, let me just say this real quick. No, I'm not going backwards. Don't do that. I'm not going backwards. I just want clarification, because when we say work this out or this thing, I think people who are listening, and even myself, I'm confused. Because when we say work this out, I don't think it was made clear to what, because like as far as
drama.
Okay, the drama. But here's the thing, like my understanding of the drama, I know there was drama between Unc and Khonsu directly, those two individuals themselves. All right. Outside of that, I'm not sure of any drama that's worth mentioning as it being drama. You know, I know that those two brothers exchanged some words that led up to some drama. So when we say work this out, I know on information we have a disagreement on issues, not personal stuff like the Afro-Asiatic thing. So you can't, right? Those are things you won't work out. Those are things we properly debate them out. So when we say work them out, and phone calls were made to Ishmael Bey and Sanjetti to work something out, I'm confused on what that something is, because me myself, I haven't.
It means squash the back and forth, man, so everybody can move along. That's it. That's it.
Right. Yeah. But again, to speak to what CubanCrisis brings up, Is that specific names like the drama between who?
Nah, no.
Let's just get it.
Man, look, my name's Muffin. I know nothing. Like,
It's enough been said.
This
Enough
will never be
material.
squashed.
It's
Let's
enough
move
material that's
on.
been covered. Enough conversation that been said for everybody to take away enough of what they need to move forward in life. And let's just gravitate towards something else, man. Hey.
Yeah, like for example, tomorrow I think Mika said it. Ouch. I think a good topic I wanted to talk about anyway was like I said for another time was polygamy, because you got some people who are support it, whether they involved or not, they support it, and then you got people that don't support it. And I thought
I'm trying. At the same success.
Yeah, and I thought there was an interesting point when they had the little panel thing on inside that. I thought it was an interesting point.
Yeah. For sure.
Black man can't afford a new car, but just 2 wives.
Definitely got to diversify the panel.
We can't afford 2 cars, but just 2 wives. So I don't know where people going with that one. It's a good sounding idea. We can't. How much people can afford it?
Yeah, well, you know what, and that was the monogamous group point, and like they were saying that some people use it for a come up. You dig? Because just that.
Do a financial come up or like a punani come up?
Not financial come up, both. Because like, okay, the women will argue the financial come up, but the men who are against it will argue the financial come up.
Yeah.
So it won't be a long drawn out. I think it'd be a quick one.
There's nothing quick about that one.
Yeah.
There can't be anything quick about that one, because
go. I'm sure Amber feel away.
Now we'll have 2 rounds. You dig? Where like just now, like Wudjau said what he had to say. Khonsu said he had to say. Melvin has, and everybody said what they had to say, and nobody's really interested in convincing the other side. I said what he said what he said. That's it. Dig? And everybody agreed that that's it. They've been moved on. I think everybody said they've been moved on.
You know what? Polite still a good game with polygamy. Whatever that word is. Everybody believe that is. Polite have a dolly store thing going on.
Hey, you seen that dude that just died in Angola? He had like 42 wives. He had like 258 kids, but 120 something died during his lifetime.
Wait, where's he from?
Angola. Died. Call him Big Papi, Big Daddy. That's a nickname.
One in Jamaica, they call him Charlie Mattress.
Could y'all hear me?
Yes.
Who's that?
Hey, this brother Ngozi. Peace and love.
Peace.
Yeah. This is polite selling polygamy to the community, that people believe in that this dolly house wife where you have a wife for 2 weeks or 3 weeks and then move on to a new wife.
Is brother Wudjau and Khonsu?
Yeah.
I'm still here, bro. I'm still here.
I was hearing the thing about the truce thing, the truce that is there a way to have truce between Team Osiris and Umbrella Squad? And some people look at it as being petty. I have to go back on the conversation. If you guys still building on it, I just wanted to add on to it. If you're building on it.
Go ahead. I mean, we were kind of.
I was just saying. I just wanted to say I don't have anything. I don't have anything against Brother Wudjau, and it definitely can be a truth. I don't hate these brothers. You know what I'm saying? I honestly think that Brother Wudjau and Brother Asar, everybody, Team Osiris, UnbiasSports, everybody that's on here that got a conscious mind, has potential. We have the potential and we show that, but all of us have something important to say. So I don't hate, you know what I'm saying, Brother Wudjau. I don't dislike. When I met Brother Wudjau for the first time in Atlanta, brother's a good guy. He's a good guy. We do got to admit, though, a lot of the beefs is entertainment. Whether we agree with each other or not, we're sparking the thought for people to learn, regardless, whether we agree with each other or not. People are learning. I mean, I'm not going to stunt, you know, and Brother Uncle said in the conscious community before, you know, me and Unc came around, everybody was fucking pseudo. I'm the one that brought the pseudo to the conscious community. I'm just being honest.
Repeats mute.
And then we got, you know, and then we got other people that came along that was educated with knowledge, and we made people that had education or people that was intelligent want to get involved with the conscious community. At one time, everybody was talking spooky pseudo judo shit. They was talking about super black melanin shit. And, and when we came around, like I was called a mad scientist. So the whole idea, I coined the term. Like you will hear Phil Valentine say pseudo. And you will hear Dr. Wesley Muhammad say, and they the biggest pseudos. But then when I brought the term, it was to destroy that shit, the bullshit that people was teaching. You get what I'm saying? And when I first came on, I started off on a Nikki Love show. This was about, 8 years ago. And on Nikki Love show, you know, I used to entertain the thought of metaphysics. I won't lie like I didn't play with metaphysics. I used to entertain the thought of metaphysics, like when she used to say, psychic reading and all that. And I used to tell people, this is entertainment. Don't take this literal. You know, it's entertainment. And I used to come with a street nigga ass, like, look, I'm reading energy. In a sense, we all read energy. We all read energy on the street level. If you're from the streets, you can tell them motherfucking characteristics, bro, if you're in the world, bro. So it's this is basic shit. But
need that tape too. Need that tape. Go ahead.
But it was entertainment.
Hey, you still do that though.
Oh yeah, and that's okay. The queen doing her thing. I'm not trying to stop nobody's flow, man, because we're all human and we all have a creative mind. So regardless to how people do it and what they do, it is what it. See, I'm not the same Ngozi that was out 5 years ago when I used to be like, you get me raised up, and I'm like, fuck you, bitch ass nigga. I'm not doing that. You don't have to do that.
Right.
There's no need for it. So far as my brother Wudjau, I got love for brother Wudjau. I got love for, even though Asar always me and Asar always bumped heads. It's the way it's his attitude. But I don't hate the brother. But the way brother Asar is a very educated brother, and he has a way of being. He's very condescending. You know what I'm saying? Like he'll call you stupid without calling you stupid. You get what I'm saying? You gotta watch Asar. So it's like. But that doesn't make him a bad person because he puts time and effort into what he believes. The same thing with brother, Wudjau. He puts time and effort into what he believes. And when brother Wudjau broke down what they were doing to oppose Eurocentric narrative when it comes to linguistics, that's okay. I don't agree. I agree with his method because the brother Wudjau understands linguistics. I'm not gonna take that away from that man, but I just don't agree with them. I still support Afro-Asiatic. My brother don't support Afro-Asiatic, but I like the way he's doing it in the sense of we need more black people to get involved in these fields. Just like we need more black people to get involved in biology. We need more black people to get involved in chemistry. We need more black people to get involved with politics and the law, so we can control the narrative of what goes on in our communities and what's being put out. Because the whole goal, white supremacy isn't just based off somebody attacking black people. It's the educational system denounce what our achievements was only to make themselves look a certain way or look like they're on top. So I can't do nothing but respect these brothers, even though I disagree with them on that point. But outside of that, science is what we poke, what we pump. And with this pandemic going on, we ain't got time for the bullshit. You get what I'm saying? We don't got time for the bullshit. But I will say, there was the show that brother Sarnetta did. It was a good show. But at the end of the day, I want brother Wudjau to know it's still entertainment because we got to get the people interested in this stuff, man. It's not like I'd rather for them to see us go backwards and forward on bullshit that we disagree with or agree with than see the bullshit the bullshit that's out there that the media promote us doing on ignorance. You get what I'm saying? I'd rather for them to see a scholastic battle, whether we agree with people or not, and get people to start to think. Yeah. People to get involved. You get what I'm saying? Whether because it's not personal. It's really not personal, bro. Like this shit is not fucking personal. I promise to you it's not personal. It's just it's getting people to think. You know, I'd rather for them to listen to you and me and Asar go backwards and forward than to listen to fucking what's his name, the baby talking about bullshit and rapping and all that stupid shit. Like, come on, bro. I mean, that stuff good entertainment, but come on, man. This is it's powerful what we're doing. And at the end of the day, also, Wudjau, you still got a large following. You still got people coming in, and I'm sure when Team Osiris did what they did, you got even sharper and made a volume 2. Like, fuck that. I ain't gonna let you know what I'm saying? Like, you got even still sharp and still. We all putting each other on, man. We really are. But I don't, me and Ngozi, I don't have anything against nobody, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that petty shit me and Unc went through. I don't hate Unc. You know what I'm saying? My brother Sanutter been doing that shit for years, but you know what? He put the pseudo stuff up there and he put the educational stuff up there. Guess what? It's better. Yeah. It's better than the other shit that people promoting out here, man.
Right.
It really is. So I'd rather for all us to go backwards and forward without being personal, without hating one another or taking it serious or, you know, attacking one another than to just, you know, cause ain't none of us losing sleep. Cause guess what? None of us are stopping each other money flow. All of us on here got a real life. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I always say that.
We got our own shit going on. We got our own life. And guess what? Our situations, our beliefs is not stopping one another. It's not stopping currency. It's not stopping you from being able to pay your bills. It's not stopping you from being able to control your business and none of that shit. So, and also for those people that agree with Brother Wudjau plagiarizing, that makes them want to get interested in the book on whether it's good or bad to see if it's plagiarism or not. And once Brother Wudjau proved that it's not, then they can be like, oh, this Brother Wudjau's deep. You get what I'm saying? Right. So I mean, for me, it's not personal, man. And I promise to you, it's not. I got a lot of love for Brother Wudjau. We met, when I met that brother in Atlanta, we got a picture together. The brother's a good guy. Honestly, he's older than me. You know, he's an OG. I respect the brother. And I could tell from the connection, it wasn't no frustration there. We all like I look to these people, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got ain't no grudges and none of that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want Brother Wudjau or anybody, the audience. I don't want anybody in the audience to take this stuff literal or serious because it's not serious, man. We just trying to spark thought. We might disagree next week. We might disagree next week, but it needs to be put out there that so people can get involved in learning. So people can get involved and learn. Like I know when I debate what's the name next week, the shit that I say, he's gonna get emotional because that's what Hebrews do. They get emotional. But guess what? I'm not gonna be the same in Ngozi, spun character, because that makes it look like I lost. People need to see the reaction. You know what I'm saying? They need to see the reactions of what is and what's not, because people are trying to hold on to beliefs. But guess what? It is what it is in the end. It is what it is at the end of the day. Me personally, my goal is to unite Africans of the diaspora and Africans of the continent so we can all get involved in something, especially in the shit that we love. For those that's interested in archaeology, for those that's interested in anthropology, for those that's interested in biology, for those that's interested in all those fields, it's getting people to want to get involved. And I won't stunt. Since we came out, because I'm sure Brother UnbiasSports was educated before, you know, he came to the conscious community. Yeah. When we started hearing certain things, it made people want to get involved. Like, oh, these brothers know what they're talking about. And then it became good entertainment for people. Now we got our good brother UnbiasSports on here. We got Chief X. We got people that already had sense, that seen something that they was looking for to all get together. And everybody, Brother Sosa, you know, my brother from the Caribbean, my Jamaican brother on here,
StewPeas.
Brother Garfield, who was part of Team Osiris. You know what I'm saying? Like, regardless, none of this shit is personal. But when me and Unc came out, when I started bringing a scientific thought, that video that I did in New York 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago now, that shit got 1 million fucking views on it, bro. And it made people want to be like, damn, bro, who is these people? Who are these guys? And then people started like, yo, these niggas, they know a little science. So none of this shit is personal, though. It's really not, man. I promise to you it's not, bro. You know what I'm saying? None of this shit is personal. It's just trying to, you know, spark thought, man. You know what I'm saying? I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, and look, that's a great point you said about the book, because I didn't know at that, like you said, when I came in this, I was pseudo as hell, so I didn't know either one of you did, but I heard about the book, and I said, you know what, let me buy that book just off curiosity, because plus I want to support Black folks anyway. So yeah, so without that discussion, I would have never heard of the book, and I would have never bought it.
So, hey, let me just speak to what you were saying, Ngozi. I agree with you with the not personal, and you and I, in terms of you and I don't recall any personal anything at all. We have some disagreements, like you just said about Afro-Asiatic. We had a couple of disagreements here and there on Facebook. You know, especially when you had opinions about Mboli's book before you even read it and stuff. You know, those little things I point out, we had little disagreements, but nothing on the level of getting petty, personal, or none of that stuff. And so that should stay there with everybody. But I will say this, I do disagree with you on, like, I hear you saying what you're saying about the platforms and the fact that, you know, people, I'm all for scholastic battles, but that's not what we're seeing though. And you know, that's just how I see it. I just call it what it is. That's just not it. And so I would love to see what you described though, because that's where I come from. I come from, you know, amateur debating in college. And so I know what debating is good for. I know the benefits of it, and I know how it should look and how it should go down. But that's not what we're having here. And that's cool. But we got to call it what it is. And so this climate promotes the drama. It promotes the beefs. It promotes the personal stuff. Like, you may not be, you know, have anything personal, but the climate produces it though. Like I could show a cascade of video clips where people are getting personal, you know, even trying to be physical threats on social media, all kinds of things. And so that climate produces it, because everybody got to be an adversary, you know, adversarial, you know, competitive and this and that. So I'm not for any of that, but I would love to see real scholastic debates where you debate issues and not people. You know, so I agree with you on that. I would love to see that, but I just don't think that's what we're having. So I don't support it. I don't condone it, and I've been unapologetically
and brother
critical of that.
Brother Wudjau, you have a right to feel that way, man. And I'm not going to say you're wrong or right, because some people are not with that shit. And I understand they're not. I totally agree with you. People getting, you know, going crazy, cursing people out, getting personal, talking about people. It shows a sense of weakness. It shows a sense of personal insecurities. Psychologically, it shows the person is fucked up. They got a lot of internal issues going on, because if you just get mad at somebody over the internet over petty bullshit because they said something that they don't agree with. These people, a lot of these people are coming from all walks of life, man, when they get on social media. Some of these motherfuckers is crazy motherfuckers that got access to a computer. I'm just being honest with you.
No, I always say that, bro.
Yeah. and for that reason,
many times.
And I agree. And for that reason, that's what I'm saying. That's not what we're getting. Like what you described, like I would love to see real scholastic debating, like real debating. But that's just not what we get because of things like what you said. You got people out here come from all walks of life. They're not really built for that. And it's not even to put anybody down. People are just not, that's just not what they do or even used to doing. But people got access to the internet, access to a computer, and we see what we see right now. So that's the thing. So I'm not really with that. So
let's just agree on what we agree on, man. We ain't gonna agree on everything. And then we just move forward. You know what I'm saying?
And I do agree with my brother Wudjau. Wudjau, you have a right to feel like that. I cannot take that away from you. And bottom line, you're not for a lot of the bullshit. And I think that it should be levels to this conscious community shit. I don't even think that we should. It's like what Dr. Clark said. You know, you got to debate your equals, bro. So it's like certain people's names shouldn't be in certain people's mouths, but people that we know that's not there, we shouldn't even pay attention to it, regardless of where it's coming from. You get what I'm saying? That's like if I'm gonna use this example, it's like President Obama or Trump. You know, Trump talk all types of shit on social media, but he don't get a chance to reach everybody that talk shit. And they talk shit about these people every day, good and bad. But when you're on a certain level, you're not gonna be going backwards and forward with people on a certain level. You let them stay in their place, because eventually they'll dissolve and forget. They'll dissolve and they'll realize how stupid they sound eventually. Right. Some people do, some people don't. And they usually got to go in their own corner. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it is what it is, yo. It's all love, though, yo. It's all love, man. I ain't got nothing but love for all y'all, bro. And I mean that. Like, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, Team Osiris, is our solution is revealed in science. Some things we say people don't agree with. You know, we get called sometimes pseudo, sometimes we call it, I be like, yo, that's cool. Like, I take it all. I take it all. I love it, man. It's cool.
They be the chat like we pseudo as hell, man.
Yeah, it's like, yo, like they be like, damn, that nigga Ngozi a Muslim and he believe in God, but then he want to talk about science. Okay. I can take that. I'll be the pseudo. Shit, that's cool. Oh no, that nigga Ngozi dealing with cognitive dissonance. He don't take the Quran literal, but he still say he called himself a Muslim. I mean, come on, man.
Somebody might. Yeah.
Hey, so Ngozi, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Somebody might. Echoing.
I got two screens up.
What's up?
Polygamy or monogamy?
With the way the economy is in America, monogamy. I mean, I mean, come on, King. Like,
the way my bank account set up.
Yeah, and think about this, God. Think about this. Trying to juggle, like we all been in the field, right? Trying to juggle multiple people, trying to play that game. Come on, bro. Like, come on, man. It's a complicated situation. So the way the economy is in America, I don't think that, people should be, dealing with polygamy. We're not in that type of life situation. You know what I'm saying? People have dealt with polygamy for different reasons. But, people got a lot of these people are playing this. I want to be a polygamous game because they freaks and nymphos, bro. And they using this bullshit as an excuse. First of all, the way of living today is much more easier than what it was 5,000 years ago. It really is. So if you got people trying to say polygamy, I want to deal with polygamy because we can deal with business or this and that. It don't make sense living in the type of time that we live in. So, my brother Polite talks about polygamy. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with it at all. First of all, it's more comfortable to live now in the sense of certain things that we do compared to what hunter-gatherers was doing 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago. And for people to deal with trying to use that as an excuse because ancient Africans did it.
Right, exactly. That's going backwards.
Yeah, for me, I like to deal with I like to deal with a monogamous relationship because it's easier, it's better, it's convenient, and dealing with different personalities, different mood swings. I mean, god damn, I mean, it's cool, but and then all the personal attachments. You got to be attached to this queen, but then you got to deal with this queen situation and this queen situation and this queen situation. I mean, what do you got time for yourself? You start to lose yourself. You got to be like this with her. You got to be like this with her, and then you got to be like this with her. Who the fuck are you now? So no.
Hey, Sosa, what about you, man?
Like I said, I've been trying. I was unsuccessful. But nah, man. nah. I'm traditional with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that serves a purpose in this day and time. Like, that went on when you're talking about kings, man. Like, it's not like not like the general public is running around with just multiple wives, man. That was like the rich kings, man. So nah.
Wait. So where are Wudjau? What you said there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Monogamy or polygamy?
I'm not for polygamy. A few reasons, but one, I don't think that we're mature enough as a society to do that.
Powerful. I like this statement. That's powerful. That makes sense too.
Hey man, we are 4 for 4 over here.
StewPeas and pigtails.
Yes.
Polygamy or monogamy?
Listen, honestly, I'd love if my wife would accept it. I won't lie. I love if I could afford 3 houses to have 3 different wives and to be sister wife. But economically and maturity-wise, I can't see 3 women living in the same house. Right? And honestly, I can't see myself even dealing with 3 women now at my age. 1 is more than enough. I'm not emotionally stable enough to deal with more than 1 woman at a time.
Yeah. What about Cuban?
Monogamy.
Okay, yeah, that's crazy. See, sisters,
Y'all are shocked, aren't y'all? Wait. But I want Melvin.
That's the guard just stepped in the building.
I don't know who the guy is.
No, that's me. That's Khonsu.
Okay, all right. Hey, Khonsu.
I thought that Rob Bond.
Khonsu, monogamy or polygamy? And look,
polygamy.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want everybody to be afraid of the chat.
Yeah.
I'm already living a polygamous lifestyle. I love it.
That's what I was getting ready to say. I already knew Khonsu was going to say polygamy. I'm like, if he didn't, I'd have been like, really?
Hey, I do want to. I want to put something on the floor though. Like if we're gonna talk then, because although I said what I said and most of us said what we said, a lot of people are in polygamous relationships but don't even know.
Exactly.
Right.
People call it cheating.
Or, right.
Going out on each other, whatever the case is, and so that we have that to contend with as well.
Yeah.
That's true. The reason why I said polygamy is for just what Wudjau said. If you letting a piece of paper define your promiscuity, when you know you're promiscuous and you know you probably lying and you're not committed and you're not, a polygamist shows integrity, and a polygamist is sexually disciplined. Just because I'm a polygamist don't mean I go around sleeping with random people.
Right.
So it takes a mental discipline to be able to be honest and open with the people that you're dealing with, and they return the same favor. So when it comes to people in these so-called monogamous relationships, then divorces wouldn't be 85% divorce rate going on with people because they cheating on each other.
Right. Yep.
So most people are polygamous, like Wudjau would say, they just don't own up to it. So
Cuban, where you at?
Cuban already went.
Yeah. I guess that's right. What about Melvin?
Yeah, I say monogamy.
All right. Okay, there you go. You dig?
Boy, these guys' girlfriends must be watching this show.
This shit is recorded. Don't forget.
Word.
Like shit. You finna catch me like that.
Especially not on the spot.
It's so
You
sweet
see that?
to get motherfuckers
Now
in some
look.
shit, yo.
Now it's funny because most of the guys said monogamy. Now, if we get these sisters on here, they're gonna be like polygamy.
Yeah, if they can have multiple men, that's what they're gonna be talking about.
Hell yeah.
You already know. Already know. Yeah, but shit. We had some good bills this past few nights, man.
Yeah.
We start off a little rocky, you know what I'm saying? But we always bring it back in. Hey, I'll tell you what. I remember watching. I seen that video when you all through the speed quarter, right? You was out there with Seti, and when you brought up that liger, and how that messed his mind up right there, I was like, he got it. No,
right.
That's the first time I see Seti. He froze up. He's like, he said, "You got me with that liger." The Seti back there was like, we ain't the same species. You know what I'm saying? He was like, he wasn't the same. And he was like, you know what? I can't get around that line, bro. You got me with that line.
I'm biased. I do notice something. I don't know if I'm the one picking up on this though. You asked about polygamy and everything, and any other time, Amber and Bridget will be on the panel. So what's up? I see her in the chat, but I guess they don't have anything much to say. I haven't seen Bridget though, but I would be curious to know what women think about that.
There you go, ladies. It's on y'all. Polygamy or monogamy? They all gonna say polygamy. I know that.
Lakeisha does say polygamy versus child support. What's your answer, man?
Hey, yeah.
I know, right?
What's the correlation between polygamy and people who believe in, a theist versus atheists and things?
Oh, yeah.
There's a difference with that. That's a good one, but there's a difference though.
What are you talking about? What I said?
Yeah. Well, no, you know what? Let me rephrase. I'd say depend on the individual. Like I don't see nothing wrong with polygamy, but it's just one woman's enough, bro. Like I don't got patience for that. They talk too much shit.
No,
I mean, I don't think a woman. I don't think she gonna say nothing bad if you just take care of her the way she want to be taken care of. If a woman is a woman enough for you to make her your wife, you give her whatever she want when she want it. No questions asked.
In the same,
do it.
I can't do that.
In the same household.
Yeah.
Separate household polygamy.
Either one could work if you ask me. I mean, because any man that's been raised a heterosexual man, you fall in love with a woman, that's your heart. That's everything. That's what motivates you to be a man. That's what motivates you to work overtime, to do what you got to do to provide for your family because you love your woman. She giving you children. She carrying on your namesake. So if I'm married to a woman, she getting any and everything she want, period. No questions asked. I'm gonna rob, steal, or kill for my wife and my wives. No question. Because I'm a man, I'm gonna go out there and get it any way I know how to get it. Ain't nothing gonna stop me. Men don't complain, they just do. I've never been raised like that. Well, man, I'm broke, I can't get it, I'm oppression. Well, if it's oppression, then I'm finna get a ski mask, but it's going down though. Bring that top.
Question: as somebody who believes in polygamy, you think it's possible to love more than one woman? Honestly.
Most definitely. We all of us love more than one woman all the time.
Not in terms of, I'm not talking like the kind of love where mother have for children.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that undying love that you should share with your partner.
Yeah, I mean, I do it now. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
So where did you acquire the knowledge to know or to learn that love? Because a lot of black people in the relationship, let me finish part two and answer both of them.
Yeah.
A lot of black people, black men, never learn how to love because they never see it. So, much as they never learn how to love one woman because they didn't see one woman being loved totally, much less a situation where multiple women being loved simultaneously. So how did you come about that? That's my question.
When I was young, I was exposed. My father and my uncle, they were heavy into mysticism. So I was exposed to Buddhism and Masonry at a very young age. And I studied a lot of Buddhism culture, a lot of Hinduism. I grew up in hoodoo and voodoo. I'm an Ifa priest and I'm a Tata in Palo. So in that culture, because my culture is heavy in West Africa and Creole, it was known that you do not attach love to the body. You're not the body, you're not the mind. We're all spirit, we're all points of light. And so when you get beyond the physical attachments of this world, you realize that things are far more important than the physicality of things. You look at the spirit of a person, you look at the integrity, you embrace love, which is Iwapwele. We talk about good character in Yoruban culture. We talk about Ifa, which is divine love. So you look at people in their essence and not just because of their exterior. And when you start doing that, you start letting go of physical impediments. And you see love in everyone. You see everyone as points of light and beacons of love. So when you start doing that, you're not personifying people because we're greater than just this body. We do things all the time that are amazing that we can't explain. We're greater than this. So as a child, I just grew up loving nature, loving people, and never let terms and definitions define me. I stayed true to myself, and it was just in my nature.
Okay, I have my muted. I didn't say about the follow-up, so a follow-up question. All right. Is the polygamy practice in Africans? I'm calling everybody inside here an African. Regardless, if you have a problem with it, let me know, please. Because some people don't like to be referred to as African. But as people from the original people, which is black people, that's how I define African. right? You have people in Saudi Arabia now who practicing polygamy, right? I have people in Africa who's practicing polygamy. Not you have Muslims in Africa, you have Muslims in Saudi Arabia, I have non-Muslim in Africa. And when I say Africa, I know that Africa is multiple countries, so I'm not breaking it down. Otherwise, so is it that the African can understand polygamy in a way that women will accept it and can accommodate it? Is it primary? And what is the reason primarily? What is the reason primarily you think that we need what a person should need to be in a tongue twisted, in a relationship with multiple stable partners? That is how I say polygamy, as multiple stable partners, not temporary partners. Is my definition wrong?
No, it's correct. It's correct. It's all about your culture and your upbringing. You got to be stable. You know, you got to have a certain level of, patience and integrity to deal with something like that. So I totally agree.
No, honestly, I was a big cheater back in my younger days, and I get old now, I get tired, and I get fat, right? But I sleep with everything but wear a dress. If you dress up a mongrel dog in a dress in my day, chances are I sleep with it, right? But at the same time, it wasn't any emotional attachment. It was more like out of sex, out of the need for pursue sex, right? So when somebody what is a man looking for in a polygamous relationship? Is it more sex? Is it that he need more women to stroke his ego? What primarily is a man looking for? Why he should need to venture into a polygamous relationship?
Well, I can't speak for everybody because I mean that's subjective. I don't think you can really put that in a box because different cultures practice polygamy for different reasons. I know for me personally, it was all about lineage and expanding the family. That's what it was all about for me. It was all about family wealth through lineage and having a large family. And also, because I'm in finances, I was always attracted to finances growing up. And it was always understanding how finances work and how to make things work and creating your own personal economy around your family and changing the course of your family. By doing that, I never looked at it as a carnal act of physical empowerment, because if you're a man if you're a worldly man, and you should be able to talk a woman out of her underwear. If you're a man and you understand a woman, and you know how to tap into her and say the right words, you ain't got to marry her to get her.
X.
Now, if you're a lame dude and you lose all the time, and you gotta use a piece of paper to hold on to her. But if you're a real guy, she ain't gonna want to leave regardless with the paper or not. If you one of them ones, but if you're a fake dude, you lie, you insecure, you can't be real, you can't look a woman in the eye, you intimidated by another man, of course you're gonna need to lock on to one woman because you're gonna be lucky you got her.
I understand what you're saying. But are you saying that we can generate more wealth by having more children or more wives?
Yes. Yeah.
How is that? See that? All right. You would need more. Is it not what? They are more trustworthy to run the business, because I always thought that the expenses would be higher, because you need now to provide food, clothing, and shelter for more people. It isn't as if you're providing it now for just one or two people. So anything that you generate, instead of having to feed 6 people, you now have to feed 9. So how is it that you generate more wealth that way?
Well, I know in America, our elders had 12, 13, 15 children. And the economy, and they had to deal with racism in a more overt way. So money wasn't flowing all over the place. And they still took care of them babies and raised families. And we wouldn't be here today if they didn't do it. And Papa was a Rolling Stone back then.
No, but how many of those children went to college? How many of those children went to college?
A lot of them didn't. College didn't define us. College didn't define us as Black people in America. College was a way for us to be certifiably employed so that we can compete with white people that were using racism as a means to keep us in poverty. But education did not define us as Black people because we had our own way of doing things. We had our own way of raising our families, and we had our own kind of intelligence. We had brilliant Black people that never went to college, you know what I'm saying?
I know, but wouldn't you agree that societal norms have changed now, where it requires that people, that education, the onus on education is now more than it was 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago?
No, I would disagree. I'm in the financial sector. Let me tell you why, brother. This is why I'm so motivated to teach people finance. Going to college is a financial pitfall because you're getting financed to go to college. Back then, you weren't getting financed to go to college. You would take an entrance exam, and if you had the aptitude, you would go. But now you're going to college with interest, and they're using Rule of 78 against you to go for an education. So when they tell you you're making $60,000 a year, you use 32.5% of your income the minute you graduate because you got to pay a student loan back. And so now that ruins your credit, and that eliminates your ability to leverage your credit with debt. So it's a totally different parameter with going to school today. Going to school today, the education is good, but the structure is loan sharking. The structure is financing. You'll go broke going to school.
But how much would you have made if you have not went to college?
The same opportunity Sam Walmart took, the same opportunity the Walgreens family took, the same opportunity Lee Iacocca took, the same opportunity that any other person that was very wealthy. The average millionaire doesn't hit $1 million until they're 59 years old.
All right. I don't like to use movies as reference.
No, I'm not using movies.
No. I'm going to use one as reference, but I don't like
okay. I got you.
Right? Yesterday, I was privileged to watch The Banker. A nice little movie.
Oh, yeah, that's a good movie, yeah.
The Banker, about the two Black men who conned the system in order to acquire ownership of a bank. Right? And the reason why I'm bringing it up is that while Lee Iacocca and Walmart and all of those people did become millionaire without venturing into school, the system allowed them to prosper, right? They could go into the front door of the bank and ask for a loan at competitive rate to build that shop or to buy that car. But we didn't have that exposed to us. It's not that we didn't have talent. Black people have always been talented. But Black people have never always gotten the opportunity. So our broke. So what we use is that we're trying to use education to leverage the situation more in our favor. To say, all right, let us get a better paying job than $7.50. Let's get a job that pays $13. Let's become a nurse. I become a nurse educator. And now I'm getting $44 an hour, right? Although student loan will take back the equivalent of $11 an hour to pay the loan. I'm still making 33. That's far more than I'd make if I'd work with Walmart. You understand what I'm saying?
No, that would be incorrect though, brother. To be honest,
how would it be incorrect?
Because we tend to think that a job adds value. It doesn't. What happens is the owner of the job is giving you money, investing in your time. See, most of the people that work a job is because they don't understand that they can be their own job. They can work their own job. Most people that do very well in the United States work for themselves. An entrepreneur is someone that hires people, not someone that works for someone or is self-employed. And that's the misrepresentation of this government because it's debt-based. It's a capitalist government, not a capitalist person. So the capitalist government puts you in a position to pay tax to use their money. So when you don't know how to privatize your money, when you don't know how to operate as a corporate entity, when you don't know how to tax shelter, because we've been raised to be employees. We have not been raised to be independent manufacturers and producers. We think because we go get a laundromat, we're doing well, or we got a high-paying job, we're doing well. No, we're not. Taxes after $10,000, you lose 35% of your revenue. And not to mention, when you get your money in, you got to go and get a bill of receipt every time you buy something, you're taxed in. So the US dollar is fractionalized to less than 0.5% of its actual value. So $1 is only worth 25 cents. So that means you got to make $3 to bring home $1 net. So the labor force, that's just like they gave out these $1,200 stimulus checks. People didn't realize it was a stimulus check. It's to stimulate the economy. It's to force you to spend again so the US dollar can continue to be passed back and forth. The US dollar has no intrinsic value. Well, you burning calories and manpower to get $1 that has absolutely no value. But if you employ people, now you're changing the neighborhood. Now you're sequestering money. Now you're creating a commonwealth. Now money is circulating between hands. So that's what I'm saying about that. But you're right. I'm not discrediting that at all, brother. But I'm saying that the financial education of our Black people is paramount because poverty is the #1 racist in the country, in the United States.
Yeah, yeah, but the situation is, right? And I'm not downplaying everything that you say is correct. But then, all right, a wide receiver, an entrepreneur and a wide receiver is not created, they're born. Whether we want to believe it or not, certain people are born. Certain things you cannot teach. You cannot teach speed, you cannot teach drive, and you cannot teach ambition. Certain things you are born with, right? Right? So when I stress education, I stress education because I understand that a lot of my people were not equipped with the skills of entrepreneurship. So I'm trying to balance the field a little to say, listen, you won't, because even among the white people who have a better starting situation than us, you still only have a few Henry Ford and a few millionaires. Only 1% of them are, less than 1% of them are millionaires. And they were born in a better situation than us, right? So us saying that entrepreneurship is the way, I understand it is, but it is not necessarily going to happen, right? It's hard to happen, right? So we need to give our people, say, all right, I need to teach you certain skills so that you can still live above the poverty line. Because everybody can't be a business person. Everybody can't be a successful business person either.
No, you don't have to be a business person, though, brother. Respectfully, you don't.
Yeah.
That's the misunderstanding. I'm not talking about being a business person. I'm talking about being financially responsible. See, the problem is if a brother like myself or a brother like you talks about economics, it's not popular. But if I talk about pyramids and if I talk about ancient something so and so, then it's popular. See, that's the problem right there. It's the value system. It's the value system. But what got us here was those that understood the economy of being supportive and biased to their people. If it wasn't for people that was biased and cared about Black people only, Blacks caring about Blacks, me and you wouldn't have the opportunity to talk on the internet and speak freely like we're speaking now. If everybody said, well, a job is better than nothing, all of us can't do it, me and you wouldn't be here. Wouldn't be no Thurgood Marshall. Wouldn't be no W.B. Du Bois. Wouldn't be no Dr. Ben. Wouldn't be none of that. Because what in the world do a Black man need to study Egypt for? Where he gonna get a job at? But he did it. He had to do it. And that's what I'm saying. Like some of us that can do it, shame on us if we're not putting our 10 cents in.
No, but understand why Dr. Ben did it. To understand Thurgood Marshall, we understand that Dr. Ben do it to say, listen, we are greater than what we appear to be. Right. And we can be greater than what we appear to be because we were greater than what we appear to be. That is what Dr. Ben was saying, right? And right. And people who know that they're great, if you run 100 miles already, or you see somebody run 100 miles, the hardest 100 miles to run is the first 100 miles that was run. Everybody else who ran 100 miles, not doing anything special because somebody did it. And that's what Dr. Ben was trying to say to us. Listen, the stars are a limit because we map the stars already as a people. That's what Dr. Ben was saying, right? But at the same time, what I'm saying, and I agree with you totally about financial responsibility. I agree with you 100%, right? Because I have Chinese friends, Chinese Jamaican, and most of them into business, them have shop. And one thing I've learned is that business was always discussed around the dining table from an early age. So that child is ahead of us who had to go to school to learn about business, because it was discussed with them. It's something that was taught. It's something that they understand, right? And as you said, I agree with you again. The second thing that you mentioned, that if I was supposed to come on it and said to you, say, "Ooh, the Jews need to die because they were responsible for the slave trade, and that's why God punished them with the Holocaust," and the white American is why SARS come about, to root out the weaker genetic population. We'd have 1,000 people watching now, and we're just picking things out of the air and just talking out of our ass. But we'd have 1 million people watching, and we get 1 million views, right? And that's the way forward. I agree with you that we need to talk about financial responsibility. That you need to responsible for.
But what I'm saying, when I say financial, I'm talking about money management. I'm not talking about being rich, wealthy, being a big time businessman. I'm talking about the ability to manage money, the money you got. Finance deals with management of money. Money is money, but financing deals with how to manage it.
Of course.
How the allocation and distribution of money. And what I'm talking about is, if we can consume $1.4 trillion in the United States, I'm not talking about the world, it's more than that. If Black people consume $1.4 trillion every year in the United States, but we only produce 0.1% of that 1.4 trillion, then we got to ask ourselves, what are we doing wrong? Because we can live in an impoverished neighborhood and have an iPhone 11 because we value the iPhone 11 than we do our neighborhood. You can't teach that. You can't teach that. You got to shake that up. You can't teach that because that's ingrained. That's generational poverty. That ain't something that just happened. This is 400 years of that. So when we know that, when we understand that, we're in 2020. So we got to move forward. Malcolm X didn't have the internet. We do. So if we're going to add to the paradigm, we got to make a paradoxical shift and we got to move forward. We can't keep talking about 1969. We can't keep talking about 3000 BC. We got to talk about right now. We got to talk about what's going on right now. And what's going on right now is the mortality rate. What's going on right now is the opiate use amongst Black people. What's going on right now is the disrespect of Black women by Black men. That's what's going on right now. We have to address that. We can't sit here and say, well, everybody can't be. No, everybody needs to be. It needs to be a standard of excellence that needs to be set upon our people. And we need to hold each and every one of us accountable for that foolishness. The acceptance of degradation is unacceptable. The level that we have fallen is unacceptable. We cannot continue to give each other a pass because we hollering Black power. We can't do that. We got to be more critical about each other than we do any other oppressor or anything that's going on, because that's been there. That's going to stay there. But we not worried about the disrespect and the repression that we force upon ourselves. Nobody's telling you to know. If you got the opportunity to make someone's life better, why not just do it? So if I was to come on this, let me tell you something, brother. You speaking truth. If I was to do a stream, right, and depending upon whose platform I'm on, and I'm talking about economics, right, and I'm talking about finance and stuff like that, I guarantee you, everybody, it's gonna be people in the chat. Khonsu is fake. He's phony. He's a coon. Look how he's talking. He's talking like a white man.
No, there's a young lady named Monica Lamb that comes on the Dada Spot program.
Yeah.
And she talks finances. And the most persons ever watching our show is 30. 30 people.
That's crazy. That's unfortunate.
Right, 30. And it used to be like 6 and 7. I used to watch it when it was 6 and 7 people. So when she get 30 people live, it's a good show. Right? But that's what we're faced with now. But you're asking challenges. The challenge that you are putting forward. What you are putting forward. What you are putting forward. Everybody from the 20s has faced it. Our people, when people has gone without so much for so long, it is hard to ask them to do without even longer. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
When people have gone without, right? If you tell the man, so listen, you have been eating bread and water for the last 10 days. Just eat bread and water one more day, right? And let's see, and use that money to do that, to invest into that. And I can guarantee you, sir, you'll never eat bread and water again. It's difficult to ask him to make that choice. You and I know that, right? Because people have been without so long, right? So that is what we're faced with. That is what we're faced with. We're going to ask our people now to do it out for a little bit longer, and it's hard.
I totally agree with that, man. I can't. I wouldn't. I totally agree with that.
A child, the average child, right? I've seen it in Jamaica. I don't know children here because I came here as an adult. But the average child is faced with challenges and is faced with, we call it people laughing at them when they're wearing their cheap-ass sneakers. So as an adult, when him can buy a Clarks or a Jordan, himself, or perceive himself is based upon that. Because that is what from he was a child, that is all he's been speaking into his mind. Can't wait until I'm an adult so I can buy the clothes that I want. Not realizing that buying clothes is throwing away your money. Right? The average black person spends thousands of dollars in them closet and $10 in them bank account. Right? But we have 10 pair of Nike, Jordan, we have the latest cutaways or colorways where I never understand. It's the same Jordan but in a different color. But we have a million different colors, the same sneakers. Right? But where we go from here? How we confront that? How we fight that battle? How we win that battle? That's a question I'd ask. How do we win that battle?
Say that again. How do we what?
How do we win that fight?
The fight starts within. Because see, it's just like this. A brother or sister can talk about how they're economically challenged, right? But they make sure they keep their cable bill up and keep their internet bill up so they can come on and talk shit every day. You know, sitting in front of a computer to talk shit all day instead of getting out here and making something happen. But they put all the energy and the effort to be able to come on the platform and talk shit. Instead of being out there doing something. See, that's the thing. It's the value system is what you value. It's what you actually value. If you have values, you have core values, then you'll make better decisions because it's all about critical thinking and critical reading and critical understanding. If you understand these things, then you'll make valid decisions. It's not
but that has to be a learned behavior.
Yes, it's going to take time. It does. But those of us that have the ability, we have to be willing to sacrifice to help those that don't. And if those that still won't, they're going to fall by the wayside. They're going to fall by the wayside. That's what's going to happen. Because at this point right now, where we are as Black people, we are sixth-class citizens. We got these so-called luxuries, but we're jaded because we don't have a focus of Black unity. We think Black uniformity. Well, if you're Hebrew, I don't like you. You need to be just like me. If you're not just like me, you're not walking and talking like me, then I can't talk to you. But it's not about being uniformity. That's military. This is about being unified regardless of who you are and what you believe in and what you stand for. It's not about debunking somebody because of a belief. Anybody has a right to believe in whatever they want to. That has nothing to do with it. It's all about being unified under the same common goal, and that's Black emancipation. That should be the number one goal, Black emancipation. And if we don't have that kind of mentality, If it's always talking about, I'm going to debunk you, no, you're not right, no, then we're not going to get nowhere because the oppressor don't care. The Jewish and the Polish person, they don't get along, but they get along when they get here. Because they know where the food is. The food is, we're going to eat these black people whole. Now, I might not like you where we come from, but we're going to eat these folks. We're going to eat off these folks. You ever seen Shango? You ever seen Shango, the movie Shango? I don't like to reference movies, but you ever seen the movie Shango?
Years ago.
You remember when the character, young white man that was a slave owner, had brought the skull out and put it on the table?
Really? No, I'm mixing it up. None of this is that one.
Yeah.
So,
and he talked about them the genetic makeup of the skull of the Negro, and he said, "Man, my father used to own this man here, this man that used to be our caretaker." And he said, for the life of me, I couldn't understand why he didn't cut my father's neck from ear to ear, because he used to shave him every morning. He should have killed him. I know I would have. He said, because my father was running all these Negroes on this plantation, and he was the only white man doing it. He proceeded to cut into the skull and say, you see these 3 indentations right here? See, every Negro has these 3 indentations. And what they do is they create passiveness in the Negro. See, the Negro is passive.
That's not true.
Of course it's not. We know that.
True.
Well, of course we know that. But this is it's a movie now, right? There's nothing to be given. But what he was trying to say is that this is the mentality of the oppressor when it comes to us. That we are low level. We don't have the ability to have intelligence. We got to have scholastic, institutionalized intelligence to justify who we are.
No, but let me use a different reference for you. You know that if you're growing pit bulls. If you're growing pit bulls for dog fighting and they bite you, the general rule is that you need to put down that dog. You know that, right?
Right.
If the pit bull bite the owner need to put down that dog. So what you end up doing is that you're breeding out the wanting or the yearning to bite your owner, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't understand that certain traits were bred out, right? Yep. The traits that were bred in is that you need somebody big, tall, and strong who is passive. And if you can do it for dogs, you can do it for human beings. If you can do it for horses, the horses that we ride now, it's not the horses that existed 500 years ago. Right? Yes. So the slave owner could have seen the trait that they want and bred that person. They want the big tall buck who is dumb as a pile of rocks. Right? Right. And then you turn around, and I said this before to somebody else already. You took away Anansi. Anansi, one of the greatest tricks of God. You took away Anansi from the people and you gave them Jesus. Right? Anansi wasn't passive, if you know Anansi and Anansi stories. But Jesus passive. True or false? Right?
No. Was Jesus passive? You talking about according to the Bible?
Yeah. Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Jesus said, in my Father's house there are many mansions. Jesus tell you that, listen, the fight, you don't have to fight the fight here. You don't have to fight the fight here because there's a greater place out there for you. Well, that's what I get from him. Somebody else might get something else. Right? When you walk around with 12 sturdy dudes and when the ear was cut off, you place it back on. Right? Mm-hmm. So it is more a passive relationship.
In Americana, you being from the islands, right? In Americana, Black Americana, we have a book that talks about what you're talking about. And it's called it's a treatise. It's not really a book. Treatise, so-called essay. And it's called the Willie Lynch Letter. Now, let me tell you something, right? I don't know if you read it. The Willie Lynch Letter spoke exactly to what we are actually talking about. Let me tell you what the Black community did. They became scholars. You know what they did? They wanted to take the book or the treatise, whatever you want to call it, the letters, and they wanted to make logic out of it. When it was supposed to be an inspirational work, it didn't have that. When they found out how it was written and what it was written, why it was written, people started to discredit the letters because it wasn't real letters. Instead of taking away from it what it was trying to explain, because what it was explaining was factual. Regardless of what was in the work, what was being explained was factual. But because everything had to be intellectually sound and everything had to have a primary source, they discredited the work that was supposed to go far beyond those pages.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. See, this is the isolated mind of the modern Negro. This is the isolated mind. See, this is like, you know, it's no creativity anymore. It's no beauty in being black no more. Because black got to come with instructions now. If you don't look a certain way, you ain't black. If you talk a certain way, you ain't black.
But black has always come with instructions. Because let's be real. Let's go back 100 years. Let's go back 100 years to 1920. Black people didn't know what it meant to be black people. A friend of mine had this. Both of us had this conversation when we talk about the impact on Rastafari on the Jamaican culture. Rastafari is a new thing, relatively about 60, 70 years old, so relatively new in the scope of the history of the Caribbean and colonization. But the impact they have in terms of telling people about self and awareness of self and where you're from, and don't limit yourself to that one location that would bigger than Jamaica, right? Prior to them, majority of people never appreciate them blackness. So black has to be a learned behavior. It has to be taught.
Let me ask you something really quick, because I'm noticing something in the chat. I want to prove my point here. Mm-hmm. It's somebody in the chat that just said that I hate myself because I'm ragging on black people. Now you hear that? The conversation we having right now, somebody thinks that one of us is ragging on black people.
Because they don't understand the conversation. And again, it come back to that, they don't understand the blackness either.
That's what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, like, 1920 is very valid, but what about 2020? Because see, 1920 ain't 2020. That's 100 years ago. This right here is something brand new, King.
It's the same. It's the same problem. It's the same maths. They just change around X instead of Y. It's the same maths. It's the same variable. It's the same situation we face all the time. If you look at it seriously, it has always been the same maths. It has always been the same maths.
What I'm saying, brother, is paradoxically. What I'm talking about is that we are prone to be revolutionaries from a couch than we are getting out here interacting with our people. It took courage to go out there in that street and talk to those people. We don't even do that. That's not even an option anymore. No, because what we do now, we do a lot of pontificating. That helps. You know, we like we get our Joel Osteen on. We do a lot of that.
No, let's be this. I used to use this conversation. Mm-hmm. We have a thing we say in Jamaica. You see, if it's never one thing, if it wasn't because I didn't want to go to jail, that's why I don't kick out your teeth. We'll find excuses why we don't act. And they give us excuses not to act, right? Mm-hmm. Look, you get the pretty catalog outside there that you're paying $600 a month for. You're not going to talk to the boss, because guess why you're not going to talk to the boss? You don't want to lose the job, right? You get the nice house in the nice neighborhood. You're not going to say that unfair. Why are you not going to say it's unfair? Because you don't want to lose the job.
That's the.
You don't want to lose. It's a measure of control. Or you may ask people. People, listen. The only person can fight, and the reason why the slave fought and rebelled, is because they didn't have nothing to lose, You think the slave that was in the big house was telling the slave in the field, yes, we're going to cut master throat? No, we're going to cut master throat. I'm not going to get master hand-me-down suits anymore. Or master table scraps. Is a slave in the field would have something to lose in fight. People with something to lose don't fight. Always remember that. You want to start a revolution with a man with a Cadillac? He's not going nowhere. You can't start a revolution with him. But I'm going to tell you straight up that no, I can't afford to lose my caddy. You want more? I can't afford to lose my wife. My wife is going to leave me if I lose the job. Right? So that is it. And when somebody talk about blackhead, they don't understand the situation. They only talk a lot. Ask the person who made that comment, when was the last time they read a book? Right? Why they don't come on the panel to voice their opinion?
But I'm trying to tell you, brother. I'm trying to tell you, in a little while, ain't gonna be no books. Ain't gonna be no books. It ain't gonna be no books, bro. It's 2020, man. Ain't gonna be none of that. It ain't gonna be no. After a while, it ain't gonna be no panels. It's a whole nother game. So we on a whole nother situation. We are sitting here right now in Chicago. There's no tissue paper. Guess what? There's no tissue paper in Philly. There's no tissue paper in Florida. Oh, by the way, there's no tissue paper in New York. And guess what? It's not a damn thing we can do about it right now. We can't do nothing. We can't do nothing. We couldn't do nothing about it if we wanted to. We can't do nothing about it. So now it's all about problem solving at this point. So we got to set a standard because the standards are being set for us. Now we're being told to wear a mask. Now we're being told, wash your hands, go over here, do that. Don't do that. You can't do that. No, you can't do that. It's not as simple as just education. You can't even go to school to educate because they're closed. We're waiting on the government to pay us because we can't go to work. We worried about losing the job we can't go to.
So what you saying? The corona not real? It's a ploy?
Say that again.
The corona not real is a ploy?
Oh no, I'm not saying that the corona is real because it's affected the hell out of us. I'm not saying it's fake. I wouldn't dare say that. That's insane. Whatever it is, I don't know what it is, and neither do they. They're professionals. But what I do know is real as hell because it's affecting every last one of us. And whether it's fake information or not, it's people that's dying for some reason. For some reason, they dying around the same time this virus is out. Now, whether it's the virus doing it or not, I don't know. But I know 3 people that's died from it. Now, is that a coincidence or is it the truth? I don't know. I'm not trying to figure that out. What I do know is we dying. What I do know is that life ain't gonna ever be the same. So what we thought we could apply, we can't apply no more. Because now, ain't nobody getting on no airplane. Who finna go to a Lakers game? Who gonna actually sit up and go to a Lakers game?
No, people will go. The white people going.
Oh, yeah, no. Ain't anybody do that. You see, the only cities they open in the cities that have a high black population. Atlanta's back open again. Oh, yeah, let's go have day parties, y'all, while the corona going on.
Texas, too?
Texas, high black, all the concentrated areas. In Chicago, 8.5% per capita of 100,000 people are black that's got it. Black people, 73% of black people are dying in Chicago right now. 73%. There's a 73% chance that if you black, you gonna have coronavirus and you will die. So if I tell this child, or if I tell somebody that wants to come together and work, hey man, hey look, let's go to school. I need you to hold on to this job, man. Because I understand, yeah, they do need a job. They do need it. They do need income and revenue. But at what expense? Because right now, ain't nobody making no revenue. How are these people eating outside of the essential workers? How are these people actually surviving right now?
Now, I asked a question.
Mm-hmm.
I asked that question the other day. I honestly asked that question.
Yeah.
What will happen afterwards? Will all of these rent, within the last 2 months' rent, with what they're going to what will happen? Are they going to forgive them? Are we going to have a rent forgiveness program? Are we going to have a light forgiveness, electricity forgiveness program? Are we going to have a water forgiveness program?
Nope. They're talking about bailout. Right now, the bailout is at 10 trillion. It started out at 2.2. The bailout's at 10 trillion.
No, but now who will have access to that bailout?
We won't. The corporations will. So the corporations are going to be able to stay in America because that's the one reason why they're offering a bailout, because they don't want the companies to leave that's left here. So they're going to offer the bailout. The bailout's going to stimulate the companies. The company's going to employ their workers again, fractionalize their salaries as usual, pay them pennies on the hour while they make millions on the hour. And then it's going to stimulate the economy again and create debt. And as long as there's debt, we don't have any items of appreciation. Everything we buy depreciates because we buy it with the US dollar. And because we're not talking about dumping the dollar, we don't even understand that. We're not even on the level to understand that. We invest in a dollar that keeps us where we at because we're willing to give cheap labor for a dollar that has no intrinsic value. All it has is trade value. We don't get the trade value of the dollar. We get the residual of the dollar. It's called tax. We don't get the value of the dollar. Since when? No, black, white, yellow, no, we never got the value of the dollar. So once we go into that job and we go to work that job is going to keep you in poverty because that job is going to dictate your way of life. Every state in America has a living wage. Every state has a living wage that is higher than the minimum wage.
Yeah, that is true.
So inflation is at 8% while you get a raise at 2%. You'll get a raise at 2%. Oh man, I got a raise. Yes, but guess what? You're 6.5% behind the inflation curve. So what do? You go and finance a car with $5,000 down. You make $100,000 a year. Oh yeah, I'm doing it. No, you're not. Your median income at $100,000 because you buy stuff you can't afford. We finance everything. We don't go in. We don't buy things with collateral. We don't borrow the things when we go and buy them. Most of us don't even know how to buy a car. You don't finance the 70% of your car. Rule of 78, they make $7,000 off of you financing at 78 at Rule of 78. But guess what? Rule of 78 was talking to sixth grade. They don't tell you that when you go to school, you're getting financed. They don't tell you that. You're getting charged for that. And that's what I'm saying. It's these fundamental skills that you don't have to be gifted to learn. It's at a sixth grade level. Financial contracts are written at a sixth grade level on purpose. By law, they cannot be written. They cannot be confused. That's called unconscionable. It violates the law of the United States Code, Title 12, Banks and Banking. All contracts must be conscionable. That means they must be at a level of aptitude. And the average level of aptitude is the sixth grade. So when we go into a car dealership and we purchase a car, we don't know nothing about it because we come in there remedial, very remedial. But then when we go into debt, we say, oh, I'm oppressed. No, you're just ignorant. You're not oppressed. You're just ignorant. That's all. Once you're taught, you're no longer ignorant anymore once you're taught. But we are ignorant as a whole, not individuals. Some of us understand these things, but as a whole, we are ignorant to a lot of things because this system didn't include us. The system that we're in, the system of oppression, never included us from the jump. We were promised a New Deal, we didn't get it. we had the New Deal promise, they never gave it to us. So we're not getting what was promised to us, and we're not treated as equals in this particular system of allocation.
The FDR New Deal was never promised to Black America.
Say that again, my brother.
FDR, he was the one who, Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Oh yeah, FDR.
He was the one who came up with the New Deal.
Yeah.
Right? But it was never promised to Black Americans.
Say that again.
It was never promised. It was never promised to Black Americans.
Oh yeah, it was a promise. It was a promise of black. It was written. It was written into public law.
No, it was written into law, but around that time you still had redlining taking place.
Yes. No
You
doubt.
still had predatory loans where Black people paid way higher interest than white people on the same loan.
Still doing now. Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
So the New Deal wasn't promised to Black people. And then a lot of things, another thing, white people in America didn't really start the average middle class. Middle class didn't occur in America for white people until after World War II.
Right.
When most people came home from World War II and were able to access the GI loan. That loan literally put millions of dollars into white people's pocket because there was very low interest loans given to people to buy houses.
I would have to respectfully disagree, Brother Sweet Pea, because the reason the middle class was created in order to create a workforce. They needed a labor force to produce capital.
Yes.
So the middle class wasn't considered living good. It was just a workforce.
Right.
Because prior to the middle class, everyone was independently operating in a free trade. We were a republic before we became a union.
No, but prior to the middle class in 1938, when the stock market crashed, was it 1938?
Right around that time, I don't have the exact date.
Yeah, right around
39, somewhere.
Yes, right around that time, the stock market crashed.
Yeah.
I remember when the stock market crashed.
Yeah.
It wiped out a substantial amount of people. Because even if World War II never came about, because World War II was actually the end of the Depression. That's when the Depression came to an end, when they had to put so many people into work for the war effort. Right? But prior to that, most people's savings who weren't tied into the system disappeared when the banks closed. Because savings weren't insured at that time. You understand? So even if you don't have a job,
what I'm
you're
saying,
still vulnerable.
No, you don't have to be. You don't have to be. Because see, when the repression starts, it's because the public doesn't have faith in its currency anymore. So once they stop having faith in its currency, then the depression starts. But the repression is because the public doesn't have faith in the currency, so they no longer invest in it. That means they no longer collect it and they no longer trade it. And that's what creates the repression. Because see, the government can print money all they want to. They can print money endlessly without stopping. Right now, all they got to do is just punch a zero in and the debt's gone. But they don't. They keep printing money. And what that's going to do is hyperinflate the dollar so they can revalue it and hit the reset button, okay? Now we got a new form of currency, guys, and we're going to tax it differently. They got rid of the Bretton Woods system in 1971 and turned dollars into fiat. For this reason and this reason alone. Because they knew that the dollar was headed towards hyperinflation way back when Abe Lincoln sanctioned the greenback. Because they were creating debt they never had plans on paying back. They never planned on paying it back. Because they believed once they started a capitalist type of government instead of a republic, then that's when they started creating debt and items of depreciation. And once they created items of depreciation, that took away manufacturing and that took away independent distribution and production from the people, and it put it in the hands of conglomerates. Because at one point, we produced and manufacturing our own service and goods, but now we pay as a convenience for service and goods. That created the economy. And the first rule of economy is scarcity. We're going to make scarce goods so that we can start a demand frenzy and we supply that demand. And as long as we can continue to supply people's wants and needs, which are endless, we can keep them in perpetual debt. And scarcity has always been the problem. So we as Black people, we invest in scarce goods because we're not producers or manufacturers. So if I can take an iPhone, I'm going to make it a scarce good. That means that I'm going to produce the technology of that iPhone. I'm going to produce all 20 versions, but I'm going to give you the first one first, and I'm just going to add a little bit at a time. I'm just going to adjust a little bit at a time because I need to stimulate complexity and competition, because I need to bring competition to my market. And we are subject to that because we're the #1 consumers on the planet. If we stop consuming, the planet stops. If black folks say, you know what, I ain't partaking in that. If we can't produce it, I'm not going to partake in it. That will change everything.
What you mentioned about scarce goods is that there's no scarce goods now. There's a perception of scarce goods. There's nothing scarce in this economy. There's a perception of scarce goods, right?
Yeah, I agree. I'm just telling you how the system works. I'm just saying
the system work is that the average product more is spent on marketing than is spent on the product itself, in manufacturing the product. Marketing, the budget for marketing is oftentimes more than the budget for manufacturing, because you have to sell an impression that this is needed. This is needed. This is a needed good. You're turning wants into need. Because the average person now, by the time I was 20, I owned more shoes in my lifetime than my grandfather owned in his. So, by the time you were 20, you had more shirts in your lifetime than your grandfather had in his, right? You had more clothes than practically 3 generations combined before you by the time you were 20, right? Because the perception that is sold to us that wants are actually needs. And so we're more invest in wants and invest in needs. And it come back to what you said. It come back to the beginning of what you said. Probably is that we need to stress. Not scientific, but financial responsibility. To understand that what we can do as a whole. Because if we stop going to the malls have to close. As black people, if we stop going to KFC or McDonald's, they have to close. Because
that's not what that's not what I'm saying. Maybe I misunderstood. I'm saying that we need to produce the same thing KFC produces. We need to be producers and manufacturers. Because like the stock market is not real. It's fake. It's contrived. There's nothing real about the stock market. They build fake platforms every single day. They just take people's money, then they dump the platform and move on to the next. There's nothing real about the stock market. Nothing real about it. But it's the economy. It's the nature of what we're in. It's the inability to understand how it works in order to generate wealth. It's the inability to do that over a period of time. Our frequency is not on par with the frequency of the national economy. The national economy, this is a debt-based economy. It's not a wealth-based economy. So that means that we have to look at collateral and leverage. How many of us understand the power of life insurance? We don't. The majority of wealthy people in the United States have been made because of life insurance. We don't invest in that. If I'm a mother, I'm a father, I got an unruly child, I'm putting life insurance on. If I'm a father or a mother, I'm getting life insurance. And then I'm gonna set up a trust, I'm gonna set up a horrible will, and I'm gonna give instructions of what you're gonna do with your inheritance. I'm just gonna leave you money so you broke in 3 years. And the family then broke up and fight. That's not how you do that. If I'm gonna get land, I'm gonna get a land trust, I'm gonna collapse it into a trust so you don't lose it to probate. These things are things that we used to do all the time. It's nothing that is some new high tech. We was doing this when we were enslaved. When we were being made serfs and freemen, this is what we were doing. By the time Booker T had his emporium for black businessmen, we had a monopoly on the mortuary business. We were a multi-million-dollar mortuary business back then. What would be $1 billion today? But because we sold into employment, we sold into automation, delegation, and elimination, because they scaled down independence and called it a job. They scaled it down. When we were offered freedom, we were offered freedom papers in America. We were only offered to be federal employees. So we moved up north to work for the federal people. And the Southern people were already still independents. That's where the Civil War started. So we jumped out the frying pan and jumped into the fire. That's basically what we did. We were caught in the middle of an economic war. Because people wanted private revenue and other people wanted public. People wanted non-assistance, other people wanted government assistance. And so what I'm saying is we got to find some type of medium to be able to function within this particular system, because you're right, we do need jobs, but we need to be the ones that employ our people with jobs, employ our children with jobs, until they're able to do the same for the next generation.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this, right? At the stage that we are, we have to be realistic on the approach of it. Yeah. Because I tell people that life is a relay. It's a 4x100 relay. And I can only carry the baton so far until I hand it off to my children, right? Because we know what the end look like, but right now we're nowhere close to the end. So we need to acquire certain skills that would make us capable, that we can move towards the end game, right? Because there's no way now that you can compete with industrialization. You can't compete with the conveyor line, right? So although we need to go back to doing for self, there's no way we can compete with what the Chinese doing now, right? Mm-hmm. We can't start the race today and compete with the Chinese. They're 50, 60 years ahead of us technologically, which we can almost call 100 years or 200 years ahead of us, right? We have to learn the system and probably invest in systems for ourselves, right? But until that time, where will we get the finance from? We have to understand that. We need a starting point. And what would you say is the starting point?
I think it's financial awareness. I mean, but I'm biased to finance. I think it's all about understanding our status as people and financially. And it's gonna take fundamental skill building. It's knowing how to operate. It's knowing how to be economic in your family and in your home. Home economics is critical. It creates a certain type of legacy building. It creates a certain mentality around the family really is, because we're so disconnected from family now. We don't really invest in each other's families or our neighborhoods, for that matter. We don't really see value in that. We're literate on our neighborhoods and not care about that. We should be caring about those things. We may not be living in the best conditions. We're still under some levels of oppression, a lot of levels of oppression. We should value what we have.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that, again, we don't have the starting capital. You're asking a lot. You're asking a lot from people who don't have the capital to start.
I mean, I don't know, man. Honestly, with all due respect, with all humility, with my company, I'm changing lives, bro. I got a 13-year-old that own a donut shop, man. She retired her mother last year. She lives in Brooklyn. It's a vegan donut shop. This coronavirus is on thing halted her, but she retired her mother. I met her when she was 13. Her mother was in the same lodge I was in. She Eastern Star. And she retired her mom. So, yeah. I mean, if someone cares enough, it can be done. If someone, so you don't have to ask a lot. You just got to be willing to do it. But you're right. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong, brother, because it is very tough. I'm not gonna lie about that. It is, but it is an option. We do have options. We really do. We do have options. I just think that it needs to be expressed in languages that we can understand. We have to stop separating ourselves over unimportant things like Jesus and Allah and Buddha. We need to stop we should not be separated over that kind of stuff. Because I don't adhere to the Christian Bible, but I also know that I ain't seen a bunch of Christians robbing banks and hurting people in their neighborhoods either.
But that don't have nothing to do with religion more than people robbing somebody. Don't have to do with the lack of religion.
No, I agree that. But what I'm saying is people that are religious get treated disrespectfully. And they shouldn't have to be. If you're a Christian and you black, the fact that you black, I'm good. I shouldn't have to degrade you because you believe in Jesus. That doesn't make, it's non sequitur. But then in the same breath, I'm hollering black unity, but I'm attacking you because you choose to live the life the way you want to live. I don't even understand that. If Jesus is making that person righteous, if Jesus is helping that person be a productive person in society, why do you need to take that from them? What you gonna give them in replace of that? Like, if they're productive in society, what gives you the right to do that? Is somebody over there cooking in the pot? What that is?
Yeah, but but if you look at it this way, look at it the other way now, right? If most cultures who excel have a unified religion. Would you disagree with me on that? Most cultures who excel have a unified religion.
Facts.
Meaning that
I was just saying that to somebody the other day. Yeah, I agree.
Right? We don't have a unified religion.
We don't.
As a people.
We do not.
Right?
I agree.
Because if we don't listen to each other with one voice, right? Because religion is just a way to hypnotize you to understand the mores and the culture of your society, you know. To me, that's what religion does. And somebody else might think about it differently. But your culture and your mores are often the foundations of your religion. And it follows the teaching, your religion follows the teaching of your culture, right? We sometimes accept religions that was not culturally developed by us, right? So we're putting on clothes what was never made for us, that was never tailored for us, and then everybody put on separate suits, and they carry the mentality of each suit you put on. So it's hard for us to unify unless we're unifying under one banner, right? The black man never have a flag, right? He have the flag of the United States of America in America. He have the flag of Jamaica in Jamaica. He have the flag of Cuba in Cuba. But did he develop any of these flags? Were any of these flags developed by him? Right? So can he rally under a banner that was never developed by him and for him? Yeah, you understand? You're asking us to move forward. And unless we have that drummer to plant the beat for us to march to, what we're going to move forward to and with. So there's no quick and easy answers to the questions, you know, because you sit down and start rationalize it. You're doing baby steps, you know, because what you're doing is that you're trying to improve who's around you on a whole, right? But you can only be responsible as an individual for roughly, say, maximum 500 people. And I'm being generous, right? There are 45 million of us. That is less than 0.000000001% of the population of people in the quagmire, right? What banner we can rally behind, right? For the last 400 years, we have Christianity. Then we had Islam. And now we have Judaism in some form or the other, where some people say they are the black Hebrew Israelite, right? And we try to fix ourselves in these religions to say that we were the original and originator of this religion. But yes, if you ask somebody before the Bible, what were you practicing?
Well, see, now, brother, I'm gonna tell you, this is probably where we'll debate at. Judeo-Christianity is the equivalent. It's the same principle as African theology. It's the same thing. I'm an Ifa, and the Orisha, and Orumila, and Oludumare is all the same thing.
No, man. You might say, I'm going to read, you know, and put up a PowerPoint, you know, that lazy, you know, I don't want to do that. But I can't see Christianity or the Judeo, the Bible religion be the same as the African religion. Yeah. I know that morally, each man have certain tenets of belief. You don't hurt your brother, you look out for him. Because how societies very set up. Listen, the average, let's go back 400 years, 500 years, 2,000 years. The average community was family, you know. Meaning that it's just you, your wife, your sister, your husband, your brother lives in a certain area, right? And so his rule of the family was developed. To say, you don't rob from your brother, you don't rob from your sister, you don't rape your brother, you don't rape your sister, right? And those beliefs became laws. So when the family became more splintered, second cousin, third cousin, unrelated, we still follow those rules and regulations. And it wasn't any unique to any one community or any one society, because how they formed as a base. So religions might look similar based on the fact that communities are formed, cities, communities, countries are formed similarly, right? So thou shalt not kill is not unique to one culture. It is every culture have that belief.
Well, see, this is what I think what you're saying. I would agree with you when Christianity became weaponized. Before the Bible, Christianity existed. Way before the Bible, way before that particular culture construct. That is a culture construct of the Hebrew people. That is a Judean account of high spirituality. And when it was written initially, it was not meant to be taken literally. When it was turned into Latin Vulgate and Old English, the prose in which it was written, it isn't even trying to be literal. But when it became weaponized under the guise of political Christianity, military enclaves, it took on a different moniker. But it's in its raw understanding, it is the universal knowledge of the self in spirituality and individuality. When we talk about that, that's why we have Oludumare, Kulu Kulu, Orumila, Mami Chulo. We have these things that are extensions of nature that represents our personality and our polarity. That's in every religion. But when it starts becoming literal, it's due to the usage of it to manipulate and control people. But that's like an overlay, though. The original religion was not designed to do that. It wasn't designed to be oppressive. I mean, it became oppressive. I agree. But the Bible wasn't never meant to oppress people. It wasn't written to oppress anybody.
No, but what I'm getting from it is that how are the Bible story African stories? Are you saying that the original stories took place in Africa?
No, I didn't say they took place because they're not literal. They're real stories, but they're not literal stories. They're stories that are used as means of inspiration. Just like in Africa, when we talk about the Orisha, each Orisha has an Odu, which is a story attached to the Orisha. So it's a story about Shango, it's a story about Oshun that represents the human experience. That's the same thing when we talk about Matthew, Luke, Jesus, Paul, Moses, all that. These are stories that are an extension of the human experience. They're not meant to be literal. They're real stories because somebody wrote it, somebody talked about it. In Africa, they would call it the griot, and they would talk mouth to ear about certain stories that represent these Orisha. In Kemet, it is the same thing. It wasn't a real Horus walking around, but the terms and the stories around it embodied the human experience. So that's what I'm talking about. No, but the actual story of the Bible, no, it wasn't going on in Africa like that.
Yeah, I see the Bible as cultural myths, cultural mythology. And people like use, when people hear the word myth, they're thinking that it's a bad word. But a myth is not a bad thing, right? Because a myth is what helps to strengthen and boost your culture. Because we learn about Greek and Roman mythology.
Yes, sir.
And the Romans use their mythology to strengthen the culture and to expand the landmass. Because if you look at even Roman myths, even Greek myths, is that you will find Hercules or demigods in every place they capture, or every place they expand to, or took on. All of a sudden had a demigod who had sex with Zeus, right? Because that way they encompass or they brought people into the fold. So I understand the power and the importance of myth. I don't laugh at when people say, "Oh, myth means is stupidness." I said, "No, you don't understand myth. Myth is how our culture perceive and express themselves at their core basis, right? The Bible stories are Jewish myth, how they see themselves, how they see their experiences, right? Where are our African myths? Why would forget them?
Oh no, you don't have to. I mean, you're absolutely right. The Jewish myths and things like that and everything like that, that's just a cultural construct. That's what I mean by that.
Right.
It's a construct of Jewish people. But that doesn't mean that we couldn't adopt it because we're in America, and about us being in America, we were subject to those things because we were not at home. We weren't in Africa. We didn't have access to Africa. The continental Africans that were forced to America, we outpopulated them by the antebellum period. So we didn't have that fortunate access to our cultural center like that. It would have been great, but we didn't have access to Africa like that. Even Africa fell under the fall of the attack of Islamism and Christianity. It took away a lot of the Africans' culture. Africans are very religious in Africa. You look back on cultural
yeah, because they lost the myth, they lost the identity, they lost the cultural identity. Or when you are conquered, you not only lose your land, you oftentimes lose your God. You oftentimes lose your belief system. Because how are you going to hold faith into a belief system that allowed you to be conquered? It must mean that the conqueror belief system is better than yours. Right? It's an actual clash of gods, a clash of titans.
Yes,
right?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Because that's what happened. When you're conquered, that's what happened. Right? Islam when Islam came into Africa and conquered those smaller states, people took on Islam because how can you believe in a God system that allowed you to be beaten? His God must be better than mine.
No, see, that's what I'm saying right there, brother. You're right. But that's weaponized Christianity. That's when Christianity was militarized. It was turned into a militant thing. Correct. I agree. I wouldn't follow that either. But when I'm saying in its organic form, when Christ was when that concept came about, it was not a militant means of spiritual worship. It wasn't used like that. It was when the conquerors came into play, and when you started giving way to things that are modern today, like Marxism, fascism, those kind of things, that came from this militant Bible, this militant use of the Bible, especially when a certain group of people, mostly Europeans, were using it to politically posture and control people. So yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm not just a matter of fact, we agree to the same thing. I'm just saying that the origin of religion is a very healthy religion because all humans practice some form of religion.
Is capitalism a form of religion?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, capitalism definitely. It's an economic system. It's definitely a form of religion, but it's economic.
Right. Do you think that we were made? Do you think that we were made for capitalism? Do you think that is us?
Oh yes, most definitely. Yes, we are.
Do you think that we were honest capitalists?
Yes. We should be capitalists. I'm not talking about a capitalist government. But Black people, we were capitalists. We stopped capitalizing on each other. We let other people capitalize off us. But capitalism in its purest sense is an economic system. But when it's governmental, now we are using their finances, we're using their resources, and they capitalize on that fact. But we are supposed to capitalize on the identity and the fact that we are Black, but we don't do that, of course. But that's what we should be doing, because the term capitalism is getting is being misunderstood, just like socialism. I mean, France is a socialist country, but they broke all the time. You go to France, you still gonna get treated bad. They still gonna be racist towards you. Black people, none of them systems work for us as far as the government, but individually, oh yes. I believe personally, individually, that capitalism can work for us as individuals.
But now the question, can American capitalism work for us?
When say that again, brother, I didn't hear you.
Can the capitalism that exists in America as it is now, can it work for us?
No, because it's a government capitalism system. That's why it can't work.
That's why it cannot work.
Right, it's a governmental capitalist system.
Yeah, because America is not capitalist in the purest sense of the word.
The government isn't. Yeah, the government's not. No.
Yeah, because let's be realistic. Because look at this bailout. Under true capitalism, under a true capitalist society, the government wouldn't have bailed out the businesses. They'd have understand that the stronger survive, and the weak die, and it opened up opportunity for new people now to come in and to grow.
But see, yes, I'm clear on the capitalist government, but a real capitalist doesn't want the government in their business at all. Like a capitalist does not want a government. That's like the Republican Party. They don't want government involved. No, I don't want your check. I don't want your check. I don't want your food stamps. I don't want none of that. Stop taxing me for money that you gave to me. You claim you want me to use your money. They don't tax me. Let me have my own company. Let me do what I want to do with my money. Stop telling me where I got to allocate the money to. That's what the Republicans don't say. But we believe in democracy with money, which absolutely cuts our knees off.
No, but the thing about it is that even the Republicans here are hypocrites. Because one time I could explain it, but it was such a long time ago, that a lot of people in America believe that there's actually two parties. But in truth and in fact, constitutionally, there's only one.
Right.
How it is set up. How it is set up when people say, oh, we have Democrats and we have Republicans and we have, but in truth and in fact, you have the state and you have the people. Right? Don't be fooled by the term Democrat and Republican, because their interest aligns 95% of the time. Right?
Okay.
And what people are oftentimes given is just the 5% difference is just to say people who want to be elected. But their interests are aligned. Right? There's no way that the Democrats will come out and totally change the system. No. Because the system is government capitalism. That is a government. Government controlled capitalism.
But that doesn't mean we have to abandon the systems. The economic system of capitalism or socialism is far different than the governmental system. We as human beings, as individuals within this system, we can adapt our own capitalist system within this government of capitalism. We can, but we do not understand the actual meaning and application of capitalism. That part we don't understand. We don't understand free market because the capitalist knows I'm not working no job. I'm employing my own family, and we're gonna have a family business. I'm not getting ready to work for nobody.
No, but
I'm not working for nobody.
But there's no such thing as free market. Not even in America, there's free market.
It really is, though. It really is.
Let me explain why I'm going to tell you why I said there's no free market. In order for us to enter the marketplace now, right? There's hoops that are put in place. Legislation. You need licensing. You need paperwork to enter into to most markets, right? We might get into an informal market, like we're allowed to sell one and two things now. But as soon as we reach up to a certain level where it is perceived that we're achieving X amount of capital, you realize that licensing, taxes, certain things come into play.
$1, I can tell you right now, I'm living proof. Not $1 is associated in my name. Not one. And I have a very successful business.
Because you are working through the loopholes.
I'm following the law. I'm not working.
Right, you're following the law, but you're working through the loopholes, right? You set up a limited liability company, and probably you're working that way. I don't know which way you're working, but that is it. But in order for us to enter the market has been so skewed.
Since we've been enslaved, we have not been educated on corporate infrastructure. Corporate infrastructure is what the governmental capitalist system is built on. We choose to operate as individuals and try to own things. We don't have to own anything if we don't want to. We shouldn't have to own anything. We shouldn't be putting our names on things that depreciate and carry interest. We should not be doing that, but we do it because we fall for the American dream. I want to own a house. Why don't you can possess the house? If I got the keys to the house, I don't need the house in my name. No, if I got keys to the house, it's my house. It don't have to be in my name. You don't see any successful people doing that anyway. You don't see any successful people walking around with money in their hand. If I'm holding dollars, that means I'm liable. It's all about dumping that U.S. dollar because that's what these capitalist government does. It forces, it's just like Planned Parenthood. Poverty forced black people into Planned Parenthood. Poverty did that.
How poverty forced black people into Planned Parenthood?
Because it offered a solution to the family problem by offering abortions and all this other kind of stuff and practicing eugenics as a way out for black folks. And because we were poverty stricken, we went to Planned Parenthood because it seemed economical.
No, but what about personal responsibility?
Oh well, that goes back to grassroots training, like we talked about earlier. You got to be trained properly in your family for personal responsibility. Yes, you do. But if you're ignorant of both choices, you don't know. If the choices are chosen for you, it's just like when we vote for president. We're not choosing who we want to be president. We just choosing from the best ones they're willing to give us. We don't really have an actual choice.
No, but we can't as a Planned Parenthood. All right, I understand. If all right, let's say in most of our communities are food deserts. By food deserts, I mean that like you'll find $100 store in the black community, but you don't find a Whole Food store, right? So the calories that we're taking are superficial calories, right? They only cause health problem and weight, right? I'll understand that because of that situation where there's no other avenue to get food, we have to get food that way. But when it comes to something like Planned Parenthood, right? Everybody know from having sex, the likelihood of you becoming pregnant has been exponentially increased because of the act of having sex. right?
Not back then. You may know it now, but not back then.
No, but Planned Parenthood is in the black community. There's more Planned Parenthood in the black community than in white communities.
Oh, what? No, whites are shit. Whites on public assistance 3-1 to us. There's more white people on public assistance and Planned Parenthood than black folks.
3-1?
Yeah, it's 3-1 now. The problem is the racial wealth gap. That's why you got this whole reparation thing, this ADOS thing coming, because it's like, how can all these white people be on public assistance, but they're gaining more money than us per capita? How is that possible if all these so-called white people are so impoverished? That's been the biggest argument now. Like, that's why you got groups like ADOS forming. You know, and I'm like, whoa, that's something to think about. It is something to think about. Like, wait a minute. Somebody's lying to somebody.
No, but the truth of the matter is, with wealth disparity, is that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The richest white person, the gap between the richest white person and the poorest white person is far greater than the gap between the richest black person and the poorest black person. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? So when you average it out, so because there's so much wealth in the white community, when you average it out, it appears to be $50,000 per head. When you average out in the black community, all of the black wealth, it appears to be $15,000 per head. But the gap, right? If we take out all of the poor white people and all of the poor black people, white people outnumbers us significantly. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah.
Right? If you take out all the rich white people and all of the rich black people, white people outnumbers us even greater than how they outnumber us as poor people. So that is why it appears. Now, the problem with ADOS is that they don't understand that the wealth in the white community is not homogeneous, right? It don't flow all the way through. Is that poor white people poor, rich white people rich. No, when I fighting for ADOS, because I believe that you need to compensate people because they build the country and the parents suffered and you build the countries on their back, so they should be compensated, right? No, but what happens is that you cannot, poor white people is going to look at you giving black people money and not giving them anything, although them themselves poor, because they bought into the belief that they're poor, but they can rich. That's a lie a lot of people are told. You're only poor because you never pull your bootstrap up. Not realizing that the system putting in hurdles every step you make to prevent you from reaching your optimal limit, right? Now, those poor white people are going to look on if black people get the just due as being unfair. And that is a stumbling block, is to convince poor white people that, listen, I'm not taking anything away from you. And we know that we shouldn't have to convince them, but it's life. So I'm not taking anything away from you. I'm just asking for what is due to me. Right? No, that is what you have to do. You don't have to convince the politician because they know that you do it. But how are they going to sell it to the poor white constituents? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it. I know what you're saying.
Right? How are you going to sell restitution to poor white people? And we live in a political system. Because unless you can sell it to them, it's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere.
I can't agree. If I were witnessing myself on a day-to-day basis, I probably would agree with you. But truly, again, the educational system around finances is really poor. If it was standard, if everybody had aptitude and they still couldn't get ahead, I would agree with that. But we are not. We are remedial when it comes to finance and money. We are very remedial. When it comes to investing and things like that, we as a collective, I'm not speaking individually, but we are very much so remedial when it comes to that kind of stuff. We do not have the fundamental skill to pose an argument. We don't have the terminology. A lot of times, terminal knowledge goes a long way. If you got the vocabulary that correlates to the system, that shows that you have knowledge of the system. But you can't, like perfect example, you can't be a doctor and talk like a auto mechanic. You gotta talk like a doctor. Because you don't process information like that. But we don't talk like bankers. We don't talk like investors. We don't talk like people that deal in finance. We talk like we're poor. We settle for things we don't have to settle for, but we do on a collective. Because we figure that's all that we have. And then when we try to educate ourselves, we become intimidated and we shy away from it. We don't gravitate towards things like that. Just down in our makeup.
I'm going to ask you a question based on what you just asked. The statement we just made a while ago. Okay, that statement is an eye-opening statement, right? The statement. So, why are you going to give financially ignorant people $100,000? Why will you give it to them today? If all you said a while ago was true, if all you said just a minute ago was true, why are you going to give financial ignorant people $100,000?
If I'm the government, I'm definitely gonna give an ignorant person that kind of money. It happens all the time.
No.
You know, you have $1 million ball players that's ignorant as hell.
All right. Let me rephrase the question. Why should the opportunity be given? Why should we fight for the opportunity as black people to give ignorant black people $100,000 each? To give financially ignorant black people, why should they not wait a couple generations until people get smarter? Because what might happen now is that this is a one-time payment. And we're going to take that one-time payment now. If we got it 200 years ago, it would have done far more than if we get it today. If we get it today, what is the likelihood of people producing generational wealth from this one-time payment if we get it today? What is the likelihood of that occurring?
You mean what's the likely chance of that happening?
Yes, if we get it today.
Oh, it's very slim. Very slim.
So should we waste the opportunity now? Should we use we play Monopoly, right? You have the get out of jail free card in your back pocket. Should we use the get out of jail free card now? Or use it when the board is ready? When the board is ripe for the taking? Right? And that is it, we have to be careful the fights that we fight. Because we know that it's due, and it doesn't matter to me any which way. But my biggest fear is that it might become a wasted opportunity. And you might say to me, well, it's their money, let them do with it what they want. But opportunity wasted cannot be retrieved. Mm-hmm. What are you going to say? What are you going to say when, if each person gets 100,000, right? And tomorrow morning, I was watching Divorce Court because I like Lynn Toller. She's pretty. I just like looking at her, right? And there was an episode on it where this girl mother died and left her $150,000, right? How long do you think that $150,000 lasted on? Less than 2 years. Right? In less than 2 years, you blew through 150,000. Right? It's not like you paid the deposit in a house. You had nothing to show for it. Right?
Okay.
So my question is, are you going to fight so that people get 150,000 and it get blown through in 3 years? Right? A friend of mine live in Philly, near, and him said the Black Walmart. As soon as people got that $1,200 stimulus check, the Walmart was out a large screen TV. The Walmart in the black community.
I'm clear of that. I'm clear on that.
The big screen TVs were sold out. Right? So my question to you now, do you think it is responsible now to give people who are not financially responsible that amount of resources at this time?
No, I said it's responsible to teach them and educate them. I didn't say giving them money. I said teach and educate them the value of money. To let them know that what they're empowered to has no value. They have to be taught it. If you can teach all the other frivolous things, then you can teach money. Money can be taught. Acquiring money is a skill. It's not luck. Most black people that have to deal with this foolish slavery, we believe that getting rich means you're lucky. Oh, you lucky, man. No, getting rich is a purpose. There's an agenda to getting rich. My grandfather had an agenda. See, I'm a white man whose grandfather had an agenda, and that's why I'm rich. That's why I don't want to be black, because my grandfather had an agenda. And black people who are successful in America, they understand that. It's an agenda. It's a purpose. This is my purpose. This is my calling. It's bequeathment. It's about bequeathment. It's about leaving wealth behind and perpetuating that wealth. You know what I'm saying? That $1,200 was reparations. That $1,200 could have started a business. It could have started an online business. But people took that $1,200 and, like you said, they bought a big screen TV. And then the funny part is, if somebody like me and you say, look, man, let us help you with some finances, huh? Man, that nigga don't know what he's talking about. That's a nigga. I got a nigga know I do. Now, if I pull up in a Bentley, if I'm in a house I can't afford, they associate that with being successful. You see what I'm saying? And that's crazy. I mean, it's sad. I feel bad for our people that we equate that with wealth.
It's not really with wealth, you know, with people with success. Because that is why the pastors drive a nice cars, and the pimps drive a nice cars, and the insurance rep drive a nice car.
And the insurance rep, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and the real estate agent drive a nice car, because if they pull up in a hoopty, the respect that they should get. Somebody said, no, they're not doing anything. All right. My uncle used to maintain washing machine and dryers and air conditioning. He used to fix those things back home, right? And he bought a nice truck, painted it and everything. And when he drives up to somebody home to fix the washing machine or fix the air conditioning unit, the respect him get because of the vehicle that he drives is far greater than the man who would walk with him bag of tools in him hand and take a bus, right? Because people associate success with outside appearance. And as a result of that, him could charge anything he want to charge. Right? Somebody else could do the job for you, you know. But because they don't appear to be successful, they can't charge you what they think the job is worth most of the time. They have to undervalue themselves because how you perceive them. And you see that happen in the black community all the time. Right? The black dude who can fix your car. No! But you carry it down to the white dealership and them charge you $4,000 for something that would normally cost $400. Because of perception, because of success. And it comes back to what you're saying. But it was, yeah, but trust me, I enjoyed the conversation here. I enjoyed the conversation here. I don't know where we'll go from here. I don't know where we'll go from here. Right? I know that jobs are temporary and they're not real. You can't get rich working for somebody. Right? You can't get generationally rich working for somebody because that job cannot be passed on to your children. I know that. You can't pass on a job to your children. Right? I know that for a fact, right? But what I use as the starting point, right? Because sometimes with a better job, you may be able to acquire more that will be able to better invest in your children, right? Because if your mother and father had a house, right, it is easier for you to be successful because you don't have to worry about a place to live. You'll always have a place to live. So the financial risk that you can take is totally different than somebody who parents rented. You understand what I'm saying? Right? So that is why I say, because we have to start. We have to start somewhere. Because, trust me, but, you know, we must excel after a while. Then you are going to bed it. My wife's supposed to kill me because I don't hug her up. All right? But it was fun. I respect. I appreciate it. All right. So,
Man, he must have left. I don't know what happened to him. But that was a good conversation. I do appreciate that. So it's like late as hell. Lakeisha, you wild. You wild hunch, Lakeisha. But I'm gonna get out of here too, y'all. Unbiased supposed to be asleep because he on the panel. Melvin, you there?
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might be asleep.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get the hell out. Feel me?
Most definitely, same here.